Hey everybody, it is Shub here today as we are getting down in the AM because it's, well, some idiot thought it would be a good idea to say goodbye to everybody last night because I thought I was done for streaming for a little while, and, then life happened again, and yeah, so I'm back today for a Reeestream, and I have no real plan. Normally I come into this with some stuff I want to watch or some things I want to talk about. I just wanted to stream. I wanted to stream the day, and I was miffed that I wasn't going to get to tonight, and then I got told I was getting put on call, so I might have my ability to stream the night stuff for the rest of the week disrupted. So I just figured I'd get in on it, do something. So I'm not expecting anybody to actually watch this nonsense because competing with TBS and JAD and yeah. So plan is do the podcast and actually do gameplay. So this is I'm buckling up for like a 5-hour haul at this point. We will see if that actually happens and if my sanity can take it and how creative I'm gonna have to be finding stuff to do along the way, because this might be rough. This might just be rough. But I will find a way to make it work because I'm good at that. I'm a survivor. I like my pain. Oh boy, do I like my pain. All right, so then let's kill the intro and unmute Raw Phil. Raw Phil's got better vibing music anyway. And try to find something to do to kill some time while we're waiting for Phil, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? There we go. And are you live? There. I know how to stream, guys. I really, totally, and for truly do. Duh. All right. So, I feel like I should be tuning into TBS because I know they're talking about the Dave threatening to sue people, and there's just so much hilarity in all of that, as Dave genuinely does not have a clue what the distinctions are between the Ethan Klein case and his current matter, but what he could potentially sue detractors over, but he's never gonna get it. So I don't know what the point is going around and round in circles talking about it is I do stupid things like that as I'm a mature adult who's a good streamer and with a decent falsetto of the guy. Though my goat laugh is more by way of brand dude than the guy. So yes, he's doing Death Stranding, which I've spent some time on the night streams defending ? More complaining about Dave's complaining about it. My familiarity with the source material is not great. I've watched some of Dave, clips of Dave playing it and being salty because, Dave's salty about everything. But I really don't know much about it in the grand scheme of things. Something post-apocalypse, something carrying packages across the United States, something nanites in the rain, and now there's a humpback whale that's an encounter, something like that. I remember seeing images of the humpback, which just that's a very Kojima encounter. That's a very Kojima encounter to be sure. And, well, wow. Well done. Well done, interwebs. Okay. Until Raw Phil comes back. I think that's Raw Phil at least. I think that's not me. Because I think I'm still connected, guys. All right, so then there we go. Raw Phil's back. It was Raw Phil just having a small stroke. They happen. So, right, where was I? Oh, yes, I know I don't know a ton about Death Stranding, and I was going on about the whale, the whale BT, which that I remember, that I somehow saw a clip of, and I remember. But I've mainly been pissed off with how Dave has been talking about it, about how about how it's going to be about how the narrative's so awesome, guys, but I hate the gameplay, because gameplay is an integral part of the medium. It's, if the gameplay is not in service of the narrative, then the narrative is harmed. You cannot have a truly great narrative in a video game if the gameplay does not reinforce and work with the gameplay. So this notion that it's just a great game, but for the really shitty gameplay that's just so boring, guys, that just tends to get me spun up. As well as my usual counting gags go, I'll probably do the streaming sins with the podcast, and then I'm probably just gonna add arbitrary numbers when he particularly pisses me off during actual gameplay, because I'm probably gonna find something else to do while watching him during gameplay, because quite frankly, actually watching the guy's gameplay is painful. It really is. And that's when he's not ruining everything, ruining cutscenes. So that's actually probably what will get commentary for me, is when he's ruining cutscenes and failing to understand obvious things on screen. But actually, like, watching him play when you don't have an attachment to the game is, yeah. So we've got Dave in chat with "Good morning, all that." I just imagine him I imagine everything he says in chat ending with a goat laugh, which is why you have to endure it too. And I need to stop goat laughing so much. It is my universal falsetto, and I use it as a lingual tick to denote sarcasm on these, and I really need to stop doing that, because my viewers are actually intelligent, or I hope they are, at least. So you don't need me to adopt a falsetto whenever I'm trying to be sarcastic, or a verbal tick, like up voicing everything or going "da." All right, so you're gonna start, Dave? You were supposed to start. You don't even have the slideshow going yet, Dave. That's I mean, I'm not surprised you're late, because you're always late. It's just part of who you are, but it does make it rather annoying nonetheless. It does make it rather annoying. You're gonna make me find something else to do, Dave, which I have a finite number of things that I can watch, but I might have something from heaven that I haven't. DPS, okay, so I should be able to hit that and hit that. Huzzah! Almost like I know how to use OBS. Almost. DPS Gaming drops a level 10 code black bag, and I was there for it live. Stream highlight. This is about 19 minutes, so this'll eat some time. This should eat some time.
Shit, he came back.
Okay, everybody, I'm back. It's time for about 90 more minutes of the Lies of P DLC here on the stream today.
Didn't know that.
It's just funny, and here's what I want to say.
This is definitely about money.
So
Well, of course it is. It's always about money with Dave.
Stream, thinking, I got a lot of good stuff going on today's podcast, so I'm not going to mention anything about goals or income or nothing. We're just going to go right into it.
So is this kind of segment?
Stuff to talk about.
Yes,
way.
it's always this kind of segment.
We talked about the new steering wheel.
Duty being super weird. No. And this, of course, unrecorded.
Game trailers, everything. By the end of the show, the podcast,
It's no we.
some bucks or whatever, and then I mentioned to everyone, hey, just so you know, we got this goal this week. We want to hit the goals. Please support the stream. And then I started playing Lies of P. And that was, hour and a half ago. And I've gotten 0 since then. 0.
You guys
And the
love
thing
it
is,
when
I've
I ask for
mentioned it
money.
Until right now.
Wow.
Until I went on this break. I purposefully said if I say nothing, I wonder what'll happen.
Oh, that's pretty lame
So,
to say you're running
say
experiments on your
dumb
viewers.
stuff,
It
like,
is.
You know, you're eBaying
It is.
and you ask for contributions. Yes, I do.
He
Wow.
literally brought up the T-Pain thing today.
Say, oh yeah, that's right. I'm watching a stream. I'm getting good content. I want to support that, and then they do. If I don't bring it up,
And my apologies to my visual style watchers. I'm going to be futzing around with OBS stuff, so trying to make this work on a more permanent basis. So just enjoy the rant, because this is a rant segment. You don't need to actually see what he's doing
I don't get
unless you're
support.
looking for weird
Get
faces.
it?
That don't sound like a
that's
successful
my model.
streamer, though.
A lot of people forget. This is
Like,
not-
that's so unfair. This is so unfair how he can have the nerve to tell everybody that he's successful when he straight up tell everybody that he's telling he's successful.
Wow.
He have to ask for support to get any support. How are you a successful streamer? Come on. Do sandwich shops have to ask, man? And within a week, he's going to be
Yes.
calling himself a successful streamer. Within a week, he's going to be saying people hate him because they're not successful. But we're
Wow.
listening to this speech right now.
sponsorship.
Yes,
I don't
we
have a
are.
partnership. I'm not making tons of money.
This speech
Yes,
from a
we are.
successful streamer,
If
huh?
I don't bring it up, I don't get support. You get it? Like,
Get it?
that's my model. I think what it is, a lot of people forget.
That's not his motto.
This is not a paid for
His motto was that he have to bring up money a lot to make money.
model.
What a a model. What a model.
I'm not making
What a
tons of
model,
Are they
Goob.
fat?
on, a paid
What a
product,
model.
like
Piece of
product
fucking shit.
development. I'm not
That's my
making
model.
totally lies.
Too big.
I'm not some giant streamer with 10,000 views so that every video I put out, I'm making money. No. I make my
Wow.
living on these streams.
On begging.
100%.
Your model is
So
begging.
I have to, on the stream, say,
Big.
hey, please support the stream, because here we are. We got about an
Wow.
hour and 20 minutes left on the stream, and we've been at $44 since the podcast
Wow.
ended almost 2 hours ago, because I didn't say anything. And I'm going to repeat that, because I didn't say
Wow.
anything.
Yeah, this is
If I
really
said, hey,
weird.
please support the stream. Let's hit
I mean,
the goal. Let's
This
being
is
weird
also,
is being weird is what he
right now,
does.
guys,
So
let's get our first sub on Kick. We haven't had one.
This is genuinely kind of a scary segment. It's pretty
Wow.
obvious. He's massively coping.
yes.
Like this last part, I don't even know how to even talk about
Massive.
this.
Because I didn't say anything. And I'm going to repeat
I'm gonna repeat that.
because I didn't say anything.
See, guys,
Uh-huh.
if he's ever
Mhm.
unsuccessful, aka if he ever don't hit the goal, it's because he didn't bring it up enough. It's not because people don't like him. It's not even the game fault anymore. Now he's blaming himself too. So I guess I could say at least DSP finally blaming himself.
There we go.
That's something. Because don't he normally blame the game and all kind of other stuff that frustrate everybody, including me? When I say everybody,
Yes.
piss me the fuck off when he blamed the game.
It's all the game's fault, Goop. Duh.
And now he's blaming himself for once by saying, because I didn't beg, you didn't give me money, but wording it in a different way that make it sound better.
And I'm going to repeat that because I didn't say anything.
Because I didn't say anything.
Please support the stream, because here we are. We got about an hour and 20 minutes left on the stream, and we've been at $44 since the podcast ended almost 2 hours ago, because I didn't say anything. And I'm going to repeat that because I didn't.
This is truly
say
an atomic
anything.
bag.
If I had said, hey, please support the stream, let's
But
hit the goal, let's get motivated.
That's usual for the guy.
Look, right now, guys, let's get our first sub on Kick. We haven't had one. Take a look. We
Also,
haven't
he's
had a
only
sub on
25
Kick.
minutes
We
late so
haven't had a
far, so, you
membership.
know.
What we had this morning was a few super chats and a few tips, and that's it. Let's get our first sub
Wow.
on Kick right now. Who on Kick is going to support this stream? You've been sitting here watching all morning. So now, sub. Send a sub. Get some support.
Nice.
All right? How about a membership on YouTube?
He got 48-month re-ups.
Hear that wonderful sound of a tin cup clanking against, well, hopefully against bars one day for this kind of scummy nonsense. But yeah, that's just, we are headed for a new era where the Kino, whatever residual Kino money there was, is gone, and we are getting back to just the hardcore begging, and it's going to get even more shameless and even worse as time goes on.
On YouTube and didn't count them because they don't count.
With a $40 stream
YouTube
of a major new release. I
If
just
he
Memberships
counted
don't count.
re-ups, he would have more than
I paid
$40.
$60 for this game because I had to rebuy the base game and the DLC. All right?
He already made $150 playing it last
So
time.
please support the stream that you're watching and
He
enjoying.
bragged about hitting the goal last time he played this.
This DSP tries it this week. You guys voted. You
They're gonna eat food now.
Munchies meal. I mean, it looks gross to me. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe I won't. I like.
He's stalling now. He's stalling because he see that he did.
Okay, so I can't remember what was he. What did he want to eat?
I won't. I like Munchies meal. I mean, it looks gross to me. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe I.
He hated it.
I like.
He hated it.
He's stalling now. He's stalling because he see that he did something that was a bit dramatic. The super big when he said somebody send something right now. Basically, he said someone give me money right now. Now he's stalling and waiting for that. He's waiting for Lance Catamaran or one of these whale socks to give him something to make him feel like, you know, he's right. To prove him right. Prove him right.
Slideshow still hasn't started yet.
Give him something.
For the next couple
Give him something to prove him right.
And
let's get some support going.
Doubling down on it.
Over $300 on this wheel.
Tripling down on it. How much money he got to buy the wheel? Come on, him complaining about buying a wheel right now is really, really, really bad.
And he keeps trying to find.
Come on.
And the best part of the wheel saga is he keeps trying to find ways to justify it and use it, but he can't ever find any. There's a very narrow range of things that actually fit his criteria, because if you've not been hanging around the night streams and seeing just how fucking bad they are and how bad he is at driving, his criteria for the wheel are he needs a game in that is not demanding at all, where he can just drive about and fuck about and make progress in air quotes, where he can think he's making progress or feel like he's doing something while he's in fact just driving about and fucking about and counting money. That's his criteria. That's why he's so drawn to doing like Forza Horizon. Oh, and look, there the slideshow has finally begun. Good, we are making progress. Not enough progress because he's already a half hour late, but you know, little bits and bobs. Slow and steady wins the begging race, or something like that, as he would say. But yeah, he needs something that is very low effort so that he can just fuck about and count money. Which is why he wants to do Forza Horizon 2. Forza Horizon TOO, not TWO. Though I'm sure if he thought he could play Forza Horizon 2 and make money, he'd do it. But he doesn't know how to get it installed, I suspect. So yeah, so the wheel is there to make money, but he can't actually play any game that requires any kind of attention to detail or any kind of like plan or focus, because then he won't be able to fuck about and count money.
How dented you gotta be to not realize this is not something that should be happening?
This shifter, oh, it's not even capturing. Yeah, it won't capture.
He begged for at least $1,000 over the course of multiple streams to buy this fucking wheel. This wheel got nothing to do with Lies of P.
Absolutely correct.
It's got nothing to do with this stream today. What's he doing right now?
For fun, Truck Sim streams. All right? Please support this one.
He might as well bring up that he bought the Switch 2 again. I bought the Switch 2 a few days ago, and that was $500. Bring that up too.
Let's get
wow.
I don't care if it's
how much fast food he bought yesterday. Look,
a membership or a sub. Let's get a piece of support right now from somewhere.
He's doing the right now thing again. Remember, I pointed out that he was stalling and he still didn't get what he wanted. He's looking for that instant gratification so he could say, "See, I was right. I have to ask for support to get support." He is genuinely begging for any amount of money.
And it really is bad how obvious it's getting that he's looking for ways to justify his behavior.
Prove himself right.
Right now, how many viewers do we actually
Or I guess to help you prove him right? Damn, man. I bet he wish he had those troll tips now. Now he calling out the views. Nah.
81.
This critical mass.
Out of everyone sitting there on Kick.
Code black incoming.
Support the stream. Seriously. One person out of 81.
Give me the monies.
Support the stream in some way.
Mm-hmm.
The monies.
The kind
where
of
are they?
Crash out that make you change your username like Bad Bunny.
No, you see, here's the dumb fucking thing. Oh, he's big. He's big. Guys, did you not hear what I said?
I have to.
Okay, de kudasai.
I guess you're deaf.
Pesos, por favor. Give me the monies.
Of course.
The monies. Where are they?
I don't ask for support. I don't get it. Because
Es muy
people are
importante.
reminded when I ask for it, I say, oh yeah, I'm watching a good stream.
He's still stalling, waiting for money.
Let me support it, and then they do.
He's doubling down, making the
Say
same
something, I
point.
get nothing. Look, I
Saying
said
the same
nothing
thing
the whole
again. I guess you're
podcast.
deaf. I'm going to repeat
I
it for
said
you.
At the very end of the podcast, I played over an hour of this game, said nothing. Nothing. And now
Kind of cringe to basically call someone deaf instead of just calling them stupid and then expect them to listen to you after that. Come on. Yeah, I guess you're fucking deaf. Listen up. Dude, I'm not listening to you now. Come on. I'm going to crash out.
back from a break, no contributions. Do you see the pattern?
Oh, wait. What do you say? This sound kind of not good.
I played
Wait. This is important. Hopefully I can get them on screen quick enough, in full screen. The 7-star Hogan. 7-star Hogan. The new edition, brother. Whoa, brother.
Well, Devin, thanks for highlighting that phishing app. Because that's a cool little app that'd be great to be able to use on YouTube. But yeah, YouTube's plugins kind of suck for that.
Something I get nothing. Look,
7.
I said nothing.
Oh, God.
Podcast.
No.
9,
I said at the very end
0,
of the podcast, I played over
1.
an hour.
Bro, we're about to blow up
3,
Nothing. And now here we go, coming back from a break. No, over an good stream.
the countdown.
Beg.
I gotta hear this from the start.
No, you see, and here's the dumb fucking thing. Oh, he's big. Guys, did you not hear what I said? I guess you're fucking deaf. Literally, if I don't ask for support, I don't get it. Because people are reminded when I ask for it, I say, oh yeah, I'm watching a good stream.
Wow.
They need to be reminded
And then
they're
they
watching
do.
a
Oh my
good stream.
Say something.
Just remember, his audience, he thinks his audience is so childish, but let's go with childish. The less polite way, I suppose, would say so dented, so retarded, so mentally defective, that if they are not actively reminded of something, they will not do it. So I suppose what interests me is the question of, is that Dave projecting, or does he genuinely just think his audience is that dumb? Because he likes to claim, oh, well, guys, my audience is made up of people who are like 25 to 45. Duh. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Is this that he is trying to be manipulative? He's obviously trying to be manipulative, but does he genuinely believe this, or is this just a cope? Is this just a way to justify the begging, or does he genuinely think that is the case, that if his audience isn't reminded that they're watching a good stream, they just won't contribute? I would be fascinated to know the answer to that. I just don't think there's a way that we will ever be able to know that until he says something even stupider, which is always possible.
Something I get nothing. Look, I said I don't get it. Because people are reminded when I ask for it, I say, oh yeah, I'm watching a good stream. I want to support that good stream. Let me support it. And then they
Jesus.
do. If I don't say something, I get nothing. Look, I said,
I'm pretty sure they're supporting off the back of you begging. And now whatever you're trying to make up. Come on. Really? Yeah, when DSP say, guys, come on, please, let's get at least $50. Guys, please, come on, I want to hit a goal. Yeah, people think to themselves, I like this stream, I'm going to support it. They don't think to themselves, I want this dude to hit his weird goal so he could be happy. I'm going to support it. Yeah.
the whole podcast.
His
Still
goal
didn't
to
get
eat fast
anything, by the
food.
way, throughout this whole segment.
An hour of this game said nothing. Nothing. And now
Yeah, this is definitely worse than Cold Black.
contributions. Do you think? Nothing. And now here we go, coming back from a break, no contributions. Do you see the pattern? Do you remember that day when I said absolutely nothing?
Unban, it's a me Ken.
And I got like $20. You remember
He's
that?
bringing up when his rabbit died. Why don't you bring this up?
Absolutely nothing at all the entire stream, and I got like $20. You remember that, right?
This is insane.
remember that, right?
I mean, I watch. I got to catch this
And then
live
think
too.
about this.
Now that I see it,
He's
I saw-
asking his audience if they remember specific
watching this
days
again, this
where
is
he
insane.
didn't beg for money. What kind of fucking content?
Yeah, seriously, I mean, I did catch some of this live. I caught some of this live, and it is, it genuinely is insane. Because what's insane is that I forgot it. I mean, I knew he had a nuclear meltdown. I knew he had a nuclear meltdown, and as I remember now, seeing the thumbnail on this video, it's like I remember looking at this video and saying, "Oh yeah, I was there for that. That was insane." And this was just mask off. This is scorn levels of just Give me the monies, dummy. And yeah, it's the greed is massively strong, and the entitlement is just the greed isn't even the problem. I mean, the greed is always a problem, but everyone is greedy on some level. To want more is not the real issue here, because the want for more drives many positive things. Like, it usually provides you with an incentive to do better, to be better at your job, to learn a skill, to develop a better mousetrap in the hopes of earning the monies. So greed, broadly defined, is not a bad thing. I'm not sure I'd go as far as the Wolf of Wall Street with greed being good, but greed is not a bad thing. The problem with Dave always comes back to the entitlement. He is greedy, absolutely, but he thinks he deserves all of it, and he deserves all of it right now, regardless of who you are and what you're doing. And good morning, Dasher Pie. As you can see, plans change as they are wont to do. So you get your daily dose of me this morning, rather than having to wait till Sunday. But yeah, we are killing time with Tevin, with this nuclear bag of Dave until the Pahdcast starts.
What are you making? Do you not realize how silly this sounds? You're basically asking, hey guys, remember that day I didn't beg for money? What? Oh man.
So let's get some support.
Let's get some
All right,
goddamn
let's
support.
get out with the game. But please, someone support the stream.
Yeah, he didn't make any money yet. That whole segment didn't earn him anything.
Do it, but I need some people to actually come by and support the content they're watching. Okay?
Give me the monies, dummy.
Okay, folks,
Okay.
welcome back.
Well, it's the end of that segment. Something that needs to be pointed out. He did not make any money during that whole segment. That was cold, double black, DP beg. That was the worst begging segment
In a while.
probably in a fucking month or some shit.
It was
more
longer than a
that.
month.
I don't know. That seemed really bad.
Tevin, you've been doing this forever, and you know your lore. It's been longer than a month. That, I mean, I don't know if it's the most nuclear begging segment of the year, but it is definitely in contention for that, because it was bad
Compared to all the other ones that seemed really bad, and he got nothing. Not even one dude gave him $2 and said, "I'm sorry, Phil," or nothing. He got nothing from that. Nothing.
Well, Phil,
Twice.
I'm sorry. Take my money,
Come
please.
on, let's get some support right now. Let's get something right now. Let's make something happen right now.
Give me the monies, dummy.
And no one did it.
Yep.
No one did it.
Yep.
So technically that means he's wrong, right? The speech he gave is wrong, that he have to ask for support to get it, because he definitely was asking and he didn't get it. So what happened?
Well, I hate to be that guy in support of the guy, but they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. That's a logical fallacy on Tevin's part. It's begging for money, demanding people give you money could be a precondition required for Dave to get money. Meaning, if he doesn't do it, he will not get money. But it could be that it doesn't. Just demanding money doesn't necessarily get it. So, in order to get money, he might have to tell people, "Give me money," because in its absence, he won't get it. But that is not by itself sufficient to get him the monies. Now, what that secret sauce is, that thing beyond just saying, "Give me all the monies," and then snorting or goat laughing. That's what inquiring minds want to know. That's what we've been searching for, is the secret sauce. What makes the begging work? And the problem is, there might not be any actual secret sauce. It might all be the fact that people are dented, which is depressing.
Are they not listening? Maybe they're deaf. Maybe all the DSP viewers are deaf, right? I don't know. That was that was only 5 minutes. I think that was 5 minutes of hardcore begging.
It was
5 minutes of hardcore begging. I gotta get the replay.
About 90 more
It
minutes
was
of the
there.
live
I
stream.
was
Full replay.
That was pretty
Today.
intense. That
So,
begging was pretty intense.
This is funny, and here's what I want to say. All right. So today I went into it on stream, thinking, I got a lot of good stuff going on today's podcast, so I'm not going to mention
Wow.
it.
He was so hype in the beginning of the stream. He was acting fake as hell.
Go right into it, and we did.
I mean,
He
he
did
usually
bring
does
up
that most
support, though.
streams these
Stuff to
days.
talk about, right? Think about it. We talked about the Switch 2. We talked about the new steering wheel that I got for Truck Sim. We talked about all these games, game trailers, everything.
Uh-huh.
By the end of the show, the podcast, I made around 40 some bucks or whatever, and then I mentioned to everyone, hey, just so you know, we got this goal this week. We want to hit the goals. Please support the stream.
Give
And
monies.
then I
Yep.
started playing
Give
Live
monies.
Pete. And that was, jeez.
Wait, he
hour
said
and a
he
half
didn't
ago,
bring up the
and I got
goal.
0 since
And now he's saying that he brought it up.
Joke's on you,
Oh.
I
Tevin.
mentioned
Joke's
it
on
until
you.
Right now.
I didn't mention it. He just said that he mentioned it.
I say nothing. I wonder what
Expecting internal consistency from the guy. That's cute.
Just told us he mentioned it.
So,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
dumb stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
What, just to apply the old joke to Dave, how can you tell when Dave is lying? When his mouth is moving.
no, you're e-begging and you ask for contributions. Yes, I do. Because when I do, e-begging, when people say
Wow.
dumb stuff, like,
It's dumb, but it's true.
Yep.
you're e-begging and you ask for contributions. Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Because when I do,
How is it dumb? then?
Shameless little piggy.
Is it dumb
Shameless.
because it's not a good thing? I
people
guess.
say,
I don't know.
oh, yeah, that's right. I'm watching a stream. I'm getting good content.
Why even say it's true? Just straight up lie and say I don't do that.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Get support.
I do
Get it?
eBay.
Like, that's my model. I think what it is, a lot of people forget.
You do. He does eBay, yes.
This is not a paid for model. I don't have a sponsorship. I don't have a partnership. I'm not making tons of
All
money
of which is
on, a
all
paid
of which
product,
is
like,
you
product
on you,
placement.
Dave. All of which is on you. Just just never forget. Just can't let that be forgotten. All of this is on him. The reason why he doesn't have sponsorships, he doesn't have regular income off of this, or reliable income, not regular, reliable income off of this, is because of him and the choices he's made and the opportunities he's taken and not taken. Because according to him, he still gets sponsorships. He still gets sponsorship offers, but he doesn't take them because I don't know, because his excuse is so fucking dented, it makes no sense. He doesn't take sponsorship opportunities that are still offered to him because he doesn't want people getting harassed, guys. And because he's better than them, because he gets, some of his sponsorship opportunities are from like Raid Shadow Legends. But he's not, but he's too good for that, apparently. God, I gotta find the clip
Placement.
where
I'm not
he
getting
where he
paid
talks
to
about
play
that,
live
because
TV.
it was
I'm not some
otherworldly.
giant streamer with 10,000 views so that every video I put out, I'm making money. Nah, I make my living on these streams, 100%. So I have to, on the stream, say, hey, please support the stream, because here we are. We
Yeah,
got
literally rewind it.
on the stream.
Come on.
We've been at $44 since the podcast ended almost 2 hours ago because I didn't say anything. I'm going to repeat that because I didn't say anything. If I had said, hey,
Remember, guys, if he doesn't beg, he doesn't get money. That is his point here. If he has to beg, guys, and if you just gave him your money without him asking, he wouldn't have to beg. But since you fuckers are withholding, he's got to beg. That's the tone of this.
please support the stream. Let's hit the goal. Let's get motivated. We would have. Right now, guys, let's get our first sub on Kick. We haven't had one.
Obviously, it's Kick's fault.
Take a look. We haven't had a sub on Kick. We haven't had a membership. What we had this morning was a few super chats and a few tips, and that's it. Let's get our first sub on Kick right now. Who on Kick is going to support this stream?
Wow.
We've been sitting here watching all morning. So now, sub.
This is why I replayed it. Anything from it.
How about a membership on YouTube?
He acted like this and didn't get anything from it.
Support it. I can't.
You know, he thought he would get something.
With a $40 stream.
He got nothing from this segment.
I
It
paid
took him too long to log into PayPal.
because I had to rebuy the base game and the DLC. All right.
No.
Wow. That.
So please support
Please support.
the stream that you're watching.
Give
and
me all the
enjoy.
monies.
And
Give
let's hit
me
some
all
goals.
the monies.
I want to do this DSP tries it this week. You guys voted. You want to see me do this T-Pain Munchies meal. I mean, it looks gross to me.
Dave.
Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe
This
I
was
won't.
nuclear.
I like the
This-
curly fries
oof.
at Jack in the Box.
Wow, this part is really pitiful.
Frank, but
Him making himself talk about the food like that.
And the Jack in the Box segment, of course, was just a devour segment. It was a devour segment that he didn't have any love for. So all of this atomic begging, all of this mask off, scorn grade nonsense was in the service of getting a DoorDash fast food thing that he just went, well, guys, it was very tangy and flavorful and robust. And it was a 3.5 out of 5 mixed bag.
SP tries.
I might like it.
The next
I don't know.
Okay. Let's get some support going. You know, I just spent over $300 on this wheel right here, and this joystick is this shifter. Oh, it's not even capturing. Yeah, it won't capture.
Weird carrot dangle.
For fun, Truck Sim streams.
What?
All right. Please support this one.
I wasn't looking at the screen there. I didn't know he held it up.
Get some support right now.
Right now. He doubled down. Right now. It didn't happen
Right
again. He got
now.
nothing.
Get a piece of support right now from somewhere. I mean,
Right
right now.
now.
This dude was asking for basically $1 and didn't get it.
My apologies if it's buffering. My ISP has decided
81.
it doesn't want to be
Out
nice
of
at the
everyone
moment.
sitting there on Kick, someone support the
YouTube
stream.
is stroking out slightly.
Seriously.
Slightly.
One person out of 81 to support the stream in some way.
I'm gonna skip all the way ahead. He's gonna have $100, I bet.
No, you see, here's the dumb fucking thing.
After all of
Oh,
this.
here's the dumb fucking thing, everybody. This ought to be good.
Guys, did you not hear what I said? I guess you're fucking deaf. Literally, if I don't ask for support, I don't get it. Because people are reminded when I ask for it, I say, oh yeah, I'm watching a good stream. I want to support that good stream. Let me support it. And then they do. If I don't say something, I get nothing. Look, I said nothing the whole podcast. I said it at the very end of the podcast. I played over an hour of this game, said nothing. Nothing. And now here we go, coming back from a break. No contribution.
This is some hard pignosis.
Do you remember that day when...
Tevin's not wrong. The pignosis is massively strong at the moment as he tries to convince himself that this is okay and tries to convince his audience that this is really all their fault because they didn't give him the monies when he demanded it.
I said absolutely nothing at all the entire stream, and I got like $20. You remember that, right?
The people that remember that, I don't know if you want them in your chat.
Yeah, that's not good for you, Dave. Not
Wouldn't
good
you
at
call
all.
somebody crazy for remembering
Let's
that?
get some support. All right, let's continue now with the game. But please, someone support the stream. We got, like I said,
Right now.
an hour, 20 minutes left to hit the goal. We can do it, but I need some people to actually come by and support the content they're watching. Okay?
Wow.
Okay. Okay, folks,
Wow.
welcome back. We're
Okay, folks, welcome back. YouTube mode.
in the greenhouse. Let's
YouTube mode is on. Yes, that is one of the many weirdnesses of Dave is the power of YouTube mode.
Okay, I'm gonna skip all the way ahead. Let's see if he got all of the support he was asking for. It still say 44 out of 150. I don't even see anything tagged at the top of his YouTube chat. Nice begging segment, Aunt.
Yeah, that was bad. That was an oof.
He's gonna be calling himself a successful streamer. Within a week, he's gonna be saying people hate him because they're not successful. But we're listening to this speech right now.
Yep. And sorry for fucking about there, but I was trying to deal with I have a persistent error from the YouTubes that streaming will not be smooth even though I'm not showing any lost frames on my end. That doesn't mean anything other than that there's no lost frames being picked up on my end. All right, so we are stuck with the slideshow and not a particular banger of the YouTube music either. So what to do next then while waiting? Because that was a great bag. That bag deserves some more credit because that was a good one. That was a good one. I mean, it was disgusting. It was really bad, but it was really good nonetheless. It was really good nonetheless. If you're into watching the guy beg, and it is currently 11:36. Oh, there we go. Now, guys, I was just about to complain about how late this fucker was. And he went and turned things on. Good. So then I can just turn volume on. Hit. The show starts now. Good, and I'm used to having to do more volume shenanigans. Okay. Live-ish Pahdcast. Let's go. It time go. His intro is too long. And Kick Chat is just doing its level best with the LARPers. Good. DSP should be he should be starting Dasher Pie. That doesn't mean he actually is. Because he's got a whole bit, he's got a whole AI song bit that we don't get to hear because of Raw. And I mean, the songs aren't bad. I don't hate them with the pathological hatred some people do. They're not bad. They're just uncreative AI songs.
And welcome to the final streaming day of the week. What a week it's been. Brand new releases, multiple concluding playthroughs, and a lot of chill vibes. Today,
so chill you'll fall asleep.
Because we've got more Death Stranding 2 and an epic Friday night fight stream that I'll tell you about in just a few moments. But before we get to all of that, we've got
Don't threaten your audience, Dave.
Because today, I'm going to be live reacting to updates regarding the entire Capcom gaming lineup. Street Fighter 6 has a new DLC coming out featuring Sagat. Pragmata has a brand new update explaining the game, and Resident Evil Requiem has a lot more information available. All of this.
Oh God, I forgot he's watching demos. Is it too late to use my suicide pill? Because that would be the logical thing to do at this point when confronted with Dave watching Capcom games. Capcom game trailer things from a Capcom, whatever. It's gonna be miserable.
Came out yesterday, and so today on the show, it's time to give it a look. Plus, we'll be talking about next week's Indivestance Day Marathon and more. So get ready. Hold on to your butts. It's time for an epic week-ending episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
Not cool, Windows. I try to do a thing and it just doesn't work. Why do you do this to me, Windows? You're tearing me apart. But I was trying to get a screen grab of what I'm looking at in my YouTube homepage. Yeah, this Shub-Stationary account has turned into a DSP feed because I'm watching too much DSP Raw, like actual real DSP, not Raw DSP, because I keep having to go to DSP's own page to look at schedules and whatnot. And right now he is being featured by YouTube, according to the page. So that is the thing that is apparently happening.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the
Nothing
show.
Good.
It is Friday, the 27th of June, 2025. I'm DSP, and this is the Level 1 Podcast here on DSP Gaming. So, a little heads up.
Well, that's right. Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Every month, I update my background here, and we have things refreshed. Well, this month, I've decided absolutely not. I'm just going to keep everything exactly the same and be nice and boring for July.
Get on with the bit, Dave.
Maybe not. What we're going to do
yeah, of course it's a bit.
Is refresh it over the weekend, because even though
over the weekend
Sunday is still June, we've only got a couple of days of June left. Friday is Indivestance Day, July 4th, and obviously I want to have some nice festivities and things lined up for that. So, I am excited to update everything for you, and I actually have a bunch of new components.
So we're off to a great start. We've got a decorating segment. It's been a while since we've had a decorating segment. We don't get them very often, but when we do, they're usually doozies. So this should be fun. And by fun, I mean chill and robust and unique and flavor.
I can add to the background for the new month, and I'm curious which ones I should add. I have multiple new lights and lamps. I've got this cool thing that actually makes a component of my setup part of the background. I'm debating what I should do. Got a few options, and I'll mess around with it over my day off tomorrow, and when we come back on Sunday, the background will be refreshed for the new month. So you can say bye-bye to the ghost for now. He'll be retired for a little bit and come back later in the year.
Hashtag justice for Judgy.
And should be fun. Also, brand new animations. I will refresh these animations. Actually, this is
wow.
Supposed to be for the podcast.
Wow.
I will refresh these animations.
Wow. Wow.
Only for the show.
Wow.
Powerpuff Girl.
Wow. 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 Wow.
I will refresh these animations not only for the show of the Level 1 podcast,
also
but
dead
also
air
in general for when we're just hanging out in between and the like. What I do is a general animations that I play when I'm doing like the intro to my night streams and stuff like that. And then I have a Level 1 podcast series of animations for when I'm doing the show. So we'll have all new stuff as of Sunday. All right. So look for a nice summertime refreshment here on.
I'm calling it Tism on the background. Tism.
Back Sunday morning. So I hope you're all doing well, and I hope that you're all enjoying the content. Yesterday was a great day here on the channel because first off, we had no podcast, but we jumped right into Death Stranding 2. I'm going to give you my
morning wrap of the daily wrap is Tism.
I'm not comfortable doing a first impression style video yet until we play it today. And the reason being, yesterday was the cinematic intro, the initial first gameplay, but we haven't even fought the BTs yet. If you don't remember, the BTs are...
Dave, why the fuck should anybody watch any of your content? Why do you maintain a backlog when for the past, at least from the last 18 months, why should anyone watch your content when every fucking day, every stream you do, you recap what you've done, if done in the last stream, the whole last day? Seriously. I mean, you start the night pre-stream talking about what you did on the day stream, and then you do the daily wrap where you recount what you did on the night stream and the day stream, and then during the Pahdcast the following day, you're talking about everything that you did in the daily wrap. What the? This is recapception. You're just doing recaps of recaps at this point. Are we going to get to the point where the entire stream is just you recapping what you did so that by the end of the stream, you're at where you were when you started the stream?
These creatures coming from the afterlife, monsters that are out to, like, hurt people, and they're really creepy, and it's a gameplay element that's different from just the, carrying of packages across the landscape and or avoiding raiders. So until I actually get the BT gameplay in, I don't really think that I can do a proper
That's an excuse
impressions of the game. But
that's a soft excuse, and because he's making an excuse for why he can't give you his opinion yet, even though he's probably going to spend the next 10 minutes giving you his opinion on things.
After today's stream, I think I will. I'll do an actual highlight video where I'll make it the highlight of the weekend and say, hey, here's my first impressions on Death Stranding 2. So expect that. But today, another awesome
I'm with you,
session,
Dasher
and
Pie.
I'll tell you a little bit about
My brain is not good for
in just a
thinking
moment,
things at the
okay?
moment either.
So that was great yesterday. It went well. We had good attendance. People were very interested in my initial impressions of the game. The game looks gorgeous, ran really well, and looked great in my footage. And all my
Graphics
parts got
horror?
claimed.
Okay,
Right,
we're going to go with
because the game
copyrightism,
used
okay?
licensed music, which I'm not opposed to. The music actually was really nicely executed.
This is seriously torture because I have a memory that can remember things more than 5 minutes ago. So, Dave, shut up. This really is painful because this is the third time in 24 hours I sat through this rant while watching a stream of his, while doing a Reeestream, because he started off last night with this bit about how Kojima and the game company are evil sons of bitches for stealing his money by claiming the music. I got to sit through it last night during the daily wrap, and now I'm doing it again. And anybody who was here from the night stream last night, you got to sat through it with you. Yeah, Dasher Pie was here. Yeah, exactly. I don't get this. I mean, Dave wants people to watch all of his content. So why does he make it such an assault on you, on your ability to watch it, by recapping everything as if no one's watched any of it? The only people at this point who are watching you, Dave, are people who are in for the duration. You are not getting new viewers. And the only people who do hang out are the ones with endurance to begin with.
Of lyrics and singing at certain parts of you doing gameplay and stuff like that. But because it's licensed music, all the videos from yesterday are already claimed, and I can't make anything on them. So it is what it is.
He is still seething about that.
If you are so far enjoying the Death Stranding 2 playthrough, I hope that you will support it in some way. Whether you like it, you leave a comment on it for engagement purposes. Whether
give me monies.
You would maybe think of doing maybe a tip or something like that. Dropping by a stream, saying hello, doing a super chat, giving a sub.
That's a beg. That's a beg.
Like that, because I make absolutely nothing on the videos, right? What a shocking twist that in 2025, YouTube's insanely broken system would, misappropriate ownership of videos to people who don't own them. And
Dave, the copyright system on YouTube is suboptimal, but given the choices, this is probably, if not the least bad way they could do it, certainly one of them. And I'm also gonna include this as this is another. I think this is another bag. I think I'm gonna classify this as another bag because he went and let's watch that again. But if to make sure I'm not being unfair to the guy. But what's going to happen here, I believe, is he's going to go off and kind of lose the plot. He's just going to fall into a general bag about halfway through. So he's going to make an appeal that, come on, guys, you need to give me some support because of this copyright issue. And here's all the ways you can do it. And then he just kind of loses the plot and he just tells you all the ways that he can do it, like he's just doing his general support pitch. So I think he just did a sympathy bag into a general bag, or he just super canceled his way into a general bag from a sympathy bag.
Whether you would maybe think of doing maybe a playthrough, I hope that you will
here we go.
Support it in some way. Whether you like it, you leave a comment on it for engagement purposes. Whether
that was the point right there where he lost it. That's where he is just on pure reflex and instinct at this point, where we've made our pitch, we've made our point, we've reached our stopping point, and
some way. Whether you like it, you leave a comment on it for engagement purposes.
And right there is the point where it should end. That's where he should cut it. That's where I'm sure his brain is, where the rational part of his brain is telling him, okay, beg made, cut. But his brain runs about a second behind the rest of the world, so his body, which is already used to begging, it's already got muscle memory, just keeps on going into the general bag.
Whether you would maybe think of doing maybe a tip or something like that, dropping by a stream, saying hello, doing a super chat, giving a sub on kick if you're here, something like that, because I make absolutely nothing on the videos, right?
Yep, that was the compound bag. That was the compound bag.
2025, YouTube's insanely broken system would, misappropriate ownership of videos to people who don't own them.
Yep, absolutely compound bag.
Actually work, don't get credit for it. It's not a big deal. The videos don't have tons of views either. To be frank with all of you, I wasn't expecting Death Stranding 2 to do so well on the channel.
Also, Dave, let's go back and hear that again. If they're not, the videos aren't doing well, so you don't care?
Misappropriate ownership of videos to people who don't own them.
Yep.
And then people who actually work don't get credit for it.
Also, that's a good place to stop. That's a good freeze frame. So note here, the people who did the work are not the people in the studio who made the song, the music. They're not the people who made the game. They're this fuckwit who is sitting in his man cave surrounded by his children's bedroom. He's the guy really doing the work. He's the guy who is the mature adult with a business degree. He's the guy who should be having all the monies. And those fuckwits at YouTube are taking it away from him because they're like stealing his videos and giving the monies to some idiots who are book smart, not street smart, at whoever the fuck made Death Stranding 2. That
It's not a big deal. The videos don't have tons of views either.
And that's what I was looking for. So then why does this segment exist? You spent several minutes molding about this, and you spent like 15 to 20 minutes over the last 12 hours molding about this, Dave. So if the videos aren't doing well and they're not making any money, why do you care?
To be frank with all of you, I wasn't expecting Death Stranding 2 to do so well on the channel. I even said to you that I felt this particular playthrough wasn't going to do well because of the style of game that it is. If you remember years ago, Death Stranding 1 also didn't do well. All right. And people actually told me within a few streams to stop playing it because it was boring and stuff like that. In this case, I kind of know what I'm expecting. And here's the thing. Even if the video
Tism.
because people are already watching the game on someone else's channel because the game's been out since Monday.
Also, speaking of Tism,
or because people are watching the people who steal my content and watching it on their channels instead.
Oh,
whatever it is,
toxicity.
I don't really care. I just want the streams to do well because the streams are really where I get my support for to make a living. So
Dave, be very careful with this because what you mean is people show up and give you money on the streams. The streams themselves don't make you jack shit because you get an audience of a couple of hundred concurrent viewers on YouTube. You got 165 165 concurrent viewers on YouTube at the moment. That's gonna make fuck all for ad revenue. That's gonna translate to that's gonna translate to what, 1,000 or so views probably over the course of just the podcast. I mean, so that's literal pennies. That's 2 to 5 cents right there, Dave. So, and even if you could nuke all of your detractor channels, nobody's going to come watch. Nobody's going to give you money. Even if they have to come watch you on your channel, you're going to make pennies from that. Pennies. You make your money off of member BAMs and super chats and all of that, which detractors aren't going to give you because giving money to Phil is universally recognized as one of the most dented things you can do. That troll tipping is a bad habit because you're not the odds of him actually giving you something for your money are almost non-existent.
As long as the streams are doing well, I'll keep it in the rotation. But I obviously would like your opinions on this game as we continue to play it. Today we will definitely have new gameplay elements
and now
introduced.
And now it's
after that,
being held hostage with the wage quit.
Feel more samey around the 3rd and 4th streams. Let's see how it goes.
I'm gonna rule wage quits count as a bag.
To anyone who sticks around
wage
and
quits,
supports, but
wage quit threats.
Initial impressions coming in just a little bit, and an actual full-on first impressions video will be coming later tonight on the channel as a highlight after I've played today's stream. Okay. Yesterday, the notable thing that
Dave, genuinely, why do you think people care about you? You were raging about how nobody's going to give you any views because they got it early. And it's not fair that they got it early and it was stupid to pay money to get it early. And you should get it first for some reason so that you can make all the monies. That's what you were whining about yesterday. So if nobody's going to watch your gameplay because all of those spicy and hot day one views are gone, why the fuck do you think anyone's going to watch a video you made about first impressions? That's it. You are so far out of the content review meta, you don't even know where to begin. Or Dave, do you have a whale that has said, now, Dave, I'd like to know what your opinions are. And that's what is motivating this. That you think somebody's going to give you money. Like somebody has specifically given you an indication they'll give you money for this. Because that would make sense. That would be rational under your circumstances. So that's what I'm choosing to believe has happened. Is that somebody behind the scenes has told him that they want to see this. And he believes there's money attached to that request.
On stream yesterday was actually last night. We did a summer sale stream on Steam. That is like a tongue twister. So basically, Steam's summer sale began yesterday.
Talking about tongue twisters is tism.
Previous years where I wasn't a PC gamer.
Also alliteration.
So it actually legitimately affects me in a good way. There's a lot of games on Steam that people have mentioned over the years or said, hey, would you try this one now that you're a PC gamer? And I'm like, well, we'll see. But now these things are on the cheap. Last night I bought
Steam Summer Sale
Vampire
Tism.
Survivors. I actually bought Black Mesa, the complete edition. The game's completed, and now I can actually play it from start to finish. The Beginner's Guide, which is from the makers of Stanley Parable. Let me think. Oh, Star Wars Battlefront 2 from back in 2017. The complete edition has all the content, and I guess it has a reinvigoration this year.
A reinvigoration this year. All you have to do to get this guy to play a game that he has written off before is tell him it's gotten a patch and it's reinvigorated and it's robust and flavorful and tangy now. Oh, also unique. And he'll buy and he'll do it. He'll do it. Jesus, Dave. But I will just point everyone to when he was looking at EA at the EA Direct or EA Play last night in Game Pass. Battlefront 2 is already there. He did not have to buy Battlefront 2. He gets that through Game Pass.
That's cool. I think I got Harvester. I got a bunch. I like 5 or 6 different small time games that we can kind of throw in and do for like late night streams every once in a while just for fun. And I also bought
those are going to be miserable.
DLC pack for American Truck Simulator. Like 6
miserable
states, including Texas. Okay.
So are you going to do anything with it, or are you just going to keep summarizing?
We're going
summarizing
have
it is
content to do and all kinds of new jobs and things. Really awesome.
I don't know if you're going to have new jobs. You might have a few new cargo types, but I mean, the main content was just you bought it to add. You bought it to add Wichita and Hutch to your goddamn gameplay, which you should avoid if you can. But Dave, you added states. Just play the game. Play the game instead of doing this. Play ATS. That would be fun. That would be, so whole list of adjectives that you prefer, like robust.
And majorly upgraded what we can do in it. It's going to be pretty neat.
I've broken the robust
today,
meme, though.
Will be awesome. So it was a great chill stream. We talked, we hung out, we talked about games. Well, another thing that we actually determined, which is kind of interesting and important, we were talking about moving forward some ideas for marathons, because as you know, Indivestance Day is a week from today.
Stop calling it that, Dave.
And we're going to talk about
Just
that
stop
in a minute.
calling it that.
It's going to be a very exciting, fun, chill marathon stream where we're going to have vests and hats back for the first time in like a year. It's going to be neat. But moving forward, we have to have ideas for some other marathons because I usually do one. And, when you get to the end of the year, it's usually easy to figure out. In October, I always do a Halloween marathon. In November, I always do a Thanksgiving time marathon.
Scheduling tism.
In December, we always do a Christmas event. Right?
Scheduling tism.
What about in between? What about August?
Also, I've got skip juice.
Taking a look at some of the stuff.
I'm just bypassing this for my own sanity. Scheduling tism is the worst kind of tism. The tism counter will break if I have to watch an entire raw scheduling segment.
Playing against them tonight. I just hope for good connections. You never know what's going to
happen. All right,
talking
still scheduling.
It's not going to happen. That's definitely not the case. It's just a matter of what comes first. And I've seen some people excited for Suikoden 2 and some people excited for GTA 4. So
yes, Sweet Codeine 2.
We're kind of like figuring this out as much as we can. All right. So I love your opinions. What do you guys think? Every day I've been asking whenever I do a podcast.
Oh, God.
People, before a gameplay.
Dave, make a decision on your own.
What are you guys here who are here today this morning? What do you think you would like more between those two? What do you guys think?
This is some dead air.
Soy codeine? Nice. Take some soy codeine.
Yeah, that's how you keep saying it, Dave. That's how you keep saying it. Suikoden. 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 It's not hard, Dave. It's Japanese. It's all phonetic. Suikoden. Suikoden. Suikoden ni. Hoi. Iko.
That's a little different from Suikoden. Dirt Rally and Zomboid. Wow, games we're not playing. Thanks for mentioning them.
Tangy, savory seasonings it wasn't obvious from the name that they were a detractor. Banning the game whose name shall mentioning the forbidden game whose name shall not be named with Assetto Corsa on what should be played. I'm sure tangy, savory seasonings will be on the ban list soon enough, and I will investigate that.
Daily Demo says GTA. Nobody wants either of those games. Oh, okay. So what would you like, Hardcore Henry?
Oh, the way he fucking said that. That's a toxicity. That's an easy toxicity right there.
Do you like? You say something incredibly stupid, I'm sure.
That's an absolutely toxicity.
So I'd love your feedback. All right.
It's all part of the same toxicity, though. So
I think by the end of today, we should probably figure this out.
Wow.
Can I not do all the heroes? It drags out the playthrough a bit. I mean, to be honest, that's kind of the appeal of the Suikoden series, is the number of characters and recruiting them all and getting the better ending. So, no, if I play Suikoden 2, we will be getting all the characters, just like we did in 1. In fact, for one
Okay, so we have on the one hand, we have an incredibly dented question of would you like not play the game the way it's supposed to be played? Which honestly is not that dented in general for a streamer, but it is with an RPG. As most RPGs are not built to support weird challenges. They are built to be played particular ways. That doesn't mean you can't play them different ways. I mean, stuff like Final Fantasy Tactics lends itself really well to random job challenges. You know, like one job challenge, everybody's a squire. You can only use the squire job, or Ramza only, or whatever. But so yeah, that is dented in the context of Suikoden, because the first game does establish the basics, which is that there's a huge cast and recruiting them is part of the equation. But then Dave gets toxic. I mean, that somebody would even ask that. He's offended somebody would even ask that, when he's the one who constantly bitches about how, you know, we guys, we can't play JRPGs because we play JRPGs, they take too long.
Of the Suikoden series, it drags out. If I do Suikoden 2, can I not do all the heroes? It drags out the playthrough a bit. I mean, to be honest, that's kind of the appeal of the Suikoden series, is the number of characters and recruiting them all and getting the better ending. So, no, if I play Suikoden 2, we will be getting all the characters, just like we did in 1. In fact, for what I understand, it's easier to do in 2 than it was in 1.
Yeah, that's a toxicity. I'm counting it as a toxicity.
Exactly. GTA 4 was gray. It was they wanted to make it more gritty and realistic, which I get, but it definitely made the game look just very washed out at that time. I still love the game, but the mods make it look better. They really do, so.
And modtism, okay.
A lot of people on the YouTube side are saying GTA 4 is what they would want.
Yes, do that. That has the most potential for hilarity.
And what we'll do is it will balance that back and forth with Death Stranding 2. So it'll probably be whatever we do this on Tuesday, Wednesday Death Stranding, Thursday this again, and then Friday the marathon, and then we alternate moving forward for a couple of weeks.
Okay, we done scheduling Tism? We done scheduling Dave? Because this is like really bad. This is, I mean, it's all going to be bad, but this is, you know. Dead air.
The vibe I am getting is GTA 4 in general. Some people are saying they want Suikoden 2 right now, but the vibe.
It's because you want GTA 4, Dave.
Is number one, we just played a lengthy RPG with Claire Obscure.
So we can't play it. We cannot play a game that's like another game because of reasons. Seriously, Dave, Suikoden 2 is nothing like Claire Obscure, other than that they both involve turn-based combat. Why the fuck would you think you can't do them back to back? Honestly, if you're going to play RPGs, that's how you should play them, is ones that are different from one another. It can be mechanical differences, and it can be thematic differences. It can be visual differences, and thematically and visually, they are very different things from Claire Obscure. So are you going to now tell me that I'm an idiot and I need to quit fucked? Because I think you are. And I think you're going to make an ass of yourself doing it because you're going to have a Z grade take.
We don't want to go into another one right away. That's number one. And number two, it's been a while since there's been GTA content on the channel. I haven't played GTA.
Dave, there's 5 mainline GTA games, and there's a couple of spin-offs. You play one of the mainline ones whenever you feel it's pertinent, quote unquote. So yeah, there hasn't been a re-release recently, but that's the only reason you go back to it. You played GTA 5 when you got your PC, I think, or on PS5 when it was released on PS5, one or the other, because it was a new release and you have to play all the new releases, even though you don't, according to you. So, Dave, if you just want to play it, then just say, "Hey guys, I want to play it." Don't try this rationalization nonsense where now, guys, I want to do the thing, but the thing is really beneficial to you. Because it's just bullshit. It's all bullshit, Dave.
GTA 4 in 6+ years, so it would feel refreshing, especially with the GTA 6 right around the corner next year. It would be cool to have a GTA playthrough. So, if this is the vibe we're getting, then that's maybe what we'll go with. All right, and then Suikoden 2, we can always play later on in the summer when we have some downtime. I'd be okay with that. What do you think?
Wow,
Goob. Can we come to a general agreement, a consensus?
No.
That GTA 4 with mods is probably the way to go?
No, Dave. If you want to do this, just run a poll. That's what you always do. And then when the poll doesn't produce the result you want, you'll say the trolls did it and you're going to do whatever you want anyway. So just do what you want. So if this is what you want to do, Dave, then just do it. Don't make it a democracy. These are the United States of Phil, after all. What you want goes. So just enjoy being a dictator.
Why not GTA 5 with mods? We just played GTA 5. What was it, last year before? We just played it recently.
Yeah, because we can't do anything before a sufficient amount of time has passed where I can panhandle and you won't remember the particulars of the last time I panhandled in this game. Where I can make all the same jokes repeatedly. I know some people have done that where he's done these replays and they've gone back to the originals where he has made the same damn joke and failed to do the same damn task. Some of those montages are great. Some of those are great.
All right. Unless someone can convince me otherwise, I think that's what we're going to go with. All right. Let's just focus on
Dave, are you actually convincible on this? Are you actually convincible on this? Does my laugh go? Yes, it does. Sorry, I got a little nested meme right there. Are you actually convincible on this, Dave? Because you usually aren't. Once you've made up your mind is set until you think you have a better idea. So are you genuinely willing to listen to people and hear them out on this? Or does convince me mean throw me a lot of money? Because that's particularly dented because in the past you said, well, I'm not for sale, guys. I'm not going to play any game just because somebody gives me money. And you usually use that to get out of things where people have said, yeah, I'll give you a couple of night streams worth of money if you'll fuck about in whatever game they suggest. Hell, when you went through your capture card thing, because I had an HD60 sitting around, I offered it to you if you'd play Stellaris for a couple of nights. But yeah, that's just how you are, Dave. You're a piece of shit. Where of course you're gonna run a scam where you say, yeah, you guys, I can convince me otherwise if you give me a lot of money, and then they give you a lot of money and you're still gonna do whatever the fuck you want. There's always a but unless Phil wants to do otherwise clause to everything he does, because on his pyramid of needs, even getting money is second to doing what he wants. And if doing what he wants means that he will not get money, he will, generally speaking, do what he wants. And then he will achieve psychological balance by just coping and seething about the consequences of his actions. Yeah, Dash Spy, I know. I know this is a rant that everybody's had a rant like this. and everybody has heard a rant like this regarding the guy, but he just got me going, which that's a tism flare. That's a tism flare for provoking me.
GTA 4 with mods sounds like a plan for starting up next week. Okay? All right. We got some initial shout outs to do.
Wow.
Very generally cover my thoughts on Death Stranding 2. I also want to talk about the Independence Day event, and then we're going to do reactions.
Why are you covering your thoughts on it when you're going to be doing an impressions video?
To the Capcom stuff from yesterday. That's the agenda for today. Okay? So let's do some shout outs.
What the fuck is going on here?
We start off with James Connor, who did a $5 super chat. Listen to this. This is absolutely hilarious. Remember when you only drank for Christmas? Yes. I remember when I only drank on stream for Christmas. That's correct. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week.
Yep.
No.
Yes.
Now it's 2 times.
Now it's 2 to 3 times. Okay, so he's gonna tell us how no dumb fuck. It's only during ATS and Taxi Life. And they're not necessarily all during the same week. But yeah, this guy makes a good point. He's drinking 2 to 3 times a week, and because he's drinking on ATS and he's drinking on Taxi Life. I mean, that's twice. That's twice a week, and then it can rise to 3 times if he's doing a marathon or something. If he's doing a marathon where he said it's okay for him to be a recovering alcoholic who's drinking hard liquor. So let's back us up a little bit and get the full context, as he would like to say.
Yes, I remember when areas. Connor, who did a $5 super chat.
Okay,
Listen to this. This is absolutely hilarious.
$5 super
remember
chat.
When you only drank for Christmas? Yes, I remember when I only drank on stream for Christmas. That's correct. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. No, it's not. Now it's 2 times a week max. Whenever I'm doing a driving game.
So 2 to 3 times a week. Math is hard, Dave, but this is as kindergarten math as it gets. So yes, up to 2 times a week, which is a subset, which does fall within 2 to 3 times a week.
American Truck Sim, and now we've added Taxi Life, and each night I'm drinking 2 White Claws. Okay. Your days off, that's not true. I'm always drinking on my days off. I don't know where
we have no evidence one way or the other of that, Dave. And you are gin brained. You are gin brained. You have a history of drinking. Even after you say you are not you're a recovering alcoholic now, you still talk about liking to have mixed drinks on the weekend on your days off, which, it's okay. Dave, there's nothing wrong with drinking. There's nothing wrong with drinking. You are an adult. One might even say a mature adult, maybe even with a business degree. So it is okay to drink. The problem here is that you are, by your own admission, an alcoholic, a recovering alcoholic, but an alcoholic. And people are going to ask questions about why an alcoholic who has used his alcoholism to gain sympathy before is drinking on camera at all, let alone as frequently as you are. They might even ask questions like, is this guy really an alcoholic? And I think that's a wonderful question, because there is some, I don't have a lot of history with alcoholics. I don't have a lot of experience rather with alcoholics. I have a lot of history with them because that's that particular genetic failure does run in my family. And thankfully, I've always avoided booze precisely because I know my mother's side of the family is just full of them. It's full of lushes, and I did not want that. Any part of that life. So Dave, if you are an alcoholic and you've managed to break free of the grip of the bottle, aren't you worried about a relapse? That's always the concern of, I'm just in the Snortex, ALT Insider is someone who describes himself as a recovering alcoholic who, he rips Dave apart in these alcoholic segments because Dave is utterly unafraid of drinking. And if you've actually wrestled with the addiction and beating it, once you're free, you're terrified of going back. No one is No one who's actually done that is so cavalier about, oh yeah, I can drink. It's just 2 White Claws. No one is that cavalier, at least according to the descriptions of trying to fight it that come from guys like ALT and who've actually wrestled with long-term alcohol abuse. Now, all this is in the service of the question of, is Dave actually an alcoholic? And I used to think, yeah. I mean, you don't drink the way he did if you're not. If you don't have some kind of physical addiction to the stuff. But then he does shit like this and he gets so super defensive about it. I genuinely don't know anymore. I mean, I don't know how you drink to being blacked out the way he did. But I mean, he could not be, he might not be an alcoholic. He just might be an idiot who drank himself half to death because he had nothing better to do. Which is, that speaks to other problems that he has.
That impression.
Also, tism.
Marathon. That is to some extent true. The amount that I drink during a marathon is determined by the amount of support I get. It's kind of a gimmick. You know,
it's kind of a gimmick. Again, recovering alcoholic has drinking on camera as a gimmick to make money. How does any of that add up in your head, Dave, if you were actually a recovering alcoholic? Or a former alcoholic, as he would say? How does any of that make sense?
You say you only used to drink on Christmas. You're right, but that's also because we didn't do marathons. Now we do a marathon once a month, and it's a very special event, and people like it. So if it's working, why wouldn't you keep doing it, right?
Because you're the one who says he's had issues with alcohol addiction, Dave.
That can't be good for a recovering alcoholic. Okay, allow me to explain something to you.
Oh, this is I'm just for that tone, he's getting a toxicity. I mean, you can feel it. You can feel it welling up right now. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be why I put up with this nonsense.
There's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic.
Okay, so you're admitting, okay, that's actually a good, okay, Dave, you're admitting you're still an alcoholic then. Because from what you're right, that is a saying, there is no such thing as a recovering alcoholic. It's you're always an alcoholic. It's just how far are you in its thrall? Now, if you're gonna say I'm a former alcoholic, well, I'm gonna add some tism flares. I'm gonna add 5 tism flares. If he's taking this as there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic, and what he takes that to mean is, now guys, I don't have to worry about that because I'm no longer an alcoholic. Because the whole point of that phrase is that you never stop being an alcoholic. Even when it's managed, even when you're managing it. Calling yourself a recovering alcoholic is a form of coping and self-deception that can enable you to resume your bad habits. You can it's that part of your brain that still wants the booze, trying to convince yourself that it's okay to go back if just have a little bit, because you're recovering. You're recovering. You're not a full-blown alcoholic. No, you're recovering. You're on the road to being better. So it's okay to just take a little detour, to step off the beaten path just this once, just a little bit. So all right, Dave. Let's back this up just a bit to give him the runway he needs for this, because this is gonna be good, hopefully.
Okay, allow me to explain something to you. There's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic, all right? When you're talking about someone who has told you about, 7 years ago, I was overly drinking, and I was drinking almost all the time, every night, behind the scenes, awful stuff, mistreating my body, okay? Idiots say things like, well, if you're an alcoholic, you can never recover. Well, let me ask you a question. When you're an alcoholic, it means that you're completely dependent on the substance. every day.
Not completely.
You have an addiction. You
Not
want
completely.
It, you crave it. You want it in your system. You feel better. You get those, what is it, endorphins or whatever when you actually drink, correct? And it's not just alcoholism. It's any substance abuse. For some people, it's cigarettes. For some people, it's weed. For some people, it's other kinds of drugs.
Okay, and here we get to the Dave sleight of hand. Here he's getting a tism just for this. He's getting a tism for this, regardless of how many are added for this rant in the first place. Here's his sleight of hand. He doesn't want to talk about alcoholism. He doesn't want to talk about alcoholism. And note the qualifiers. You're totally dependent upon it, because he doesn't want to talk about the fact that high functioning alcoholics exist. He doesn't want to talk about that people can be utterly in the thrall of the bottle and still be pretty good at pulling off the responsibilities of life so that no one suspects how deep they're in. And now we get another little bit of subterfuge as he throws out, it's not just about alcohol, guys. It's be it cigarettes or pot. And so now he's going to try to lose you in the thicket of addiction in general rather than alcoholism in particular.
Some people it's eating, actually, but it's an addiction, correct? If you're an alcoholic, it means that you rely on this every single day. It has to be part of your routine. It has to be.
No, Dave. No, that's not what addiction is. That's what tism is. that's what OCD is. Yeah, that's how you know you have OCD, is if you are an alcoholic and you have to schedule your drinking times. You might need to get an OCD test if you feel compelled to schedule your drinking times. No, Dave, no, it's that you have a chemical dependency on alcohol. That's what alcoholism is. That's what any addiction is, and it's why the broadening of addiction is one of those questionable misappropriations of the English language. But do continue.
Something that you run back to, right? Okay.
No, Dave, no. Okay, I see what you're doing, Dave. See, let's just watch what he did there.
On this every single day, it has to be part of your routine. It has to be something that you run back to.
Right there. It has to be your comfort food. It has to be the thing that you go to when you are down. It is the thing that you always go back to. Now he's about to say, now guys, I'm not an alcoholic because I don't go back to the liquor. And that's what his cope is going to be, is that because he has set up this extraneous parameter to defining what an alcoholic is, he is going to say, I'm not an alcoholic because I don't meet this additional criteria that I have established.
Right? Okay. Usually when you think alcoholism, you think someone has it out of control. They can't stop, right?
And Dave, that's usually right, but not in the way you probably mean. I don't think of someone who is so drunk that they can't hold a job. I think of the high functioning alcoholic, of the guy who has managed to figure out how to appear to be living a mostly normal life while getting blackout drunk whenever possible. That's what I think of when I think of an alcoholic. So, yeah, do continue.
I will tell you, there were times in my life when this was absolutely the case. There was times during the
Dave, according to the metric that you established earlier, there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic. It means that if you were an alcoholic at one point, you will always be one.
And there were times during the 2010s when this was the case for me, where it was out of control and I was acting in ways that I normally wouldn't because I was under the influence. It was actually hurting my lifestyle, my body, my relationships with people. Absolutely. I told you this stuff, right?
Yes.
But what's hilarious about this is that people say, oh my God, wait a minute, but you were an alcoholic. You're drinking?
Yes.
Yes. Because in life, it's not absolutes. Do you get it?
All of this, remember how this started? It was, hey, dumb fuck, have you ever heard the expression, there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic? when you start with that, because when you start with that, it's the assumption is you're going to say, guys, there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic, which is why, because I don't drink constantly, I'm not an alcoholic. And now we're at I was an alcoholic, and you're a dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck for pointing out that I'm drinking, because in life there's moderation. When the entire point of this entire thing has been about addiction is once you get started, you might not be able to stop. Dave, you are just giving a masterclass on why you are a high-functioning alcoholic. People have wondered, has he just stopped drinking or is he just high-functioning? This entire rant is a lot of evidence that you are just high-functioning. You are so defensive and so dead set on rationalizing that it's okay for you to drink while also clinging to being an alcoholic because of all the victim points you've claimed over the years for being an alcoholic. So, oh my God.
In life, it's about moderation and doing things responsibly. Maybe in the past...
Dave, an alcoholic cannot drink responsibly. That is the... Okay, I do not. It is not my intent to pass judgment, and I'm trying not to sound like I am. It is not my intent to pass judgment or to come across as an expert on alcoholism. But if you've spent any time, Dave, talking to people who have been in the thrall of the bottle, people who have battled alcoholism, the story you hear time and time and time again is that an alcoholic cannot drink responsibly, because once you start, there is no guarantee that you can stop. It doesn't matter how strong-willed you are. The very best of people fail, because that's the point of the addiction. The addiction is the ultimate temptation. It is an actual chemical dependency in many cases, where your body is telling you, your body actually thinks it needs it. You have every biological urge screaming at you to give your body what it wants to satisfy that. That's why there is no drinking responsibly for alcoholics. It's because once you start, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to stop this time. And even if you can stop this time, once you've started again and your body's gotten a taste of it, it's going to want more. So... And the same goes for most other addictive substances that have a chemical dependency component. It's why there is no responsible use of cocaine. It's why there's no responsible use of methamphetamine. It's because once you start, there is no guarantee you can stop. And it is very hard to stop. But now Dave's telling us that, yeah, guys, I'm an alcoholic, but it's okay if I drink on stream because I drink in moderation. Okay, I gotta back this up. I'm gonna back this up and let him cook for a little while with this, but I just needed to lay that out. He's got to be up to 10 tism. This has got to be plus 10 tism flare at this point.
Yes, because in life, wait a minute. What's hilarious about this?
Okay, Dave. Yep, you're gonna tell me what's hilarious about this. I'm gonna let him finish this thought or go until he gets lost.
Is that people say, "Oh my God, wait a minute! But you were an alcoholic. You're drinking?" Yes. Because in life, it's not absolutes. Do you get it? In life, it's about moderation and doing things responsibly. Maybe in the past, I admit I've had substance abuse issues with alcohol. I've told you all about it publicly. I've admitted it. It's been something intimate that I've opened up about, right? That doesn't mean that today, if I drink 2 White Claws on a driving stream and I get a little bit of a buzz and we're having fun, that now I've become an alcoholic. If you think that, you're actually a fucking retard.
Okay, that's toxicity. That's toxicity. And I'm going to have to watch that again. Because is he admitting that his claiming he was an alcoholic in the past was a lie? Because I'll give him a little more. But I think he just admitted, I think his argument at this point is I'm not an alcoholic, guys. I've never been an alcoholic. I just drank myself shit-faced because I wanted to. Because I wanted to get drunk. I think that's the implicit part of what he just said. But I will let you finish this, Dave, and then we'll back it up and watch.
All right? I want you to understand that. If you actually think that because someone who has problems in the past is having one or two casual drinks in a controlled, responsible environment and having fun with an audience, that they're an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking moron.
That's more
And no one
toxicity.
can help you because you actually think life is black and white. It's either you're an alcoholic or you are fucking teetotaler, straight edge. That's not how life works. Okay? So when you send me a super chat like that and you say one of the most dumb fucking things I've ever heard,
More toxicity.
I laugh at how dumb and ignorant you are. All right? I'm an responsible adult. I'm not drinking and then driving. I'm not drinking myself into a stupor every night and acting a fool. Okay? What you're saying doesn't exist. A responsible adult has the ability to have a drink or two every once in a while and have fun, particularly if it's enhancing the experience. You guys said me doing this when I'm doing the driving streams is kind of fun. 'Cause I get buzzed and, we have fun conversation. It actually makes the driving more difficult. You can see having fender benders and stuff in the game. It's fun, right? So, could you be dumber? No, I don't think so.
Toxic. Also, hello Voltage with the recovering pickleaholic. Yeah, good. That's right. Hello Voltage. Just poke fun at this. This is, oh my god, this is great. This is one of the most dented takes he's had in a while.
I actually think that if you think that because I have a couple drinks on a driving stream that I'm an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking idiot. And you actually need
Dave, people think you're an alcoholic because you claimed you were one.
help. You need help. Not me. You're the one who needs fucking help.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Now, marathons, like I said.
Okay, we're I'm taking this opportunity to back it up. Because he is, his position is that he is not an alcoholic. His position is that he is not an alcoholic.
About 7 years ago, I was overly drinking and I was drinking almost all the time. I've told you this stuff, right? Absolutes. Do you get it?
Okay,
In
here we
life,
go.
It's about moderation and doing things responsibly.
Yep.
Maybe in the past, I admit I've had substance abuse issues with alcohol. I've told you all about it publicly.
Okay, so this is what I was looking for. So let's hear that
In life,
again.
It's about moderation and doing things responsibly. Maybe in the past, I admit I've had substance abuse issues with alcohol.
So he's had substance abuse issues with alcohol. Okay. And then
all about it publicly. I've admitted it. It's been something intimate that I've opened up about, right?
Uh-huh.
That doesn't mean that today, if I drink 2 White Claws on a driving stream and I get a little bit of a buzz and we're having fun, that now I've become an alcoholic. If you
yes, this is, oh my God, when the Clippers get a hold of this. When the Clippers get a hold of this, it's gonna be open season. Hell, when TBS tomorrow gets a hold of this, it's gonna be open season on the guy. Because remember, in his telling, the only reason why Jaha and Mike Watson in 2006 didn't beat the ever-loving fuck out of this guy, or sometime before he got on the internet, is before he started YouTubing, when he was still in the FGC and went to one of the Evos. He talked shit, and Jaha and Mike Watson cornered him, and we're gonna beat the shit out of him for talking shit, for being a toxic shithead on the internet. According to his own telling of the story, he curled up and cried, "Guys, don't hurt me. I did all those things because I was drunk and I'm an alcoholic." And it worked. Mike Watson wasn't going to kick the living. Decided not to pummel the ever-loving crap out of him because he was too pathetic. So his position for literally years, like decades at this point, is that he was an alcoholic. And according to this very fucking segment, Dave was never an alcoholic. according to this segment, there are no recovering alcoholics. Either you are or you are not. And if you are, because there are no recovering alcoholics, if you are an alcoholic, you never stop being one. So according to him, he is because he's allowed to drink today. He wants to drink today. That doesn't make him an alcoholic. So if he's not an alcoholic today, then he has never been one, according to the logic of this segment that he has laid out. So, yeah, that's, yeah, Koraz, he got on his knees and cried. I asked Jaha. Yeah, I've heard the story. I've seen Jaha comment and I've heard the story that Dave bent over backwards. Dave bent over backwards to avoid having his shit wrecked. And it was because I'm an alcoholic, guys, and I get drunk. And here's his position that he's not an alcoholic. And if he's not an alcoholic today, then he never has been one. So it's okay for him to drink on stream. And the best part of this, the best part of this is I wish I knew a counselor who does like AA stuff, who does alcohol rehab. I would love to clip this and send it and say, does this remind you of one of your patients trying to justify why they're allowed to drink? Because I'm sure the answer is yes. This entire segment feels like a massive attempt to self-pignatize that he's allowed to drink. He's allowed to drink because he's not an alcoholic, guys. So he doesn't have to worry about drinking. So he can drink whatever he wants. And guys, he's drinking. He's not drinking a lot. He's not drinking a lot. He's not going out and putting others at risk by getting drunk, by drinking. It's fine. He's being responsible even. You should praise him and give him money too for doing this. I wish, and I'm not using the Dave falsetto and the goat laugh because he's actually making that argument. I mean, one of the reasons why he's allowed to drink, according to his own fucking logic, is that it enhances the viewing experience. Holy shit, this is insane. This is wow. I was expecting this to be bad. I was expecting this to be bad for like the Death Stranding 2 takes. This is otherworldly insane. This is one that's going to get some views and be talked about because this is can you have a crash out on? Can you have a crash out about being an alcoholic when you're claiming you've never been an alcoholic?
You think that you're
out? We're gonna get to that dash fire. We're gonna get to that. Let me get back to where he was.
I'm not drinking and acting a fool to have a drink or two every once in a while. Me doing this when I'm doing the driving streams is kind of fun. Like buzzed and we have fun conversation. It actually makes the driving more difficult.
Yeah, it makes the viewing experience better. Yep.
And stuff in the games. It's funny, right? So, could you be dumber? No, I don't think so. I actually think that if you think that because I have a couple drinks on a driving stream that I'm an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking idiot, and you actually need help. You need help, not me. You're help. Okay. Now. Marathons, like I said,
here's where
definitely
we left off.
Interesting, because sometimes I end up drinking way too much, I admit, and other times there's almost nothing. It really depends on levels of support and stuff.
Yeah, but Dave, that's irrelevant. You drink hard. You drink 50% alcohol like it's water. That's weird. That's definitely, you are being. Normal people cannot do like 90 proof shit. This guy just takes 90 proof and sips it. It's like, yes, tasty. And like it's not like there's no alcohol in it at all. Like the one thing he's drank that actually kind of had an effect on him was that moonshine. And it's conspicuous that he will never touch that again. He refuses to touch that moonshine again. And Dasher Pie, I haven't forgotten about you. Yes, this is worth all the tisms, but he's not done yet. We can't figure out how many tisms are here until he's actually done with this, and he's still not done yet because he's still talking about drinking.
All right. So, and that's directly dependent on stuff. And I told you guys during marathons, I have to pace myself. I will not go crazy and drink way too much. That did happen during my birthday marathon because I didn't understand how strong that moonshine was. Oh, God. I legit drank too much and I got sick, right? That next day, I couldn't even come.
Funny how I knew that was coming.
That's a situation where, yeah, things got out of hand. I adjusted. If you haven't noticed, that hasn't happened again. I'm not really doing
Chronic 250 with the great deadpan snark over in Kick Chat. Drinking six times per week is absolutely fine, sir, with a capital S to make sure that they understand who the sir is. Yeah, Coraz, I will drink every day, and you will like it, stupid idiot. Yeah, this is just
that stuff anymore. I'm probably not gonna
this
be
is
drinking
just
moonshine. That's crazy.
I
It's
mean,
too strong, right?
Yeah.
So,
and
yeah.
that's the worst part of it is he keeps freaking out about his birthday because that was the one time he actually behaved like he was under the influence of alcohol, like it actually was having an effect. And he never wants to do that again. And that was some of the best part of the birthday was because he was just shit-faced. He was feeling it. And I mean, we have the crying segment. We have the I love you guys segment. You guys like me? I mean, we have some of the best clips of the year from that. If I were him, I wouldn't want to lean into that either. I would never want that to happen again because it was embarrassing as fuck. But Dave, if you are so worried about that, then don't drink on stream. Don't drink on stream. The only reason why you drink on stream is because you like it. It's not because it doesn't incentivize people. The increment, the marginal increment per drink isn't high enough it's too high rather. The marginal increment is too high, so people on the fence are not going to be motivated to give you money to see you drink because nobody on the fence has the kind of money to just throw a couple bucks in the hopes that you're going to get get drunk. If you're taking shots at every $20, then yeah, somebody chipping in $5 can move the needle towards the next shot. If you're doing shots at $100, $5 ain't going to move the needle. It really isn't. At least not with your audience size.
It's that simple. It's not a big deal. Idiots making shit up like, oh, you drink every time on your day off. No, I don't. How would you even fucking know that? Are you in my house staring at me? Do you have fucking security cameras?
Okay, no, we need to back this up because he's actually making my point for me here.
I'm not really doing that stuff anymore. I'm probably not going to be drinking moonshine. That's crazy. It's too strong. Idiots making shit up like, oh, you drink every time on your day off.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
How would you even fucking know that? Are you in my house staring at me? Do you have fucking security cameras watching my behavior? What are you talking about? Because you live in a detractor world.
Toxic.
You're an obsessed lunatic. Doesn't mean you know anything about me. You're a fucking idiot. So thanks for the $5, you complete fucking moron. I hope you've now been publicly humiliated enough.
Gigatoxic. Gigatoxic. Okay, now he's done. I think. We're going to call it done. But yeah, he just says, you don't know me, stupid. You don't know what I'm doing. Well, Dave, that's exactly the point. We don't know what you're doing. And Dave, this is the part of all this that I know you hate, but the past is usually indicative. Past behavior is usually indicative of present behavior. Usually. It's why people who actually have fought with alcoholism are really defensive about not drinking again because they know what's going to happen if they fall off the wagon. And they don't want to put themselves into a position where they could fall off to begin with. So the best way to avoid being in a position where you're confronting the temptations of alcohol is just to avoid it entirely. So yeah, you in the past, we know from your own statements that you used to get blackout drunk. We know from even beyond your statements, like your old Fallout, like the famous, some of your most famous streams, like Fallout 3, not streams, video series, like Fallout 3, you were drunk as a skunk for most of that. And it's ironically why a lot of people liked you back then was because you were willing to be a drunken idiot on camera for their amusement. So we know you drank heavily in the past. We know you still send out weird random ass messages and tweets in the dead of the night because you were stupid enough to leak of your own accord all of the discussions with PPP and with PPP. So we know you were sending him DMs at odd hours, and we know gin tweets were a thing in the past when you when you say you were getting blackout drunk, and you've sent tweets and DMs since then that when you're saying I'm not getting blackout drunk, that certainly look and feel like you are. So yeah, Dave, people are going to assume that you're still getting blackout drunk based on the circumstantial evidence. If you want to convince people that you're not drinking, you need to do something to prove it. And how the fuck do you do that? I don't know. I don't know how you prove you're not drinking on your days off. But I know you could stop doing the things that encourage people to think that, like drinking on camera. Because anyone who was genuinely, anyone who got as drunk as you did, as you used to, and isn't concerned about what alcohol is going to do to you today, because you are utterly glib about, oh guys, it's fine, I'm just drinking some White Claws, it's fine. They're 8% alcoholic volume. Also, tangent, I fucking hate when he says that. I hate the phrase alcoholic volume. Dave, it's alcohol by volume. Alcohol by volume. Because there are different ways of measuring it. It's you can have alcohol by mass, for example, as opposed to alcohol. And the worst part of it is that alcohol by volume is the vernacularly correct thing, but alcoholic volume actually could be correct, but I'm pretty sure it has a different context. It has a different use. Englishism aside, the point being is that, Dave, yeah, people are going to think you're drinking off camera when you drink on camera, and the booze just doesn't affect you. and you have these long crash out segments that amount to, it's okay for me to drink on camera because I'm not drinking a lot. And it's making me money. So I don't think I can count the number of tisms. I think there's too many. I think we just need to go with some kind of multiplier. I think that whole thing was just a 3x multiplier. I think he just comboed his way into a 3x multiplier. So we'll just call it 33 tisms all told. We'll add 22 while he gets back underway.
Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Chris did a £2 super chat and says, "Hey Phil, here's a little bit to help. Thank you, Chris. Let's get you on the leaderboard. Someone with a brain."
Holy toxicity. That was
That's £2.
that was some let's go back. That was some blink and you miss it toxicity right there.
Leaderboard. Someone with a brain.
Yeah, blink and you miss it toxicity right there.
Now it's £2, and again, the pound is actually very valuable right now. The pound has like...
Dave, you're about to say something stupid. You're about to say something really stupid. The pound, the value of the pound at the moment, much to the despair of all of the British style people out there, is not great against the US dollar. Now, Dave thinks it's great because the pound is worth more than $1. Dave lacks the historical context to remember how within his lifetime it was like 2 to 2.5 pounds to the US dollar. Let alone back those of us who actually read our histories, who can tell you about the time when it was 4 to 5 pounds to the dollar. So, no, I'm sorry, dollars to the pound. I'm sorry. I got that backwards. Because back in the early 80s, it was, I want to say it was like $2.25 to the pound. And back in the, like, before World War II, it was like $4.25 to a pound. As opposed to today, it's $1.25-ish to the pound. But yes, Dave, break out your phone, read on Twitter, and tell me about currency conversion rates for things that you do not understand.
Grown more and more in value in the last like 2 months. So let me take a look.
Dead air.
Wow. $1.37 now. So it's about $2.73. We're gonna count it as $2.
$1.30.
But I gotta be careful because sometimes it actually is worth more than than the American equivalent.
Tism bub.
All right.
Tism bub.
Prophet Warner. With a
My Tism's
$5
activated.
super
I'll be
chat
back soon.
says, for the goal. Thank you to Prophet Warner. Appreciate that. Jalen with a $5 super chat. Season 3 of Squid Games released. I'm not sure if you saw the first 2, but it's a must-watch. No. That's something that I didn't have Netflix when Squid Game released, and I do have Netflix now because I was watching WWE, but I haven't even opened it since like WWE.
Okay, you're talking about nonsense. Good. I can do things. I can break out my my point making screen. And okay, I'm gonna need to do work here. Okay, so this is just a historical chart of the pound. So back here, if we go back to like April 1972, it was $2.61 to the pound. But let's go to something a little more recent. Let's try April 1982. 81. There we go. $1.77 to the pound in the year of Dave's birth, which was considerably less than the high that is on this particular chart that tracks it from 1971. So Dave, the pound, as said, the pound has been steadily eroding in value over the past 5 decades. It's really been eroding in value since the end of World War II, because it used to be like $4 to the pound. So, yeah, keep being such a brainlet, my guy. You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great with these takes of yours.
So,
also Snake Laugh.
See if I ever get back to it, but right now, no, I'm not really interested in Squid Games.
Also, Tism.
Tomomaru with a €5 super chat.
Tism for setting me off in the pound.
Less than pounds. But I still think that this would count as like a little over $5. Let's see.
Money counting segment.
$5.85. Let's get that on the leaderboard.
And see, I want to skip the money counting segments because they're really boring, but people ask the dumbest question. If I was skipping the money counting segments, I would have missed how the hell he got off on this rant. Now, guys, I strictly limit myself to 1 rock of crack per day. I am not addicted like other idiots who smoke crack all day. I only get a little high, you morons, you dumb fucks. Nah. Well said, Koraz. Well said. Dead air?
Cool. So thank you. Tobomaru says, what games on your radar you really want to try out or are you hyped for? Well, you already know the lineup for the year. I've already gone through it. I've already told you some of the games that I'm excited for. Like, for example, Silent Hill F. Having a brand new Silent Hill game after so long is going to be cool. I'm actually looking forward to playing new releases on PC this year. For example, Call of Duty, I'll be playing on keyboard and mouse day 1. So I'll have the ideal control scheme for the new Call of Duty, which I've never really had before. I've always been on pad. And now
he does, Koraz. He does.
Those last couple of months that I played Black Ops 6, I realized how much better it was. So
okay, one I know there's quotes out there about him saying how people who are on keyboard and mouse need to shut the fuck up. Controllers are better. I know that exists. I know that compilation exists. And 2, here he is hyping up a new Black Ops or Call of Duty playthrough, because guess what, guys? It's not that he's going to have keyboard and mouse. It's that he's going to have it from the beginning, which, I mean, that's just playing the fucking game, Dave. I mean, I shouldn't be able to tell what you're on because you play video games for a living. You should be able to make work whatever you're using.
That's one that I'm legit excited
Tism.
for, but on the top of my head, I'm not sitting here thinking too much about, long-term this year. I'm kind of just focusing on let's do some summer fun stuff and then, go from there. Hello Voltage with a $2 super chat. I'm a recovering pickle-holic. There you go. So there you go. Let me ask you a question. Just because I had problems with addiction to pickles in my youth. Right.
Dave, do you really want to say things like because I had a pickle addiction? Do you really want to say things like that? Given what pickles look like and how you routinely appear to be double wanking phallic things. Could that be your pickle addiction, Dave? Inquiring minds want to know. And Dash Reply, there's nothing wrong with playing on controller. There's nothing wrong with playing on controller. The problem is that Dave, whatever Dave does is correct in Dave's mind. Whatever Dave does is the correct way, and if you do it a different way, you are a dumb fuck who can get fucked. And again, he's toxic, and that's why we find that funny. It's when he does these... Yes. May the first burst with you. Where Dave runs into so much trouble and why he earns so much scorn and mockery is because he will do this shit where he will say the objectively for shooters, keyboard and mouse just provides a much finer amount of control for laying down shots. It just does. It for better or worse, it simply does. He spent years insisting that wasn't the case, or it was irrelevant, or that PC players were scrubs and that's why they claimed that, or whatever. And then he finally got to experience it and he realized, wait a second, people were right. This is way better. So now that's right, because he's doing it. And everybody else can get fucked. Everyone else is an aim assist using scrub because of that. And he's just going to ignore all the years that he spent saying that keyboard and mouse didn't matter and banning people who ask him to do it. Because I know there was at least one occasion where somebody really wanted him to try a keyboard and mouse setup on his PlayStation or Xbox, whatever he was playing on. And he got a little toxic about that. And of course, banned him. Of course, he doesn't need to get toxic to ban people because he's the guy. But yeah, there was a little rant associated with that. It wasn't a big one, and I could not find it to save my soul. But he's done that before. He's banned people for saying, hey, try it with keyboard and mouse. Usually on the basis of, guys, this dumb fuck is asking me to use a keyboard and mouse in Call of Duty. Now, dumb fuck, where am I going to get one of those? It's not like I made a money and have another keyboard and mouse lying around. Duh. So get fucked. So, yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, is that he was like that for years. And now he's had his conversion. He's had his conversion and realized he was an idiot. But now he has to whitewash that away by saying, well, now you should give me money because I'm playing on keyboard and mouse. Yeah, and I'm going to be doing it from game launch this time, which is going to be somehow better than the last one.
Right? Does that mean that I cannot eat the Grillo's pickle menu on Monday when we hit the goal and we do this DSP tries at Sonic?
Dave, you're the one who said there were no recovering addicts.
I don't understand.
You're the one who said there are no recovering alcoholics.
Like you're an idiot.
Also
okay.
Toxic.
Shout out to J Rod, who did a $2 super chat. Did you figure out how to purchase Steam bundles? Has nothing to do with how to purchase. The problem with Steam was it wasn't reflecting the things that I had bought after I bought them. So I had bought a Steam bundle of of Truck Sim, and then I went into the menu for DLCs for Truck Sim, and it still said I could buy the games again. In fact, it even showed a bundle that had... You
never tried actually buying them again, Dave.
Available for purchase, and Steam has fixed itself. Quite frankly, I don't really care.
Then why are you talking about this?
Their own issues. It's just that people it's hilarious because everyone's telling me I'm doing it wrong.
You are. You absolutely are.
Steam, and they go, oh, it must be because of the Steam sale. It's not working today. Yeah, that's what I was telling you guys all day. That's what I was saying.
No, Dave. You were the one who was yelling at Steam for sucking, which, yeah, Steam can suck. There are days when it is a pain in the ass to work with. But no, this wasn't a fault of Steam sucking in general. This is a matter of it having an issue today. Assuming it was an issue at all. Had you actually tried to buy one of the bundles, it probably would have recalculated because you cannot own multiple copies of something on Steam. Now, If you try to buy something that you already own, it will tell you you cannot buy this for yourself. Do you want to buy it as a gift? Do you want to gift it to someone? But bundles, I'm pretty sure bundles usually won't let you do that, because I know when I was buying trucks in bundles, when Dave first got into ATS and I decided I'm going to play that game that looks fun, even as Dave makes it look horrible. It was a little counterintuitive because you couldn't buy all of the bundles at once. Like if you tried to buy all 3 bundles at the same time, it got a little confused because there is overlap between some of the products, and you can't own the same product twice, and you can't gift components of a bundle. So I had to buy them one at a time to keep the stuff from overlapping. But once you bought one bundle, it just clicked, remove the overlapping components, and it was good to go for the next purchase. It just meant turning one purchase into 3, and a little bit of time figuring out what exactly the issue was. But I suppose that's the problem, is having to spend any time using your brain trying to figure out what the issue is problematic for the guy.
It's not working right.
Also, Dave's only been at this for 40 minutes, and I've been at this for like
in your face
2 hours at this point.
Not working.
We are behind.
Yeah, here it is.
We're only 52 minutes behind. I think I will invoke my right to go faster.
Now it's showing that I bought Oklahoma, Texas, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas. So it shows that I have the 6.
I hope he reads that. We should get a little meltdown. For anyone who hasn't noticed the super chat that just came in, we have $50 super chat from Kill Yourself. Hey DSP, hope you're having a good day, man. Keep ignoring the trolls. That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
States. So that's cool. Cool. All right. Let's see here.
Prophet One are out there speaking truth bombs. AA does not allow a drop, but he's not an alcoholic, so he doesn't need AA. You dumb fuck. But give him money anyway, because he needs that money. He really does.
Ralph did a $5 super chat. Says, I'm an Xbox fan. Is the pain I'm feeling what a Sega fan felt in the late 90s and early 2000s? Oh,
yes. Yes.
Man, that's actually a unique question. All right.
Dave, that's not a unique question. That's honestly a pretty brain dead question. That's a pretty dented question. But it is absolutely true that is probably a good comparison.
So here's the deal, right? And if those who don't know, if you weren't around back then, the late 90s and early 2000s were really rough for anyone who was a Sega fan, because Sega
also historytism. I love historytism, but it's so not needed here.
First it was the Master System, then it was the Genesis / Mega Drive, I think they called it.
Yeah, we are doing an impromptu history of Sega, apparently.
Jumped into the Sega CD, 32X.
Why are we doing an impromptu history of Sega, Dave? Is it because you just remember all the consoles that have you watched AVGN recently? Are you going to make a joke about how the fully equipped Genesis for the Sega CD and the 32X is a giant toilet? Because that was AVGN's joke.
Saturn, Dreamcast, okay, in that order. And then even had a handheld. Wasn't it the Game Gear or whatever?
Yep, Game Gear was hype. Game Gear was hype. It ate batteries. It ate batteries like, well, Dave eats DoorDash, but Game Gear was hype.
So they were completely competing with a company like Nintendo for, hey, top console dog. Keep in mind, there were other dogs in the fight back then. There was guys that were coming out with crazy consoles like the 3DO, right? Remember that thing? That crazy thing.
Yeah, the 3DO, but that's the, Dave, at least have a little originality. I mean, you're a Nintendo boy, Dave. You should mention the Philips CDI. Or more relevantly, as far as actual competitors go, the Sony PlayStation. Or the original Gen 1 Xbox. Or if we're talking about handhelds, whoever the hell made the Wonder Swan. And yes, there was a handheld console called the Wonder Swan. Japan being Japan.
There's another one too. Didn't Panasonic have one? Or was that the 3DO?
That was 3DO.
There were 2 or 3 other crazy consoles that were way overpriced and trying to jump in and compete. with Sega and Nintendo at the time, and they didn't do so well. It wasn't until Sony.
Dave, the 3DO was a contemporary of the PSX, of the original PSX. So was the Philips CDI. I mean, fuck, Dave. The CDI was born specifically of the implosion of the Sony-Nintendo partnership to develop a console. Yeah, all of those were contemporaries of the PlayStation. The PlayStation was the one that is the one that really started wrecking Sega's shit. And Nintendo's, but you know what I mean.
That now there was another major competitor. What ended up happening was, basically, Sega was trying to innovate, and when they did, they kind of got ahead of themselves. And what I mean by that is, the Sega CD was a great idea.
They took a risk and it didn't work. The Sega CD. Well, I don't know if the Sega CD was a good idea. The Sega CD was basically what had originally been kind of thought of for the Nintendo-Sony partnership, because originally the idea was, let's do a CD edition, a CD reader that has game capabilities for the SNES. And I believe that it was abandoned and moved to partnering to continue to work on a console, to work on the next generation of Nintendo console, because they did the market research and they decided that it just wasn't going to work. The math to make the games didn't work, and the compromises required to either make games just for the CD hardware, or that could make use of the CD hardware, was just too great. I think I'm not an expert on that period, on that particular interlude in gaming history, but the Nintendo Sony partnership absolutely began as a let's make a Nintendo CD, an SNES CD. Is how it began. I just can't remember if it actually ever moved to let's do a console together. But Sony absolutely left and decided they were doing a console, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm sure market research played its role, and Nintendo being Nintendo also obviously played a role.
Having a CD-based console, that means you're gonna have better graphics, CD quality audio, and full motion video.
Also, TISM for me.
Too early. So with the time that they released it, it was overly expensive, and the games couldn't really do exactly what they wanted. Instead, the best they could do was like interactive movies, as opposed to like an actual game.
Dave. Okay, TISM deployed. TISM fucking deployed. Dave, this tells me you've never actually fucking played any of the good interactive movies, because the best interactive movies were also games. Dave, this is not hard. Wing Commander fucking 3 and Wing Commander fucking 4. Those are, I would argue, the best interactive movies ever produced. They called themselves interactive movies. They were brilliantly written and they had amazing casts. For those who are not old heads like me with an attachment to the Wing Commander franchise, the Wing Commander franchise was Chris Roberts' original project. Chris Roberts is the guy who's doing Star Citizen. This was before he went insane. I promise. They were a sci-fi space shooter. The title, Wing Commander, about you evolving into an ace pilot for humanity in a war with an alien race of space tigers called the Kilrathi. And if you're familiar with the Traveler mythos, the Kilrathi are basically the Aslan with the serial numbers filed off, right down to Chris Roberts actually admitting that at one point that they are the Aslan, and because allegedly one of the ways they developed the original concept of the setting was they ran a Traveler game set in Reaver's Deep, and that's kind of where the Kilrathi came from. And ironically, that's also allegedly where the Firefly TV show came out of. Dasher Pie, he was not. Seriously, go play the Wing Commander games. They are awesome. And Wing Commander 3 and 4 especially, because the cast is amazing. The cast is all it's got so the protagonist hero of this is if I'm in the early 90s, if I'm looking to cast a protagonist in a space shooter and it's played by a real actor, who should I call to do that? Well, it's the early 90s. It's the early 90s. Star Wars is dead. Of course I call Luke fucking Skywalker. Yeah, Mark Hamill is the lead. Mark Hamill is the lead. and of course, you know, they have to assign him they have to give him a canonical call sign, so he's Maverick. So it's, what if Mark Hamill did Top Gun half the time? And in the supporting cast is, you've got guys like Jonathan Rhys-Davies, it plays a prominent role. Malcolm McDowell of A Million Things plays a prominent role. Jason Isaacs plays a prominent role. I mean, there's a lot of, hey, it's that guy. Yes, Dasher Pie, that Mark Hamill. Yes. They never get him to, and some of this was actually when he was contemporaneously doing voice work for Batman the Animated Series. So they never get him to laugh. Unfortunately. But yeah, so the plot segments are all done in full motion cutscene. So and on the packaging, it calls itself an interactive movie. But here's the important thing, to get back to Dave. There's actually a full flight sim in there of a space flight sim. And it's an improvement over the last entries in the game. That's the thing. There's a full game in there. It just has full motion cutscenes. And this is from like 1992 and 1994, respectively, for Wing Commanders 3 and 4. They are some of the best sci-fi stories that you're going to find in the medium. And that just... And you know what the funny thing is? The funniest thing about all this is that both of them were ported to all these fledgling CD consoles. You can get it on PlayStation, you can get it on 3DO, you can get it on CDI. Well, I don't know if you can get it on CDI, but you could get it on 3DO. Because I'm that guy, and I'm in love with the franchise. I've owned at various points. I've owned both the PSX and the 3DO versions, and I even have a 3DO to play it on. And Wing Commander 4 came on 4 CDs. Wing Commander 3 was 4 discs. Wing Commander 4 was 6. And it was great. It's just awesome. Great sci-fi that has been mostly forgotten because it's a product of another era. And admittedly, a lot of the video is not easy to watch these days because it's video from a computer game in the early 90s. So in order to fit on the discs, it got compressed to hell. And because it's not, it doesn't have a cult following. It's not like there are like 1080 versions of it floating around, which is sad. But there have been some upscalings. I think they found the originals, and I think those are out there at like 720p, so that they don't look super bad. So, but yeah, no, Tism. Yeah, I'm giving myself 2 more Tisms for that for an even 40 because he got me. He got me going. He got me going on being an old head. But yeah, it's that's your shilling segment for the stream. It's go buy Wing Commander 3 and Wing Commander 4. They're on GOG. They're amazing.
Buying a game like Double Switch, right, where all you're doing is looking at security cameras in a house and you're clicking buttons to try to stop things from happening or whatever. Like, is this really a game? Not really. And so the games were very disappointing for what people were investing in it. And it wasn't until PlayStation came along where the technology had advanced. This was years later, where now you could do actual 3D polygons and things. That made sense to have the CD technology and the price of manufacturing and CDs.
Oh yeah, Corez. Don't fear the Ripper. I think Don't Fear the Reaper. It was the one with Blue Oyster Cult that did the main theme. That was the riff on the title. Because I know Spoonie covered it. I know that's how I remember is that Spoonie covered it.
And everything was dropping. So Sony came in at the right time, but sadly, Sega was too ahead of the game and came in a little too early. And it kind of shot themselves in the foot because they had a great console with the Genesis that was competing with the Super Nintendo, but then they were like, well, let's go ahead further. Sega CD. Oh, wait, the Genesis is floundering. 32X, stick a giant mushroom on top, right? Wait, now that's failing. Do the Saturn. The Saturn will have graphics similar to PlayStation, so we can compare, try to compete with that.
Well, Dave, it's because there Saturn was what they wanted. They kept running into money problems in getting the damn thing out the door and getting it to the point that they wanted it. So that's why you got the deluge of peripherals, was because they were trying to keep up when their killer product, when their competitor product in the market segment wasn't ready yet, or it couldn't get money. I don't remember exactly what it was. And yes, that whole sequence was horribly managed. But, and there was a lot of company dysfunction between Sega Japan and Sega America at the time, I believe. I think that was also a driver of it, is that you had the US branch off doing whatever the fuck it was doing, and the Japan branch off doing whatever the fuck it was doing, and being a bit at loggerheads for it. But it wasn't just, like I said, well, let's release this and this and this and this. It's that they were trying to, what they always wanted was something Saturn shaped, but they kept running into technical problems getting it developed. And so they did these kludges to try to keep up. They hedged their bets with Sega CDs, what I believe the actual story of its development was. And I think with the Sega CD, what the idea was that they went forward with both it concurrently with their InDesign Saturn, or what would become the Saturn, and the Saturn hit some kind of developmental roadblocks. It had some sort of issue, and they went to market with the Sega CD as a stopgap, just because they needed something because of where the market was going and because of how badly PSX was cleaning their clocks. It was cleaning everybody's clock and the direction of travel that the industry was moving in. And they took a bet that they could keep their current console relevant until their replacement was ready, and it just didn't work. Which, again, that's what innovation is, Dave. It's about taking risks.
And I would even argue that a console like the Dreamcast, which was the final Sega console ever, actually had technology in it that was groundbreaking, that was better than everything else. It absolutely did. It had better graphics that were on par with like arcade machines at the time, which is why games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 had the definitive home editions on Dreamcast. It actually had the first online play. Were you aware of this? The first actual real online play. It did not.
Okay, that's a hell of a qualifier. It did not have the first online play. What its revolution was, it made online play easy. It made it so that it was something that someone could do without a lot of work required. It provided access to it in a way that no other console had before. There were modems. There was a modem for the SNES. There was absolutely a modem for the SNES that you could get, and there were modems for the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, there was for the Game Boy Advance too. That you could get. So you could play Gen 2 Pokemon remotely. Like on the console it was built for. You could play it remotely because using peripherals that were only available in Japan. But it was not easy. It was a pain in the butt. And Dave's not wrong that that's one of the major innovations of the Dreamcast, was it really opened the door and made doing stuff online easy, not only for gamers, but more importantly for devs. It simplified the administration, because up until Dreamcast was the first platform, if I recall correctly, that offered from the console manufacturer, they would do the online hosting for you, so that the dev didn't have to go and do 1,000 things setting up their own servers. It was a prelude to Xbox Live. It wasn't as good as Xbox Live, and it wasn't as complete, but it was a prelude, and it was showing the direction that the way forward.
Play for a video game was the Dreamcast. You would dial in with a cable or a dial-in modem and actually log into the Sega network, and you could play certain games with online functionalities. So it was pretty darn good, but no matter what Sega tried, it was kind of a sinking ship. Sony took over at that time. Sony over.
Well, it's not about the market. Yeah, everything. It's because they went in the span of about 18 months through 3 consoles. Sega CD, 32X, and Saturn all launched within about 18 months of each other. So, yeah, the Sony torpedoed its brand right there. And when Saturn didn't bring stability with it, well, I mean, Saturn did stabilize things. They stopped the console deluge at that point, but the damage was already done.
And they overtook Nintendo, which is crazy to think because Nintendo was the industry leader ever since the NES, and all of a sudden Sony is overcoming them, right? So sadly, here you are, you're in the console wars heavily. You love Sega, you love Sonic, and
you're a fanboy. You're a fanboy who's buying into marketing hype, which when you're 10 is cool. It's fine. We've all done it. We've all done it. If you weren't a console warrior, you preferred Lego to Duplo. You preferred take your pick. There's always something that there's hype built around of you're either this team or that team. And that's fine. It's fine when you're a kid, when you don't understand that it's advertising and that it doesn't really matter. But and to give Dave a little bit of credit, and also I just realized watching my stream catch up in YouTube, as I look at the data that he is right now, he is wanking those stationary bananas like no other in that freeze frame. So and no, okay, so he's wanking the two stationary bananas. And if you look at his eyes, where his eyes have seen the third one that's coming towards him, and it's just starting to process what he's going to have to use to wank that one off. Wow, this stream got very raunchy very fast, but that's what Dave does to one's mind when you're forced to watch too much of him live, unfiltered, without the ability to really dual screen. The console wars made more sense at the time than they do in hindsight because of how important the console ecologies were. Because there was considerably more exclusivity in what products were on each console, and even when dealing with the same nominal game, there were often significant differences between what was an SNES version and a Genesis version. Which one you were in mattered a lot, and it was easier to form an attachment to the ecology, as we would call it today, and be a warrior for it. It's more comparable to today Apple versus Android than gaming consoles, which is, it's historical context that probably no one cares about, but I think Dave, the thing is, Dave's a fucking idiot, but you can't let the fact that he's a fucking idiot just have you write off everything he says as being stupid, because it can make you appear to be acting in bad faith. And that's why I'm trying to give him his due, so that when he does fuck up royally, yeah. And Koraz is off to get Chinese. Well, have fun, man, and may the taste be with you. May it be much flavor. And okay, now I've had my fun. I've made my comment about how Dave's wanking off two guys and he's seeing the third dick headed his way, and well, I guess it's back. It's time to get back to sticking this cactus into my own holes.
Thing about it, right? It's an edgy attitude and everything's better. Nintendo's a kid's toy, right? But then all of a sudden, this new scrappy competitor, the Sony PlayStation, comes out of nowhere and eats up all the market share. So now when you go to the video rental place, right, you see Nintendo and you see PlayStation. You're like, what happened to Sega? Sega's this like corner area of dusty games.
Dave, what happened to Sega was, if you were paying attention at the time, you saw what happened to Sega. They released the Sega CD, and then for some reason the 32X, and then the Saturn in short order, like to the point where you couldn't get them all. That's what happened. You knew what happened to Sega if you were paying attention. Not the internal politics of it or the exact business reasons. You just saw it for practical reasons why that was the case.
Because no one's playing Sega anymore. The Sega Saturn flopped in the United States. Within like a year, it was at discount levels. I went to Toys R Us about 1 year after the launch of the Sega Saturn. I bought the Saturn console, additional game pads, and like 7 games for like $200. They just wanted to get rid of it. No one had this thing, and no one wanted to play it. So, yeah. So now we're in Xbox era. And Xbox, oh my God. At first, Xbox was like the underdog. But then with the Xbox 360 era,
The Xbox was never an underdog. It was backed by Microsoft. This was Microsoft is never an underdog because it owns the PC world. A little thing called Windows, Dave, that no matter how much Linux and other open source alternatives would like to change it, they can't. They can't. The same way with OS X. Apple keep doing Apple things, but Microsoft, so long as Microsoft has got a massive footprint, and so Xbox was always a toy to them. It was always a toy to them, and Dave treats it way more seriously than Microsoft itself did.
Microsoft really stepped up. They added so many awesome new features like achievements, an awesome online friend system, buddy system, messaging system, Xbox Live with great online play, drop in, drop out the parties and stuff like that, better voice chat, right? For a while there, Xbox 360 was the industry leader for consoles when it came to better graphics. Of course, the Wii was always the top dog, but
it always comes back to graphics. It always comes back to fucking graphics because they say beauty is only skin deep, but for the guy, nope, that's all that matters. That is all that matters is how something looks.
So had awful graphics. It wasn't really having that level of competition, right? But ever since that era, it's just been a downward slope. It really has been. And it's sad because if you were an Xbox fan, now you go to listen. What are they talking about on the Xbox show? Oh, we're going to have a new handheld that's basically just a ROG Ally you can buy right now, but it's Xbox branded. Huh? Every device in your house is an Xbox. Your phone is an Xbox. Your mouse is an Xbox. Your wrist rest is an Xbox. No, stupid. What are you doing?
That's toxicity. That's toxicity.
Exclusive Xbox games that are coming out. Oh, there are none. No.
There's Dave, why do you do this? You are the person who is to the point of using the phrase PC gaming master race unironically. You are fully committed to the Game Pass ecology. Well, Microsoft has looked at it and said, well, we already own the PC world because we make the default PC operating system. Why do we need to make a console that is just a little itty bitty PC that's specialized just to run games, but it's still kind of undercooked and underpowered to do that? So we'll just make everything that can run Windows will be an Xbox, and then some, Dave. Why is this so hard to understand? Why do you get salty about this? That's the market. That's the way the market is headed, and it's great. And it's great for guys like you who want to be able to play everything, because that's what a PC allows you to do. Is it allows you to basically play everything. There are going to be the holdouts at this point are Nintendo, and Nintendo has over the last 20 years turned their entire business model is we produce such captivating games. The draw of our IP is so great that we can make you buy a console we produce to play this game. And in turn, we design our consoles to create opportunities for us to do things gameplay wise that we could not do on anything else. So Nintendo's kind of boxed themselves into a corner if you're looking at them from a growth perspective, because that is a very dangerous business model. Nintendo, so long as Shigeru Miyamoto exists, are going to be able to keep doing it. But, they're playing their own game for their own reason. So as far as the rest of the market is concerned, they're not really a competitor. They're doing their thing and chasing their own market segment. And so long as you don't bother them, they're not going to bother you. So that leaves everybody else where you've got Microsoft that's decided, why should we waste money on consoles? Because we make no money on consoles, and just turn everything with the CPU into an Xbox. Yeah, and Dave is here complaining that's a bad thing, that they are idiots, that they are bad. They are bad at this console, at being video game makers, because they're doing a smart business thing.
Not even like there's one or two, there's none. And then when the games come out from the Xbox studios, they're terrible.
Well, yeah, not going to argue with that.
Game Pass is still great. I love being a Game Pass subscriber. I get a
ton of... Note, he also rants about no good Xbox exclusives while also praising Game Pass.
Games out of it that we play and enjoy, and there's value there. But outside of the Game Pass system, there's no advantage at this point to having an Xbox console. There's zero exclusives. Anything that's Xbox you can play on a PC anyway. It's just sad. It's a really sad situation how the mighty have fallen.
Dave, that's a hell of an exception you're making there. That's like saying, going to a sub shop and saying, guys, except for the subs, there's no value proposition here. Yes, dumb fuck, the Game Pass is up the point at this point. Gamebox is the future of Xbox as far as Microsoft is concerned. They have invested enormous amounts of resources into turning Game Pass into something that is a potential juggernaut. Game Pass, Dave, think of it like this. Game Pass is a console. Game Pass is a console that you rent rather than own. There. Now compare everything that they're doing when you think of it that way with how Sony's handling it. So, yeah. He doesn't get that. He does not get that. He doesn't get that Microsoft does have a plan here, and that they are. Is it good for the industry? I don't know. I don't pretend to know enough about the games industry to know if it's a good thing. I don't know how long-term sustainable it is. These subscription services the streaming service model has always done great at producing growth, but the number of companies that are in the streaming content business that have actually made money doing it is minimal. I mean, there's Netflix, and then there's Netflix, really. I mean, YouTube has made money, but not a ton, and there have been most years where they haven't. None of the deluge of COVID era streaming services have made anything, and Disney Plus especially has been an absolute money pit. So, I mean, like I said, Dave, this is a risk that Microsoft is taking. So, but again, they're Microsoft, so it doesn't really matter, because so long as they're close, they get to exist as long as the bigwigs think that there's a future there.
And I can agree with you that, yeah, it's kind of very similar to the situation of Sega, where at one point they were a serious competitor. They were at one point the top dog. They were beating Nintendo, and then downward freaking spiral. All right, awful stuff. So let's hope for a recovery, shall we? Seriously, let's hope that maybe Xbox will recover. But with their current leadership of Phil Spencer not knowing his ass from his elbow, I'm not feeling too positive about it. I think once again, they need to gut that company and route the leadership that has no fucking clue what they're talking about. Instead of getting talking figureheads like Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, they should get people who know games.
Toxic.
And then maybe the company can succeed again. But they're putting the wrong people in positions of power, and this is what happens. Okay. Now, for the record, all right, there's someone here who did a giant super chat, $50. But I just want their name is Kill Yourself.
Yep. Right? Why don't you, Dave? Rope. Option Rope.
It's a pretty messed up name. Pretty offensive name.
Option Rope.
It's not exactly kosher in 2025. A lot of people will read that name and be like, what the hell? I'm not even going to put your name on my leaderboard. Sorry, I'm not going to.
That's bait. That has to be bait, because they were trying to get him to be this to be this weird little shit. They either wanted him to read it to just deadpan, I've gotten a $50 in super chat from Kill Yourself. Hello, Phil, etc., or to be like this and say, guy, you gave me money, but I don't like your name, so you can get fucked. So, yeah, that's Dave. Why do you got to be weird? He's got a name. It is. Yeah, it's not cool. It's not a great name, but you've put dumber things on the board. Dave, how many scat-related things have you put on the leaderboard? How many, Phil's hairy nipples or Phil smokes crack or stuff like that you've put on there that also isn't really kosher? Why are you so scared about suicide? Dave, is it because you're still worried about the pennies of ad revenue that might come in? Because, again, ad revenue is nothing according to you. So why are you worried about it? I mean, you can say whatever you want, right? That's what you were saying the other day. You can say whatever you want. You can make whatever content you want. So why can't you make this?
To do it. All right. So thank you for a $50 contribution. A $50 super chat.
$50.
I'm not stupid. I'm not going to put that name on the leaderboard. It's more like
I'm that's a tism flare. That's an absolute tick. He knows he's being stupid. He knows he's being stupid when he says I'm not stupid.
bait than anything else. Oh, look, streamer put kill yourself on his stream. I'm not doing it.
And that's swerving into toxicity.
ESP, I hope you're having a great day. Ignore the trolls. All right, I will. Thanks for $50. I appreciate that. Okay. There we go. J Rod did a $2 super chat and says, "Do you think that they know more business stuff than you?"
Yes.
Here's the thing: they probably understand business lingo, business financials. Right?
Oh, we're gonna get a twofer. We are gonna get a fucking twofer. This is gonna be. This is Dave swinging his dick that he's got a business degree and he's a mature adult and he knows how to do all the things. Oh, this is gonna be great.
But do they understand gaming? No. If they did, they would not be in the situation they're in. They would be saying asinine things like everything is an Xbox. You know what I mean? Like,
toxic.
It's not rocket science to figure out what gamers want. You just have to be a gamer.
No, Dave. No. The problem has always been gamers don't know what they want until they have it. And that's why giving gamers what they want can sometimes end badly, because sometimes good ideas, things that could be great games, die on the vine because there's no track record having established that this thing will work. And games cost a lot of money. They require significant investments of time and money. Why should, if I am a bean counter who has no artistic integrity, why should I throw 9 figures of my company's money at this idea that someone has that they tell me is going to be a great game and that they know gamers and should work, when I've got someone else over here who's telling me that that they'll make me a reskin of a hero shooter, and I know hero shooters make a lot of money, so yeah, I'm going to go with I as a bean counter am inclined to go with the hero shooter. So no, Dave, this exact attitude right here is fucking dumb, because if you just keep giving people what they want, they're going to get bored of it. This is your logic, Dave. This is everything needs to be variety and flavor, everything in moderation kind of nonsense. Because, yeah, if you just keep giving everybody hero shooters, well, people are going to just get bored with them and go. And if all the video games are hero shooters, they're going to go on to another medium. They're going to find something else to keep themselves amused. That's why you have to take creative risks. And that's why the problem with the industry today is that there is too much corporate decision making on a creative level, and even worse on a mechanical level. You have the problem of Hollywood, where since the 90s there's been an increasingly parasitic approach to creativity, where someone will make something that makes money and it will spawn 6 clones. The high points of whatever the big wigs think is why the thing made money. Except in video games, not only do you have that doing that with the aesthetics and the narrative, like in movies, you also have it with gameplay, which is even more creatively bankrupt. And so, Dave, it's because of people like you with takes like this that problem keeps getting bigger. So, but do tell me how it's so easy to create a video game. And that Phil Spencer and Xbox, they're just shitheads who don't know how to do anything. And if they gave you all the money, you would make gaming great again.
That's the problem. The people that they put into these positions are always people who are silver spoon in the mouth of rich kids. All right, they went to Ivy.
No, Dave, no. I'm gonna back up and let you cook, but I know where you're going with this, and this is mask off toxicity right here.
Into these positions are always people who are silver spoon in the mouth of rich kids. All right, they went to Ivy League schools. Everything in their life has been handed to them. They don't have to spend any money to actually get anything. There's no actual feeling of investment or risk in anything that they've ever done. And then you throw them immediately into the helm of a company. Well, if you've never actually had stakes for anything you've done in your life, what makes you think that you can actually run a company?
Dave, I want to say it was King Jad who one of these Phil Spencer rant streams. Jad or ALT went on a fishing expedition to find information about Phil Spencer and where he went to school. And I want to say he went to like the University of Washington. He did not go to an Ivy League school. Let me see what I can do about finding that real fast. Musicaltism. I will make the thing go. I will make the thing go higher when I get a chance. Yeah, he went. I'll bring over my point making board. Yep, Phil Spencer went to the University of Washington, which is not an Ivy League school. It's a respectable school, but it's not an Ivy League school. And he started working at Microsoft in 1988, and he joined the Xbox team when it was first incorporated. And then he didn't actually he served as GM of some of that, and he was thrown. Yeah, he didn't take over. I mean, he didn't take over as CEO of Microsoft's gaming division until 2022. So he had been in the company for 13 years before he joined the Xbox team when the Xbox was launched, and then he spent another 2 decades working his way through the trenches at Xbox, of the Xbox division of Microsoft, before he became CEO. But no, he was given the reins immediately. And more importantly, and Dave is describing a very particular kind of individual. He is describing someone who has went to 1988, 2001, and 2022 dash by. That's absolutely correct. That would be Dave is describing the career trajectory of a very particular kind of MBA holder who does come from a family that has means, goes to an Ivy League school, and then goes to Wharton or Harvard, the Harvard School of Business, or one of the elite biz schools, and then gets an MBA and think they are entitled to run the world because they have an MBA from an elite institution. And they go to work for Kinsey Consulting. They go to work for one of the big 4 consultant firms. And yeah, too often they are given the keys to the kingdom. And great things usually don't happen when that happens. So he's not wrong that people like that exist, but he's doing that thing. He's doing, no dash right. He started at Microsoft in 1988 as an intern. His internship while he was still in school was in 1988, according to the Wikipedia. So, I mean, he's been around. He was around Microsoft for a decade before he joined Xbox when it launched. So, but yeah, this is a guy who, I mean, he got his degree from a local school. He's a Seattle boy. He's from Ridgefield, which is, I'm assuming, it's a. What have you got for me? Ridgefield is from southwestern Washington. It's not even immediately obvious it's a Seattle suburb. So yeah, he's a local boy. He's a local boy who went to work for a tech firm, and he's a spudder because that's what their high school teams are called. They're the spudders. I love it. That's awesome. I love little bits of Americana like that. Point being, Phil Spencer's a local boy who done good and spent 30 some odd years in this company. But he's an idiot. He's an idiot who had the entire world handed to him, who's never worked a day in his life. Yeah. So no, Dave, this is you being toxic towards what you think biz school graduates are. And Dave, I'll let you in on a secret. I tend to hate MBA holders too. I tend to think they ruin everything. Whenever the MBAs get involved is when things go to shit because they don't know about the business. MBAs do perform a vital role. They do perform a vital role. But there is a cult of the MBA that thinks because they have an MBA, they know how everything operates, when that is emphatically not the case. And if you do have an MBA and are ever watching this, and you feel I've lumped you in with those sons of bitches who you know I'm talking about, my apologies. That's like saying all lawyers are gunner assholes, which is emphatically not the case, even though those people absolutely exist. So at any rate, so Dave is just, he has a stereotype that he knows exists, which means everybody is like that, which is not how this works. And if this was 1990 and getting information on who Phil Spencer was difficult, he might even be a little bit justified in thinking that Phil Spencer was one of these evil strawmen he has devised for himself and that he likes beating up. Except it's really easy to get information on Phil Spencer. You just go to Wikipedia. You go to the Wikipedia and you can get, I'm not sure if reliable is the best term, but you can get dates that work. They are dates that contradict your narrative, that contradict Phil's narrative, and it's information that contradicts Phil's narrative. And yeah, that's my point, Dasher Pie. Yeah, it's in 2028, it will be 40 years around Microsoft in various capacities. This is not a kid who got handed the reins having established nothing. You don't advance through Microsoft based on nepotism, especially early Microsoft. You know, if you join Microsoft in the 80s and through the explosion in the 90s, you are not advancing up the ranks unless you are capable, both technically and administratively. So again, is Phil Spencer a good CEO? I don't know enough about the industry to comment. With authority, but I do know enough to say that Xbox clearly has an idea of what it thinks it was 3 years after the start of Microsoft. Yeah, this guy got in early. He got in early, and you don't excel at it. You don't hang with a company this long that grows as big as Microsoft. Oh, it's 13 years. My point that I'm trying to make it is still, Microsoft has never been a particularly forgiving work environment from the stories I've heard and read. Bill Gates expected his people to be good at their jobs, and if they weren't, they could get out. And so you don't climb the ranks at this company if you don't have something that the firm's looking for. And I'm going to trust the business judgment of one of the giants of the tech industry in terms of organizing its business over a gouty man who sits in his man cave ranting about video games. So, and okay, perfect segue back into Phil is over in Kick Chat, we've got Homeboy Scotty 88 with, do they even run a sandwich shop? I mean, he raises a good point. Microsoft may be one of the most valuable companies in the world. I mean, Microsoft may be one of the most valuable companies in the world that has one of the most dominant positions in a critical industry imaginable. But they don't own they've never run a sandwich shop to my knowledge. Bill Gates has never opened a Subway, a sub store. So, I think Homeboy Scotty's right. I think we have to just ignore everything about Microsoft and its judgment because they have never run a place where Phil can get a classic East Coast style hoagie.
Right? Because the thing is, these people fail up, right? They mess up, and then they actually get rewarded for failing. They get paid to fail. And then they get promotions and bonuses, and then they actually go to other companies. You remember Don Match?
Dave, you are talking about people. You are talking about a real thing. But how is any of that related to Phil Spencer? Again, Phil Spencer has been a lifelong Microsoft guy. He might have failed upward. Thank you, Derek. I mean, Dasher Pie. Microsoft's net worth, as reflected by its market capitalization, is $3.65 trillion as of June 26, 2025. But Dasher Pie, you are forgetting two things. One, they have never opened a sub shop, and more importantly, they're not Phil Burnell. And no, the amazing thing about Apple's net worth, Dasher Pie, is that I can remember the day when Microsoft could have bought Apple for pennies, where it was actually expected, where that was the conventional wisdom, was that Apple was not going to exist in 2 weeks because it was going to be bought by Microsoft. And I remember a joke in Sequest. There's a joke in Sequest DSV about how in like 2030 something Apple buys Microsoft, which is the joke being, of course, that in the headline of the day was that Microsoft was going to buy Apple, and that Apple is in a position where that is not inconceivable. I mean, it's not going to happen just because a merger of that size and scale, it would be an antitrust nightmare. Oh, Apple buying Halo would have been fucking hilarious. Apple buying Halo when it was back on the market, given Bungie's history with Apple, that would have been just chef's kiss. That would have been absolutely chef's kiss. But yeah, Dave is describing a problem with biz school grads and how corporate management can be. He is absolutely correct. That does happen. But because he has no sense of context.
Trick, the guy who tanked Xbox One, the launch was one of the worst console launches in history. He was elitist and said things like, if you don't want online functionality all the time, get the Xbox 360. The Xbox One isn't for you. You know, it's fucked up stuff.
So, Dave, is it possible? Is it he let the cat out of the bag about a lot of things that gamers didn't want, about a lot of policies that people are currently bitching about today, and Microsoft, because of the backlash, Microsoft backed out of them. And more importantly, he got canned for what he did.
Do you know what happened to him? They ousted him from the company, and he went to become the CEO of Zynga, a mobile game company, and was paid millions of dollars.
Okay, so that Zynga made a terrible mistake, or not even terrible mistake, that Zynga thought he was worth that money. Means what, Dave? What point are you trying to make here? How is that failing upward? He didn't fail upward. He got ran out of Microsoft for that horrible E3 speech and other things, and some other things related to the Xbox One development. But yeah, how is this failing upwards, Dave?
I'm not kidding you. He literally tanked one company and was hired for millions of dollars to run another one.
Dave, he didn't take a company. Microsoft could take the entirety of the assets that it has in its Xbox division, take every single thing that is owned by the company that is part of the Xbox division, put it all into a massive pile and set it on fire, and it would amount to a little dimple in the bottom line. Microsoft does not give a shit about Xbox. They really don't. It is not a core part of the business. It is something that is done because it makes money. It has the capability to make money, and it keeps them relevant in a field of technology that is, it makes them, it keeps them in the game. And yes, and Dasher Pie, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 24 million original Xboxes sold. Yeah, for most businesses, that's a hell of a feat. Of course, the console and the Xbox division would be a valuable part of the business. But that's the thing. Microsoft is fucking Microsoft. It's got a $3.6 trillion market cap. And a lot of that market cap does not come from its gaming division. Now, the gaming division generates some good PR, and it keeps them relevant in a tech space where it is important to be seen to be relevant. Because even though gaming doesn't drive big portions of the business, if Microsoft were just to say, we don't want to be involved in gaming, gaming is dumb, it would look bad if they abandoned gaming, because they're a tech company. Every tech company has to have a foot in gaming because that's what tech companies do. I mean, it's why Apple continually. It's why. Oh yeah, and I forgot. That tells you what a boomer I am. I forgot that they bought Minecraft. They fucking bought Minecraft. Yeah. So, and Minecraft does make buku bucks, but again, it's still a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the ocean. That is the Windows revenue and the Office revenue and the enterprise revenue. It's even Minecraft is a drop in that ocean. But yeah, it's Dave is just he doesn't understand the scales that are being worked on, and that he's absolutely right that this would be a big fucking deal. What happened to Don Matrick would have been a big fucking deal at a normal company, but Apple's got annual sales greater than the GDPs of most of the countries on Earth. So yeah, that is not normal. It is not a normal company in the slightest. So yeah, so that another company might have thought there was merit to, so that another company might have seen merit in someone that was entrusted with a division at Microsoft, even one of the not hugely important ones. And Dave, even though Don Matrick came in and gave a bad speech, and Don Matrick might have had bad ideas for the console, that doesn't mean he's a bad executive. It just means that perhaps his strengths are administrative rather than technical.
That's the people they have in power at these companies, not people like you and me who live in reality world where we're affected by decisions of finances.
Remember, we are getting a lecture about living in reality world. Well, first off, reality world. We're getting this lecture from a guy who goes out of his house once a week by his own admission, by his own choice, leaves his house once a week. And the rest of the time he spends in his house with 7 or 8 hours a day, sitting on a computer, talking into a microphone to people who give him money because he is sitting talking into a microphone. And the times he's not doing that, he is playing a WWE mobile game and ordering in with a wife that he has unironically called his mo-wife. His mo-wife. Dave, there are even let's strip away all of the detractorisms. You are even removing all of the negative inferences that detractors have built up. You are not normal. Your life, the life that you admit you live, isn't normal. That you do all this and still have money problems is even less of a flex than you think it is.
Where we have to realize what's of value and what's not, who play a lot of games and know everything. They hire fucking Ivy League rich kids. And then they wonder why these companies don't know what the fuck they're doing. Ivy League rich people don't know real life. They've never been exposed to it. They've been insulated from it. So what makes you think they could make good decisions?
Dave, if your pitch is that gamers need to be involved, that you should only hire gamers, what happens if one of these rich kids happens to be a gamer? What happens if they actually happen to have a really sound understanding of game design? But should they be prohibited from participating in the process because they went to Harvard or Yale or Princeton or Penn? Is that your position? And Derek, thank you, with the market caps of Nintendo and Sony. And I didn't realize that Nintendo's market cap was 2/3 of Sony's. Wow.
Ever heard of affluenza? Remember that? The rich kid.
Do you have no idea, Dave? You are fucking affluenza. You suffer from affluenza. You have so many first world problems that you may go away by just whining on the internet, and being a Karen about.
Literally fucked up his whole life.
That's autism.
Got into a horrendous car accident, maiming and killing other people, and his legal defense in court was affluenza. Because I'm affluent, I've never been exposed to responsibility, therefore I shouldn't be held responsible now either. What? But that's the reality these people live in. No lie. That's the reality they live in. So of course they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'm gonna count this as a toxicity too, because he wishes
Cyber Elk did a €2
he wishes
super
that were the
chat
case for him. He
Thank you,
wishes
Cyber
that
Elk.
was the case for
There's
him.
also 2 super stickers, I believe, that I missed.
Super
Because they look on my
stickers.
leaderboard. So if you give me a second here, I have to look them up manually. It looks like it's fishing. Is it fishing with a Cambodian? Yes, fishing with the.
I would debate that. I would debate that, Dasher Pie. I would argue that Apple's biggest competitor is Google, not Samsung. That is true from a hardware side, but the value has never been in the hardware; it's been in the software. So I would argue that the biggest to do a 1-for-1 market cap comparison would be comparing Android, the company that produces Android, with the company that produces iOS, because those are what manage the ecology. Because Android is already a diffuse ecology in which because it proliferates across multiple platforms. Because you've got Samsung, obviously. You've got the one that the Google Pixel. You've got a variety of Chinese cell phone manufacturers, Huawei, and a couple other ones. Xiaomi, I believe, is another one. And then you've got all of the Raspberry Pi kind of things that run Android. Yeah, and that I think it's a more like for like Dash Pi. Yeah, so yeah, Samsung, Samsung's Samsung Electronics market cap at $293 billion against Google's $2.11 trillion. But or even if you're going to do Samsung, you have to do the whole Samsung industrial conglomerate, the whole Chaebol versus Chaebol, Chaebol, yeah, Chaebol. The whole Zaibatsu, Korean Zaibatsu equivalent, rather than just its electronics entity, even though the electronics definitely drives a big chunk of it. Because, I mean, Samsung is like Mitsubishi, where it's got an electronics division, but then it's also got like a marine division. It's got a steel making division. It's got its fingers in everything.
Cambodian.
Same way with Hyundai.
2 different $5 super stickers. Thank you. Thank you for those. I appreciate that. The thing is, I
Wow.
can't see them myself in my queue, but I saw them popping up in chat, and I realized that you had done them, so thank you for that.
Wow.
Okay. Now, we have to switch over.
Oh, God, we still have to talk about the games. We still have to talk about the Capcom shit.
Side of stuff. What the hell? To the tip side of stuff. Excuse me.
Money counting segment.
With a generous $19 tip from Shinkin25. Listen to this. Can we get a dedicated clapping, singing, and dancing segment on the podcast? Your youngest and most supportive viewers love the Duga Dugas and the rhythmic clapping. Well, there you go.
Tism.
No, what you're saying is the music in the games and stuff, right?
Tism.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I tend to have fun when a game is going and there's a lot of good music going, and I can go Duga Duga Duga, Duga Duga Duga, Duga Duga Duga, right? A lot of games have that kind of a vibe to them. And I know that you may be thinking, oh, I'm making fun of Phil and deriding him by bringing it up this way. No, it's called having fun. Did you ever hear that?
Wow.
Maybe in life, at some point, you'll have some fun for yourself, and then you'll realize what it is to have fun.
Toxic.
To get into something, to get into a groove, right? To feel it. You ever had to get, oh, I'm feeling the vibes right now, right? And when you're feeling
toxic,
the vibes, you want to just kind of like be silly about it, correct? And there's nothing wrong with that, all right? As long as you have yourself under control and you don't lose it.
A J-Rod with a good super, that's bait. That's bait. J-Rod with, do you think sweeping generalities are good? Given the sweeping generalities he's been making today, that is very much bait. Hopefully it is devoured.
Oh, I think that vibing out every once in a while to a cool song or a cool segment of a game is something fun to do. It's not representative of small children. Even an adult can have fun every once in a while. Were you aware of this? Maybe you're stuck in a crappy lifestyle loop or 9-to-5 job you hate or whatever. And I'm sorry for that if that's the case. But, some people tend to have a good time every once in a while. I'd like to think that I have myself under control the majority of the time, but every once in a while, you just kind of let loose and have some fun. A little silly, a little loose. Instead of just uptight sticking all day, to be a little loose is actually kind of nice. But that's funny. If I try to be a little loose, people like, they do the clown emo. Oh, it's a clown. He's having fun. He's a clown.
No, that's not being, no. Clown mode is very, very particular. That's not being a little loose or a little laid back. That's basically seal clapping for YouTube. Also, toxicity.
No, you're an idiot. Okay.
Why am I toxic?
I got a $5 tip here. From Only Iced Infinite. I have a date next week. Can you give me some tips, please?
No.
You're a woman, by the way, to clarify. You didn't have to clarify. It doesn't matter. It's 2025. You could date like a stick from outside that you found on the floor. You can have a virtual date.
That's
right?
weird.
Virtual dating now.
That's
So,
that's
sure,
that's
here you go,
tism.
buddy. Don't go too crazy. Don't be over the top. Don't try to be something you're really not. All right. Humor is great. Usually, women enjoy humor. I'll say that again, as long as it's controlled and not too crazy. You know, don't go too hard and don't fake anything. Be yourself. And if the woman likes you when you're yourself, then you found a good one for yourself, right? But if you have to act a way that you're not, if you have to pretend to be a character, if you have to, you know, overly go out of your way to basically woo someone over, then that person probably isn't for you, right? You want to find someone who you're going to be okay with spending a lot of time with, and they want to be around the real you, not the you on your best behavior, acting like a charismatic jokester. No, they want to be around the real you. So sure that they're seeing the real you because you don't want to misrepresent yourself. And the next thing you know, oh, we're moving in together. Wait a minute, I actually hate you. There you go. There's some good advice.
That was a lot of
right.
tism. That was a lot of
I got a
tism.
$2 tip.
A lot of tism.
I hope that you keep Death Stranding 2. It's incredible once it gets going and gameplay actually changes a ton. Cool. Very nice. Excellent.
The tism intensifies. The tism fucking intensifies.
We'll see. I'm down to keep it in the rotation as long as people show up, engage, and support with it. So let's see how it keeps going, okay? We've got J Rod did a $2 super chat. Do you think sweeping generalities are good? Yes, in absolutely every single circumstance, without any exceptions, sweeping generalities are absolutely.
Okay, this is going to be both a toxicity and a tism.
Absolutely every opportunity that you can in your life, no matter what, without exception, sweeping generalities are the way. Very nice. Thanks for $2.
Yep, toxicity and a tism.
And X Shooter, 37 months as a supporter here on the channel. Thank you, X Shooter, so much for your ongoing support. Very nice. All right, so folks, it's time to talk about next Friday briefly. I just want to let you know what's coming up so you know what to expect next week, okay? 1 week from today, excuse me, 1 week from today is Independence Day here on DSP Gaming. There will be a fun marathon of festivities, all right? What are said festivities? Well, number one, we're going to start around the usual time, and we're going to have some summertime fun. That day, my wife is going to make a spread of summertime foods, which we will try for not DSP tries it, but a feasting with the king during the course of the show.
This is the food segment. This is the food tism segment.
Which sounds really good. She did this a couple years ago, and it was absolutely outstanding, so if she does it again, I'm pretty stoked. We'll see what she comes up with. Oh, that's great. So we're going to have that. Now, basically, the event is twofold. The first half of the event, very pragmatically and matter-of-factly, is a closet clean-out. Why? I cleaned out this closet 3 summers ago. Are you aware it's been 3 freaking years since I did that?
Justifying a closet clean out again is tism.
3 years ago. 3 years ago, I cleaned out my closet. It was a huge mess, right? It was all kinds of junk and shit in there. When I cleaned it out, we found a treasure trove of cool stuff. Fan art from back in the day.
Because he's trying to make it a pun, Dasher Pie. Because he thinks the only way he can make it attractive to people is if he makes it a pun of some sort. That he can't just... And because if he calls it his Independence Day stream, people will wonder why the fuck he's cleaning out his closet on Independence Day. I mean, if you're gonna lean into that, it's Independence Day, and his independence is from the past. He's freeing himself from nostalgia and getting rid of the props that he's used before that were part of, back before he had his resurgence, because his resurgence was entirely real, and so he doesn't need these things anymore. Which, we would still laugh at that, but it would be, it would be less unga bunga than that pun he's trying to make. And then you'd also have, knuckleheads like me yelling at him for, if you're going to do an Independence Day thing, then why are you not playing a video game that involves, America, that leans into the America-ness of the whole premise. So, like I said, I mean, play Metal Wolf Chaos, play Broforce, play Liberty or Death, play something that is related to the War of Independence or to tropes about America.
Classic games collection, all kinds of shit. And that allowed me to now have a closet that was emptied out, and that allowed me to then populate said closet with vests, hats, and other things that I was using as prop grade. My whole setup is completely different, and what's happened is this closet is now once again full of clutter and junk, stuff that I don't even know what makes sense to keep and save. This is junk to throw out, and this is stuff maybe we can start using on streams. For example, there were things in there that now I want to use as backdrops to my streams, but I can't find them anymore. I don't remember where they are. I don't have time to dig through. So during Independence Day,
Dave, get on with it.
To figure out, is this equipment I want to save? Is this now outdated crap I can get rid of? We're going to go through it all and figure that out. All right. In addition, we'll probably be re-looking at art, and that classic games collection is still in there and all that
Dave,
stuff.
no. Yes, you can get rid of your old computer. Give it to Prophet. Give it to Prophet, and he will do hilarious things with it. But you're too big of a pussy to do that.
It's going to be a fun, chill day. All right. That's one of the things we'll be doing during that day. But also, this is going to be the big retirement ceremony for the vests and the hats, which I used to wear on stream every single day for like 4.5 years, right? It all started in 2020 with the vest street, and then after that it was vests, hats, and all this kind of hoopla. Well, we haven't done it now in about a year, Reason being, I phased it out. Now I wear nice clothes, right? Now we have a great backdrop.
Yeah, and why did you change your wardrobe, Dave? I mean, might it have had anything to do with a certain LTG telling you to work on your sexy and you spurging out about that?
I don't need to be doing silly gimmicks and things to be successful. People just like me and support my content no matter what. And I'm very appreciative of that I don't have to play dress up every day anymore. I'm a little older now, and I think it's kind of silly, and we've gotten past it, correct?
Dave, how is that fair to your audience, to the people who actually like that? The four of them that are left who weren't driven out by the Kino saga. How is it fair to insult them like that? That it was dumb, but you did it to make money. You were playing dress up. Because people used to get banned if they said, Dave, why are you playing dress up? They would get banned for that. Because you were a serious streamer, and these were funny. These were silly little things you were doing for your audience, but it was done seriously.
I have a closet full of it. I have like 10 vests, like over a dozen hats. All right. So here's what we're going to do on Friday for the Indivestance Day event.
Stop trying to make that happen, Dave. Really.
For every $50 of support raised, we're going to have a wardrobe change. So when the first $50 of support is raised, we're going to do a poll. You guys are going to vote. Do you want to see one of 4 hats? And what wins the poll, I'm going to put on that silly hat. Then when we hit $100 of support, it's going to be our first vest. And you're going to vote on what vest you want me to put on for the first one of the marathon. And so I'm going to wear that.
Officially, I'm done caring.
To try to get through the entire closet. I have a football helmet. I've got a silly red, more practical normal vest. They're like beige color, right? So it's going to be pretty fun. By the way, this will be the first time ever you'll actually see them in good quality. Here, we could do double. Do you get it? Like the whole vest streak, putting on hats and gunner glasses. It always was stupid. But that was the silly gimmick, was all these other streamers were doing streams where they were actually having sexualized content of, ooh, ASMR, and oh, if you send me a contribution, I'll write your name on my arm, and then I'll take my top off, and I'll jump in a hot tub full of Jello. While they were doing all of that, I was literally putting clothes on and making a living doing it. You understand? That was supposed to be like the joke. But it really was a big part of my streams and my content for a long time, and now it's time to give it a proper send-off, all right? So
a send-off.
Marathon,
Tism.
Closet clean out. There's going to be hats and vests and things being worn. We'll actually reminisce about the times, like when did I implement this vest? What times did I wear over here?
Reminisce about the times he got new clothes to put on. Tism.
Things like that. And it's going to be a formal retirement of all of that stuff. I'm not saying I'm going to throw it out. I'm not.
A formal retirement party for props. Tism.
Store it in the closet. So if we have another special event, maybe we'll do it once a year. Hell, maybe we could do it every 4th of July. The Indivestance Day returns, where we do this marathon that one day only for milestones of support. I put on silly hats and vests and things again.
Dave, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to turn this into a segment? Why are you turning? You have it, Dave. What's going to happen if you come out and it only makes $100? What are you going to do if your closet clean out only makes you $100? Are you going to say, well, guys, that was fun. That was fun. I know it didn't make me much money. And I know I said I was going to make this into a thing that we kept doing. So we'll do it again next year. Of course you're fucking not. You're going to come out and be toxic as fuck about how nobody gave you any money. And this notion of doing it again is going to die on the vine. And anybody who brings up that you said you're going to do it again is going to get banned and going to get yelled at and then banned for being a stupid nundick who doesn't understand how business works, when all you had to do was not turn it into a segment. You could have went and saw how it went. You could have been thinking, yeah, maybe we'll turn this into a segment. That might be fun. And then saw how it did. And then if it went great, then you could announce that, yeah, guys, we're going to do this again next year. You know, because it was so awesome, we're going to do it again next year. But no, you're already thinking about how to turn this into a regularized part of your money pipeline. And that's why I'm hoping you get $100, if that. I'm hoping you stay in double digits, but you attract dents. You attract dents like horses attract flies. So.
Reminisce about the old times, right? That could be fun. So we're going to do that. All right. Now
also that's a toxicity for me.
See if they got anything fun or silly. Rebecca had been saying they have silly things like they have alcoholic boba shots or something. I don't know. I've never seen that before. I guess I'll see what they got at the liquor store and maybe get a couple things for the event. You know, it's going to be more party. I'm not going to be getting freaking moonshine and shit like that. I want it to be more like a summertime party like atmosphere, right?
Then get moonshine.
You know, hey, if I'm going to put on a hat, I'll also pop one of these silly boba alcoholic things at the same time, you know, see what it's like and rate it or whatever. I don't know. I got to see what they got because I don't know what they have. I just take a look and see what kind of silly stuff they have at the liquor store and go from there. But it will be a party-like atmosphere that whole day. All right? So we'll see how it goes. But I think it's going to be a fun day of some booze, some hats, some vests, getting the closet cleaned out so I can actually use it for stuff now. Because that's the problem. My floor, I got switch 2 shit over there on the floor. I have nowhere to put it. I want to clean out the shelving and everything, so now I have room to actually use the closet again and be able to get in there. There's shit in there I know I'm going to throw out. There's stuff that I used to have for my backdrop that I'm probably never going to use again, and there's art that I'm probably going to push to the sides to put it back into storage and stuff. You know, I really need to get the time to do that.
He is expending so much brain power on this.
And a lot of people who want to be harsh about it don't realize 3 years ago when I first announced the Closet Clean Out Marathon, people said it would never work. It was one of the more popular things I had done in years. Seriously, people loved it. So it was so good.
Dave, do you know why it was surprisingly watched? It's because you're such a It was such a bizarre thing that people came to watch the freak show in action. Those streams were miserable. They were absolutely miserable. But they did produce some gold, like when you found that fan art. That some person actually made you like legit physical fan art. And they said, "Wow, that's cool. Maybe I should get this framed." Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna put it back here, and I'm gonna get it framed. And then it's just gone. It's just gone. It's back in there, still rotting away. We'll never see the light of day again. Or if it does, it's gonna be when you go into that closet and you find it and you say, "Huh, wow, it's cool. Maybe I should get this framed," and then put it back because it costs too much to get it framed right now. That's what you did last time.
Asked me to clean out the other closets in my house. And I was like, I think I'll hold off on that. Okay? So this should be fun. I hope that you guys will join me on Indivestance Day, 1 week from today, a day-long marathon event. Okay? Cool. All right. More shout-outs.
Wow.
Dwayne Zapane, who did a $5 super chat, says, write my name on your arm. No. I will not do that, but thank you, Dwayne, for a $5 super chat.
Tism.
Also, a couple tips have come in. Let's take a quick look, see if they're trolls or not. Hopefully not.
I hope they're not trolls.
Nope, that's a troll. And it's a troll. There you go. All right, never mind. There's a couple dollar tips that were trolls anyway, so ignore them. Okay, cool. All right.
Acknowledging them as tism.
I would like to react to a couple of
money tism
trailers / information released from the Capcom event yesterday. All right, the first thing I would like to react to is Sagat, who will be the next DLC character in Street Fighter 6. So let's take a look at this together and see if he looks any good or not. I'm going to see, what my analysis is of his abilities. Ready? Here we go.
I'm probably only going to watch the Street Fighter. I'm only probably going to watch the Street Fighter bit because that's where that's where the most gold thus could be.
Hey, come on, let's go. Wait for me.
I definitely think it's cool to have his Thailand background back. That's the statue and everything from Street Fighter 2. That's really neat. Oh, that's his outfit? Oh, wow, that's pretty cool, actually.
Okay, so Sagat is a giant. Good to know.
Will he say Tiger Uppercut or Tiger Blow in this one, I wonder? August 5th. Is that... Wait, that's it? That's it?
He was so hyped. He was so hyped.
They didn't show any gameplay? You've got to be joking.
He was so hyped.
I was thinking this was going to be gameplay. We can analyze the gameplay and see what he plays like. That's it?
He was so hyped.
I think the outfit looks pretty cool. Oh, man. That is absolutely a waste of everyone's time. August 5th. Okay, good. So it's a...
okay, that's Tism. That's Tism. That's awesome. The hype bleeds into Tism.
Outside of that, I guess we have to wait. That was pretty silly because they announced it as, the big reveal. Is that a really... Do you think that was a reveal?
Yes.
Didn't show anything.
We got to see the model. That was the reveal of the model, Dave.
Requiem creator's message. So I guess they're going to outline a whole bunch of information about Resident Evil Requiem. All right. Let's watch this.
It's 5 minutes. They can't put that much information into.
Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me lower the volume. That was loud. Scared me. Try that again. All right. I have to change my underwear.
Scat is Tism, I think.
Yes, let's hear about the concept for the game.
Also, can't read the subs because of the leaderboard. Is incompetence Tism? I don't know. I can't decide if incompetence is Tism.
Where is this? Look at this.
バイオハザードレクイエムは、シングルプレイかつ、オフラインのゲームとなっています。
Good to know they didn't make it multiplayer.
バイオハザードで一番重要なのは恐怖体験だと思うんですけれども、今作においてはその恐怖体験というところに、しっかりとフィーチャーした内容に仕上がっているんじゃないかなと思っています。
You gonna say anything, Dave, or just dead air? That's
Plays, what's her name? I forgot her name already.
今回の主人公は
Yeah.
FBI 捜査官グレース・アッシュクロフト。内向的で怖がり、バイオハザードとしては割と新しいタイプのキャラクターを作ろうとしています。プレイヤーと同じ目線で一緒になって怖がれるこういうキャラクターを狙っています。物語の中にもちろん彼女も
What's crazy about this is, so I guess she's supposed to be like a lay person to Resident Evil. She doesn't know that there's been this giant conspiracy for like 20 years going on in the world with biohazards and all of this with Umbrella and these other companies, right? But to us, we've been so into Resident Evil since the 90s. It's like, how does anyone not know? But she's supposed to be someone who is completely like ignorant to all of it happening.
yes,
There's still someone who
Dave.
doesn't know about this? I mean, how the hell did they cover up Raccoon City? That's a good question. Has it ever really been answered how they fully covered up Raccoon City?
克服し成長していくんですけども FBI 捜査官
That's some tism.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. No fucking way. That's the lobby from Resident Evil, the handheld game. This is the lobby of the ship. Or at least they tried to make a new building look like the lobby of the ship. That looks exactly like the lobby of the ship from Resident Evil.
I'm gonna assume that it
called?
doesn't.
Anyone remember the one that was on 3DS? I can't remember. What it was
That
called
wasn't
now, but it was really good. I actually really
Dave, that wasn't mobile. That was handheld. There is a difference. That makes it sound like there was a Resident Evil mobile game, like kind of game that you play on your phone. And that's not what you just said. You just said it was like the DS game, which is handheld. It is mobile, yes, but it is considered handheld as opposed to a mobile game. That's an important distinction, my guy.
did, and then they eventually made a sequel that was both console and, and all of that. But that's totally, was it Revelation? Was it Resident Evil Revelations? Yeah, it was, right? Resident Evil Revelations. That's the foyer or the lobby of the ship. So that's cool that that's in this one.
I'm sorry, say that again, Dave. It's pronounced foyer.
And then they eventually made a sequel that was both console and, and all of that. But that's totally, was it Revelation? Was it Resident Evil Revelations? Yeah, it was, right? Resident Evil Revelations. That's the foyer or the lobby of the ship. So
foyer. He didn't just say foyer. He didn't.
Was it Revelation? Was it Resident Evil Revelations? Yeah, it was, right? Resident Evil Revelations. That's the foyer or the lobby of the ship.
Foyer. Okay, that's going on the list.
That's going to come into play.
That's going on the list for the pronunciation polka.
レオンを主人公にしようっていうのは実はずっとあったんですけども、どうしてもレオンを使ったバチバチのホラーっていうのが割と難しくて、落ちてきたバケツにびっくりするとか。
I understand. So they were like, listen, if we make a game that has Chris or Leon as the protagonist again, these guys are hardened. They've been through Resident Evil so many times, they're not going to be scared by anything. So they wanted to make you feel scared again, so they made the protagonist a newcomer. Okay.
そういうレオンってそんなみんな見たくないやろっていうところで、じゃあホラーと食い合わせ悪いよなっていうのがやっぱりありましたけど。
Interesting take.
Not really?
ご覧になってわかるように、グレース自身がすごいいろんな目に遭うんですね。PV で断片的には入ってるんですけど。
This is bad. This is.
顔の明るみ、高揚感であったりとか、一緒にバイオハザードで関してだとその恐怖を間近にキャラクターの肩ごと。
Since you can now swap, like what's the ideal way to expose shoulder for this data and their situation? Maybe you want Raccoon City after so.
別金作戦以降30年近く経つんですけども、ゲームの舞台として登場しています。
So basically it's real time, right?
Yes, Dave.
It was near then, right? Okay.
Oh my God, Dave.
その当時アンブレラ事件っていうのでシリーズがヒットして、それ以降もさまざまなキャラクターたちがいろんなラクーンシティって起きた事件をきっかけに立ち向かっていくようになったり、人間成長したり、そこに今回この表現のメスを入れるっていうのが。
So Dave, you gonna say something? Dead air? Lots of dead air. Okay.
っていうのが大きかったですね。
Dead
事
air?
件に関わったもしくはラクーン事件に巻き込まれて大きく人生を変わってしまったり、命を落としてしまったりと、そういった登場人物が。
Dead air?
レクイエムは彼らに向けての言葉通り鎮魂であり、
Okay.
というとバイオハザードシリーズラクーン事件アンブレアをきっかけに生まれたシリーズのある種一つの区切りという意味でレクイエムというタイトルをつけています。
What I really hope is that as a result of this, they go back to the roots because I'll be honest, I like Resident Evil 7 and 8. I do.
Yeah.
But it really like jumped the shark.
Tism. Tism.
Weird Ouroboros going on, and it just didn't feel like Resident Evil anymore. It felt like an action game, but it didn't feel like horror, and it certainly didn't feel like zombie outbreak.
The tism. It's running rampant.
That back, if you remember, part of 6 has a zombie outbreak, but other parts have the mutations and everything again. So if they really are going back to the original roots, okay, I like that. But then again, they're already showing a part of here where she's in a house and there's one of these big mutated creatures chasing her. It ain't a zombie, so I don't know. It seems like it's not. I don't know. They're saying Requiem, tying back to the original, so I guess.
Oh my God! How can you be this weird?
バイオハザードシリーズ30周年を迎えます。30周年記念タイトルの名に恥じぬようなゲームとして本作リリースしたいなというふうに思っております。
Okay.
So,
大きく方針を転換してですね、実写映画を目指すというところで。
Further interviews with the creators that didn't fit into today's presentation will be released today on the Resident Evil portal.
Neat.
whoa!
Register your Capcom ID.
Clown mode. Clown mode is
っていう
Tism.
ところは基本触っちゃいけないもんだと。
Okay, so the takeaways here. All right, the takeaways here. What this idiot is. The takeaways here are number one.
Toxic.
That's not the takeaway. There we go. Number one, Leon is not the protagonist like everyone had thought. It's going to be this Grace Ashcroft. Now,
Okay.
Ashcroft there was a character, an Ashcroft character in Resident Evil, right? Who was it? Anyone remember? I guess she's supposed to be the daughter of the Ashcroft family or whatever. who was part of Resident
Yes.
Evil Previous, something like that.
Oh
So
my
that's
God.
cool.
Get on with it,
Someone
Dave. Get
who's
on
like-
with it. Get on with
Again,
it.
not exposed to any of this, being exposed to it for the very first time, is going to have a different feel to it, right? It will. I like that it's tying back to the original plot lines of classic Resident Evil. We've been so far removed from that. And again, I'm not saying
Wow.
7 and 8 weren't great games. I actually loved them both, but it's been so
Wow.
long that you don't feel the original roots anymore. It's almost you feel like Capcom forgot all about that Umbrella Zombie stuff. But if we're going back to that, then I think that'll be pretty neat. I hope that we do go back to that original stuff. I guess we'll have to see. So anyway,
Wow.
looks good. The graphics look great. I like the idea that you can alternate between first and third person. I like the idea that it's a Requiem that's going to tie back to the classic plot lines and things like that. Okay.
He likes that the title is appropriate. Great commentary, Goob.
Try to reload my YouTube page. It's glitching.
Great commentary. Dead air.
There we go. It locked up. There we go. Now it's working. Cool.
Brilliant,
All right.
brilliant, Dave.
Good stuff.
You're showing me
let's
for
see
being a
here.
damn dirty troll. You're really making me regret being an illegal
Nick Smith did $5
re-streamer.
super chat. It's called a teaser trailer, not a reveal trailer or gameplay. Did what it intended to do. It teased you. Yeah, I don't like being teased. All right? I'm 43 years old. I don't need to be teased. I want to be satisfied. I want the deets. I wanted to see Sagat whooping ass with all kinds of new combos and moves, and instead, all I got was Sagat carrying his training log or whatever the hell it was.
That's a
I'm sure they're gonna
Tism?
Capcom will release stuff about Sagat soon, probably like next week. How much?
that was a tism. I was debating whether it was going to be tism or toxicity, and that was a tism.
Will I play it in first or third person? Requiem. Good question. I don't know. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. Yes, I did hear that. Apparently, Street Fighter 6 is going to have a series of summertime bikini outfits available.
Cool.
It's obviously a cheap way to make money, which is hilarious because
Tism.
they've been asking for actual outfits for years, and Capcom almost never releases outfits. And now they're like,
Yep. Tism. Dash Pie for the bikinis. He's talking about Street Fighter 6. He's talking about Street Fighter 6. So, yeah, this is Tism because he's married. Stupid. That.
"Oh, outfit 4 for everyone. They're in a skimpy bikini." Like, what? What the fuck? Why? Pretty weird.
Dave, if you paid any attention to your detractors, you would know that there's been a massive market for bikini mods. Like, Pop beat your shit in at SF6 for like 18 months with Cammy in a bikini and Manon in a bikini. So, yeah, no, I don't begrudge Capcom in the slightest for wanting to get a piece of that action.
Dan Zach did a $5 super chat. If Wisdom starts at level 1, is the level 1 podcast a beginning or final loop disguised as day 1?
Rope,
You're asking a
Dan
big
Zach,
question.
rope.
But you know what? True wisdom is not something that's handed away. It's something that's earned or learned. Therefore, I'm not going to tell you. You just have to figure it out for yourself. Because then when you
That's
do,
that's
you'll feel
toxic.
meaning out of it and
That's
you'll feel
toxic.
as if you earned it, and you'll get a feeling of accomplishment. See? There you go. Excuse me. Okay. Well, guys, we got a few more extra minutes here.
A few more extra
And we'll
minutes.
go.
A few more extra minutes.
What would you like to talk about? Go ahead and tag me in the
A
chat.
few more
Discuss.
extra
I'm
minutes.
all good here.
As it's an hour and a half
Thank
ago.
you so much.
It's an hour and a half ago.
We haven't even booted this and we're almost at our goal today, which is crazy.
Now, guys, we're almost at our goal. There.
What will the lighting thing be for the marathon? I'll try to do something patriotic. It is Independence Day, as well as Indivestance Day. maybe I'll try-
So Dave, if you want to be patriotic, then why not just play some patriotic games? Hell, even it doesn't need to be strictly patriotic. You could just like get Metal Thunder or something like that. Something really simple that is okay. I admit last night's gameplay of Metal Thunder was like really bad because it took me a little while to get kind of the mechanics. As I did a little more off screen, I have a better grasp of it. But Dave, yeah, just play. Just pick something. Do unironically do Metal Wolf Chaos. It is something that is up. It is your brand. Metal Wolf Chaos is your brand. It's FromSoft. It's America. Or yeah, as Dashfly says, just wear red, white, and blue. You know, do something other than just modify the fucking lighting.
try to find something that's like fireworks or red, white, and blue or something. We'll see. I'll try to find something nice for it.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Kevin Hart. Well, listen, I'm not gonna be a hater. I'm not gonna dump on the guy. But for the
toxicity.
Kevin Hart in movies and comedy.
Toxicity inbound. Toxicity inbound.
I think he's very funny, but that's my opinion. Apparently, a lot of people do. That's why the guy is everywhere and making tons of bank, and apparently, will be set for life. So
that's a surprise jealousy
I don't
segment.
like everything, and I don't find him very funny, but some people do. There you go.
Surprise jealousy segment.
The Ashford family was from the Resident Evil Outbreak series, says the villain. There you go. That's why I don't know. I didn't play Resident Evil Outbreak. Okay. No, I have not watched any WWE since WrestleMania. I don't have any immediate plans to go back to watch it, so I don't know anything about what's going on with WWE right now.
Lies.
Super Bon John says, crispy today with the shirts. Thank you so much. Spawn Killer says, are they not bringing back Rose for Resident Evil 8? From what they said, the DLC for Resident Evil 8 is the end of that plot line. That Ethan and his daughter Rose are gone. They're written out of the storyline now. They had 2 games in a DLC, and that was it. And now stuff, supposedly.
Dave,
I guess they realized they wrote themselves into a corner with the whole mold storyline.
Dave, you also realize that they could be, it could be a red herring. Remember that whole joke from the Xbox showcase where you were fuming about how they weren't giving you any video? They said it was going to be coming soon, and you were fuming about those bastards who were stealing your views because they weren't giving you any news. And the joke was, we're giving it to you soon, and it went live during the show. Yeah. Could it possibly be, given that they played that game, that they might be playing that kind of game with this particular character and her story? I don't play Resident Evil, so I don't know her importance or how it's possible to fit that into the overall whatever they're doing with going back to Raccoon City. But, that's what creativity is for, Dave. So it could absolutely be up to something, and you just don't realize it.
An entire town full of werewolves, vampires, ghosts. It's like Halloween. I think you might have written yourself into a creative corner, and you got to hit the reset button, which is what it looks like they're doing with Resident Evil Requiem.
Wow. Goob.
CyberElk says, are there any games on your radar you'd like to play the whole way through regardless of support? Yeah, I'd like to see the content of Claire Obscure we didn't see. I'd like to one day play Lost Odyssey. I'd like to play Metaphor. You notice they're all RPGs, right? Like whenever I want to play
why don't you just play Metaphor then? You always have the ability to play whatever you want. You said this the other day. You have the ability to do whatever you want on Scream, and people will pay you money for it. So why don't you use that ability to play the games you want, you fucking pillock?
It seems like people are not down for it, and it sucks, because I think RPGs are relaxing, they're fun, they're interactive. It's a great opportunity to do an awesome playthrough, but sadly, the audience doesn't really bite for most RPGs. Look what happened with Claire Obscure, an absolutely outstanding game that people complained the entire time that I was playing. So I don't know what else to say. It's usually RPGs are the games that I'd love to play that no one cares about. It sucks.
Dave, again, Metaphor's on the list. Metaphor's on the list. I've got a list of Persona things I need to play, and Metaphor's on the list. But the most common complaint I've heard from people on the Metaphor demo is that demo was 4 hours. It should have taken you like 4-ish hours to play that demo, and it took you 12. You spent 12 hours on a demo, and that's actually fine. There back in ye olden days, it was fun to log like many hours in a demo because it was the only way you were going to get to play whatever it was. So I'm not knocking you for having fun with the demo and for just milking the ever-loving crap out of it. But you don't get to be salty that you want to play this game and nobody will give you money for it when you got 12 hours in a demo and people were giving you money for it. I don't understand how you can think people should give you money for playing a demo, and then you're using the fact that they won't keep paying you to play the demo as a reason why you shouldn't play the game. Because, if the demo really only should have taken you 4 hours, what the fuck were you doing? And you are someone who's absolutely capable of fucking about and drawing something that should take 4 hours into 12. That's the worst part. Is I absolutely believe that's true. And Dead Air? You gotta come back to Dead Air? This is Dead Air at 1.5 speed.
Did I ever own a PSP? Yes. What was my favorite game on PSP? Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I only owned a few games. I had Patapon. I had that. I had a Metal Slug game. I remember that I bought like a Metal Slug collection game that I liked. I only had like maybe 5 games for PSP. I did like them, but I never really used it that much. I bought it mostly because I had a coworker who had told me about it, said it was really good. So I bought it, and I was like, I don't know why I bought it. It was a waste of time and money.
You tried it, and it didn't work.
A nice handheld. what are we gonna eat for dinner? What a question. What a generic question. Today.
Oh, well, that's toxicity. That's toxicity. What do you want in terms of questions, Dave? Because people are scared to ask you real questions because you're going to ban them. If you don't like the question, you're going to ban them. If you don't like the answer you have to give, you're going to ban them. And that assumes you give an answer at all rather than say, hey, this is a stupid question. Get fucked.
We are eating homemade curry. My wife is going to make a curry from chicken, dark meat chicken, with like carrots and potatoes.
Dave, then why didn't you just say my wife's making a curry? Why did you use extra syllables? You know, what? Why does phrasing it like homemade have to... What does that convey? Is your wife making everything from scratch? No, she's not. I sincerely doubt she's growing her own rice, for example. So, you know, you just said my wife's making a curry, or we're having curry. Now, why did you have to add homemade? I mean, are you worried about the troll saying you're going to DoorDash it? I think you're worried about the troll saying you're going to DoorDash it. But you make yourself look like an even bigger weirdo because of that concern than even if you did DoorDash it.
And all kinds of stuff, and then it's going to be over some rice. It's going to be delicious. Any plans to do DSP versus the internet again?
No.
As I stated,
Tism.
perhaps if things end up slowing down or feeling stale with what I'm doing, which they're not, by the way. If you haven't noticed, I'm in demand all the time to play all kinds of games and stuff, so things are working out well with my new setup and everything. Like, we got more than enough to do, right? But if things ever do slow down and we get to the point where, man, we really need something fresh and new, you know, we could always start up the variety show that I talked about, where there's various different things.
The variety show that is actually a podcast. The variety show that's actually a podcast. So he wants to do a variety show that is just, he will sit down and fuck about with prepared topics and prepared videos he wants to react to. So he'll just do like a normal podcast, but that has to be like for special occasions. The Pahdcast that he does every day. No, he can't do that. He has very specific scheduling stuff that he has to do for his Pahdcast. He has to tell you about how the daily wrap went and what he did yesterday on the main and late streams. And he has to tell you all about the schedule for today and tomorrow and the day after that. And then he has to count the money you're giving him for creating such captivating content. So there's no time to like go over a topic. I mean, he's got Twitter news to cover with takes that are bad even by Twitter take standards. You get it?
Maybe I get caught up with pro wrestling on one show and we have guests come in and talk about it. Maybe I have one show that's a react show where we react to various videos and things. I don't know. But that kind of stuff is always a possibility that I could jump into if needed. Right now, things are going really well with me with gameplay streams, variety of gameplay, right? Having a wheel peripheral and playing chill, driving games, chill indie games, AAA games.
This whole thing is mortism.
It's working very, very well and everyone's enjoying. So there's no reason to go crazy over, we need new stuff. No, we don't, actually. Things are going very well right now.
Dave, you always need new stuff. That is the nature of you. You are the ultimate consumer. You cannot be happy with what you've got. So, of course, you need new stuff. So, no, we will circle back to the variety show soon enough because you're probably one or two games that'll save the business away from needing a new idea. Then that's when the variety show will be back.
CyberElk says, so the days of you playing whatever you truly want are over. I miss the old days. Well, there's some exceptions. For example, I still pushed through with Claire Obscure. And as I explained to you, if we, moving forward this year, let's say I end up having a really good week for some reason, someone comes by and drops a giant contribution, or I do a marathon that does insanely well, then maybe I would actually schedule a stream of Claire Obscure that we could do some of the post-game content because I really want to do it. I love that game, right?
Yeah, this is Tism too. This is just dumb.
When I started on YouTube, it didn't matter what I did. It got views. It got ad revenue, and I could basically play.
And it's gone into a memory lane segment. So
changed because now it's about who's going to come to a stream and support a stream as the on-demand videos took a back seat. Take a look at the on-demand videos today, dude. To be honest with you, they barely get any views because everyone steals my content. So because of that, all the views that I used to get the ad revenue on have gone to people who are thieves. So because
toxicity.
I have to rely on what I get on streams, which means I have to stream things people will show up and engage and support with. And that's the only way I'm going to survive moving forward, right? And I'm okay with that, but sadly it means that there's got to be sacrifices. Now, every once in a while, if I announce something special like the Soikoden playthrough, people, Phil's actually going to do a classic from his past that he has passion for. We're going to come out, we're going to support that. And
sweet codeine, got to get that sweet codeine.
I really am. But sadly, it's not always going to be like that. There's going to be times when I want to do what I want to do, and I can't do it. And there's not much that I can do about it, right? Like, I just got to accept reality. In reality,
this is actually an excuse segment too. He can't do what he
But,
wants because of the
it really
money.
isn't. I get it. Some people are disappointed because they know that there's things that I would like to do that I'm not doing. And what can I do? I got to pay the bills. I got to support my family. I can't just say,
Excuse.
hey, come here every day and play another RPG that everyone tunes out for and complains about, and I make $10 playing for 5 hours, right? Can't. I got to do what's going to bring in what, the stuff. What can I say? I don't want to totally change it. There will be cases where
Excuse. This is the third time he's making this in 3 sentences.
Not consistently brought in support, but I finished them. I did finally finish Clear Obscure and Blueprints. We are still playing. All right, so but I can't do it all the time. Hey, Michael, how are you this morning? Good to see you. Well, this afternoon now, right? All right, folks, it is time to end the show and get set up for Death Stranding.
Wow, he's finally done. He's finally fucking done.
I mean, this week, tip-top stuff. I mean, every stream was fun. It was hopping. We had a great time hanging out with each other, did we not? In addition to that,
that was...
In fact, so far, there was only one stream where we didn't hit a support goal, and it was the stream when I beat Onimusha 2 in like 20 minutes. So I had to impromptu swap, and no one was really ready for me swapping anything. So what are you going to do about that?
Excuse.
That's life. But outside of that, every stream that went down as planned, people showed up, engaged, and supported.
Also, beg.
DSP tries it on Monday. This is excellent stuff. Thank you guys so very much. What a great week it was. Great week, right? Content, finishing playthroughs, chill vibes, everything good. And like I said, if this continues at the level it is, all right, I can continue to do things such as buy a game and try it, and if it doesn't work, drop it. It's okay. Buy an expensive-ass peripheral to add a whole new aspect to the content I'm doing because it's not a big deal because I'm making so much I can afford all that stuff, right? That's the kind of shit that I told you guys over the years I always wanted to do and I couldn't. Now I can do it.
Tism. This is all a massive Tism segment about how you need... Well, it's not quite a beg. It's not quite a beg because he's not making it overt. It's not overt enough to be a beg. There's not enough hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But this is absolutely a massive Tism segment about how if he keeps getting money, he can keep spending it poorly. He doesn't have to think about, he doesn't have to spend his money well if he just keeps getting the same amount of money he's getting. Which is just, I mean, it's a very Dave approach to the problem, which means it's titanically dented. Absolutely titanically dented.
Because of you. I hope that you understand. You can
Rue!
Years that if I had the flexibility to do these things, I would have, because now I can and I am. All right? Good stuff, my friends. Thank you so very much for watching the Level 1 podcast. I am off from streaming. I'm off from streaming tomorrow, but I return on Sunday with a new fresh show to start the new week.
And why more scheduling tism. More fucking scheduling tism. All right, and then tism.
Okay, so I know that some contributions have come in. I'm going to shout them out, but I got to go on break right now. So if you guys can bear with me, I'm just going to play some highlight clips. When I come back, we'll do these shout outs. I'll get the green screen going and all of that. But
okay.
I got to go on a break like right away. All right. So I'll be right back, guys. In the meantime, enjoy some highlight clips here.
Okay, so that was that was for getting up. That one dead air for getting up, and then another dead air for this break. When the fuck is he getting back? He's still not back. Still not back. Still not back. Still not back. When did he leave? He left at 13:06, so 1:06. So when the fuck does he get back? Cherokun, and there he's back. That was a 12-minute break. That was a fucking 12-minute break. And he still hasn't started gameplay yet.
There we go. Gotta get the lighting off.
And he's still tisming and still hasn't started gameplay yet. No gameplay. Is that
every day? Doesn't matter what I'm
made his fucking money, so still hasn't started gameplay. Still no gameplay. Oh my goodness, actual gameplay. It's 1:30. It's 1:30 PT at the moment. Also, this sounds like it might have been juicy.
Thanks so much. Get that up on the leaderboard. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, this might be juicy.
A whole bunch of good games that people are enjoying. So I get your enthusiasm. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm. Who's like, we play this, could play this, we're interested in.
So if somebody give him a suggestion.
So we're gonna have the RoboCop game. There's no time for more games. I lowered. No, I didn't. I'm thinking about it. No, I didn't. Because you couldn't hear their voices. That's right. You couldn't hear character voices. So I actually upped it. That's right. Everyone asking me if I'm going to play random games right now. You're barking up the wrong tree. Right now, we've got a very loaded schedule. Between Death Stranding 2, between a new game next week that's likely going to be GTA 4 with mods, the 2 chill driving streams we're doing, the not-so-chill Mario Kart streams we're doing, fighting games, blueprints, and then coming up in July.
Did you see a little bit of toxicity with the not-so-chill Minecraft streams we're doing? That's a little bit of toxicity right there.
We're going to have the Tony Hawk collection. We're going to have Donkey Kong Bonanza. We're going to have the RoboCop game. There's no time for more games. People just throw every... You play this one? Would you play this one? Can I recommend this one? We're not in that situation. We very well could get to a point.
Dave, when somebody asks you, will you play this game, you say, thank you for the suggestion, and move on. That's all you have to do. And yet we get this tism. We get this coping in this tism.
And then I'd be very open to suggestions and things. I'd be like, hey, I need something. What should we do? Right now, it's the opposite of the situation I'm in right now. Right now, I'm happily juggling a whole bunch of good games that people are enjoying. So I get your enthusiasm. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm who's like, we play this, we're interested in this. But
All you had to do is say, I appreciate your suggestion and
There's so
enthusiasm.
much going on. I got to make the best of the time I have, you know? Andrew Owen has become a member, and that is a legit new membership this morning. Thank you to Andrew. That's our first membership of the day. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. Thanks for joining.
Moneytism? Money counting segment?
Thanks so much. Private React still. No, I stopped.
Okay,
No,
here's what I was looking for.
especially
Here's what I was
now,
looking for.
but I did see it earlier. Someone said, Phil, you're doing Private React still. No, I stopped doing them because I don't have time. It makes more sense for me to spend my time on a stream hanging out with you guys than it does to make a Private React video for one person. It's actually working out better for me to do the public streams. So I stopped doing them. Okay.
Just remember, he had at one point, he had a whale. He had who's still around. Slayer is still fucking around. Slayer was paying him like $200 a month. He pledged like 4 different times to get Dave to do monthly private content for him. Dave was at one point when he was saying, oh guys, I only need $50 a stream. Dave was getting like $200 a month from Slayer just to do that private react. So when he was claiming he needed $50 a night, he was getting $200 to take a night stream off and just do content for Slayer. And he didn't want to do that. And I understand why he didn't want to do it, because Slayer made him watch fucking K-pop, and Dave hates K-pop. Dave hates any Oriental cultural products of any sort. So that's why he hates anime. He hates K-pop. I'm sure he hates J-pop too. I'm sure he hates, he will never watch like a Wire Fu movie in its original Chinese. So yeah, Dave hates those cultural products. So those Slayer nights were absolute torture. Slayer also had him watch Singaporean propaganda, which was even funnier, because it was in English. So Dave knew what they were saying. But I get why he didn't want to do it. But you don't get to complain about money when you have a mark like that. And it's a mark who you can take their money and not feel bad, because that's what the deal is you're saying, give me monies, I will watch whatever you want. And that's what he did. It's weird. And he just went, huh? Wow. Whoa. Most of it. But that's what's being paid for. So you don't have to feel bad about that. But no. It's better to do the night stream. It's better to do the night stream in the hopes of a whale showing up and giving him the money that he would have gotten from Slayer, in addition to all of the other monies he might get, plus his couple of pennies of ad revenue, versus just doing it for Slayer. Well, welcome back, Koraz, and you are filled with. If you're going to be filled with things, beef and sour pickle cabbage are not the worst. Yeah, my head meanwhile is full of blood from all the aneurysms. So, but we finally got through the Pahdcast, and yeah, Koraz, I don't think you were around for the alcoholism segment, the alcoholism rant. You kind of were. No, I think you were, but yeah, there was nothing that came close to the alcoholism rant after you left. There was nothing that comes close. That podcast, as painful as it was, it's absolutely worth it for the alcohol nonsense.
That was fast.
Okay,
That was
and
instant.
gameplay has finally started at 1:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So I'm going to take a risk and I'm just going to hit the live button. And see what happens, because ain't nobody got time to catch up on we're on 75 minutes of Dave's gameplay in a game that I do not give a shit about. So
You don't hear them? That's good. I have good filters then. If you can't hear any fans blowing right now, that's good, because I'm hearing a ton.
okay, and ventilationism is what we come in on. Okay,
All right,
well done, Dave.
Outs. So we have Dan Zach did a $5 super chat. When the air stops conditioning itself, is it the machine that's broken, or did it finally learn to breathe on its own?
Dan Zach,
Very philosophical there. Thank you.
you're never going to convince me that Dan Zach isn't BDW awesome, or whoever the dent is who makes the haikus. Captain DCW is who I was thinking of. You're never going to convince me that this Dan Zach guy isn't Captain DCW. They have too many similarly dented takes.
And We're at 68, right? So we'll go to 73.
Yes.
And then I got a $2
That
tip.
leaderboard is so dented. That leaderboard is so fucking dented.
Why am I banned from Kick Chat? I didn't do anything bad. I don't know.
Why am I banned? But you can, if you're banned, that means you can get fucked. Yeah.
I can't even unban you because you told me a name that doesn't work.
Cora, that's ventriloquism. Ventilationism is what happens when you are obsessed with your HVAC and you are too much of a dent to just pay the money to get central AC in a place that you claim is too hot. It's when you complain every day about how, oh God, gosh, yesterday was so hot. It was 70 degrees out, which meant it was 95 in my office, and I'm just dying. Please give me monies.
Give me your name. I just typed.
That's ventilationism.
So that's not even your name on Kick. So figure out your name. Okay. So guys, let's continue. Sorry for the interruption. That scared the shit out of me. You heard how loud it was, right? I wonder how it sounded on the video. It literally was. My wife said it shook the whole downstairs, and she was like, "What was that?"
Glad we got to miss it.
All right. Well, it is what it is. Let me actually resume the recording for a sec. Hello, everyone. So if you heard that
YouTube mode on,
loud noise, or if you didn't, my air conditioner, indoor air conditioner. Okay, it's not a window air conditioner. It's one that's freestanding, and you put it into the window.
Oh, this should be good. From I Love Pie. I was watching Robert Tilton, and he said, if you can't provide a sum of $1,000, then you ain't keeping your oath to God. Is that a good business strategy? So we might get some tism out of that. We might get something that we can have some fun with from that. And it's in Norwegian krona. So, yeah, he might have a little tism about that. But krona are not bad currency.
This thing,
they're sound.
it finally busted. It still turns on, but when it does, it starts shaking and gets incredibly loud, and it started making a grinding sound. I was like, I think I'll turn off the air conditioner now. So I just have everything on fan backs, but I'm going to basically be still playing and sweating it out for today. But
sweating it out.
Tomorrow. Hopefully the replacement is good. I guess we're going to find out. But
more ventilation tism.
So, sorry for the interruption. That wasn't intentional, obviously. It was very weird that happened.
Still going on about it, too.
I thought if that were to break, which I figured would break eventually.
Big ups Ducky 9976 with the super chat over in Dave's chat. It's a Gundam's videos on You Are the Best. That's gonna get a positive response, right?
I know that it was gonna break because it would start to not work. This thing just straight up busted entirely. So it was very weird the way that it all went down, but it is what it is. Okay.
Well done, Dave. Well done. You gonna get to those super chats?
I Love Pie did a super chat, but he's talking about someone named I never heard of, and I'm not gonna even address it. I'm just gonna say thanks. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's about $1. That's no, 100 krona is about $10, I think.
That is a $9.92 super chat.
Yep, about $10.
Thank you very much for that. And then someone else did a $2 super chat. Let's just add those to the total, and then I'm gonna split the part here.
Yeah, he refuses to read the super chat. He refuses to read the super chat, but he also doesn't say, this guy's a troll, let's ban him for breaking the rules. Because remember, talking about detractors is, that's a bannable offense. That's a bannable offense. So I don't know what this is, why he's not banning this guy, because, mentioning a detractor is a bannable offense for Dave. He's allowed to ban he's allowed to mention whoever he wants. But if you do it, you're getting banned. So I just need to hear that again. I just need to hear that again.
Someone else did a $2 super chat. Let's just add those to the total, and then I'm going to split the part.
Yeah, let's just get the lead into that, because that was subtle.
$9.92 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And then someone else did a $2 super chat. Let's just add those.
He won't read it. He won't read it.
We'll make a new fresh video.
Why don't you read it, Dave? Why don't you read it? It's genuinely not bad. it's genuinely not bad. Is it because you're salty that It's a Gundam makes videos about you and that they do reasonably well? I mean, they do shitty by Gundam standards, but you know, this is the guy who can get 200K on a video about you just by, you know, I mean, he can just shit it out. He can just say, all right, I rambled a bit, Ludwig, turn it into a video and it'll get 250,000 views. Is it because he's a detractor? It's because he's a detractor. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that statement. It's just, it's a statement of, I don't know if they're the best. They're pretty good though. One could even make the argument that Ludwig World Order videos, Ludwig World Order with edits, which includes It's a Gundam videos, are the best. I could get behind that statement. But yeah, just tell that fan to quit fucked. Just do it. Ban him and be done with it.
All right.
So you're going to ban him?
Sorry for the interruption. We're about to go to an epic part where it looks like we're going to fight a boss.
Also, Tism.
Let's split the part, and when we come back, we'll do that boss fight. There we go.
Tism.
That was seriously crazy. Let's try one more time, but I know this thing, I should not turn it on. It's making so much crazy noise. Let's try one more
Why
time.
are you turning it on then?
Just for fun.
You know what makes noise? Holy shit. Holy shit. It is making noise.
That was awful.
Holy shit. I could hear that.
I will not be turning that on again.
That is
Let's
bad.
make sure it's off. Did you hear that?
Oh yeah,
It was so loud.
It's destroying itself. Well done, Dave. Well done.
That was ridiculously loud.
It wasn't ridiculously loud, but it absolutely was audible.
All right, hold on.
Also, dead air. Dead air.
Just on fan. All right. Explode. You don't want to see me live beheaded on stream. I'm not turning that on.
I don't know. I'd be down
Just
for
the
that.
fan.
I'd be down for DSP's decapitation on stream due to his own incompetence.
Tonight. Well, now and tonight. Holy shit, man. That was crazy. All right, shout
Wow.
out to Buckwell. Buckwell just gifted a sub.
Buckwell is a
Appreciate that,
dent.
Buckwell.
Buckwell is my one of my least favorite dents at the moment because he's actually dented.
So yeah, so I do have a
We make jokes about how people you never leave being a dent, you never can stop being a dent. Buckwell lives up to every one of them because on that ATS stream he gave Dave money. Dave told him to get fucked, and here he is giving him more money.
placement AC on order. It's supposedly coming tomorrow. From what it says, it was the only one that I could get with very quick shipping.
So he just spent he's probably spent that's $600 to $800 to buy, depending upon exactly what kind of unit he had and exactly what he bought. But he set out somewhere between $500 and $1,000, probably more likely in the $600 to $800 range, just to have it here tomorrow. Also, dead air,
here, which is gonna be a pain. This thing weighs a ton, so I gotta get it all the way downstairs, and I gotta get this new one upstairs. Get it set up. To be honest, it'll probably be nice to have a new air conditioner in here. I've had this one for 11 years. It's not that good anyway.
and note, he's spending his money and he's trying to pignatize himself that it's a good thing. That he should have spent it already anyway, guys. This is an improvement for the streams.
So it'll be nice, but what can you do, right?
Oh, but what can you do? I'm counting those as an excuse. He uses it rhetorically, but I'm counting that as an excuse.
Let's continue. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Death Stranding 2. I apologize for the abrupt, weird ending and interruption. Previous
YouTube mode on for real this
was
time.
Wild. That my indoor air conditioner
Wild.
broke live on stream and made some of the most scary noises I've ever heard. I think there may be demons inside of it. I'm not sure.
Not funny. Didn't
so
laugh.
It's off now. I'm not turning it back on. It's way too dangerous. I feel like my house might blow up if I turn that on again. So it is what it is. Now we have to do a boss fight.
Tism. That's more HVAC tism.
All right, here we go. Sam takes on the first giant BT boss of the game. Let's check it out. Why do I have all this crap on my back?
Because it's the core mechanic, Dave. You're carrying packages and inventory.
So, here we go. Equip the assault rifle. So, equip by holding the open the weapon tools menu and use right trigger. I did that. Okay, so this
Also-
will just work now. According to them, this will work. against
Also,
the ball.
note how his stupid placement of his head
Blood
means
produced, but not a lot.
that you cannot read
Look
what
at
he's
all this
reading.
crap I have on my back. Do I need all this? What about all
Maybe?
this inventory?
Dave, you're complaining about inventory
No, I didn't purchase
management in a
this
game
PC
about
from Connecticut.
inventory
I bought
management.
it the first year I lived here, 2014, because
So.
originally I didn't think I would need an air conditioner, and then when I came out here, there was a heat wave, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah,
Tism.
this is ridiculous heat," so I had to buy one that year. That's a big boy, indeed.
I mean,
A skelly.
it hungers for the blood of the living, yes.
What will it be? There were some wild bosses in the first game.
Yes. You gonna go somewhere with this, Dave? Any commentary? That's dead air.
Trying to eat you.
So, Dave, you gonna
That's ugly. Do I shoot it now or do I have to wait for the mouth to open?
find out? Do something? He's playing Death Stranding 2, Dasher Pie. That was great. That was awesome. And yes, Koraz, it is pathetic that he spends as much as he does on WWE Champions when he complains so much about and not having central AC. It just came out and beat him like a bongo drum. He gets hit by it again. Here comes. Aw, he didn't get swallowed whole that time.
I have like no ammo left. Can I throw grenades? I have no ammo left.
Oh.
Grenade? I don't know.
I don't know, Goop. Okay, I need to stop giggling, but that first he just stood there.
What do I do?
What do I do? Well, that left the mark, maybe.
Do anything. I have no ammo. I only have 20 bullets. How am I supposed to kill this thing?
Use the other gun? Improvise? He just stood there and got hit by it again.
I guess it's working, but I don't have a lot left.
Oh dear. Dave, those are tentacles. You might. Do you want those to do things to you, Dave? Bonk.
No, I didn't make extra ammo because they didn't give me an opportunity to do so.
That?
Or if they did, it wasn't apparent.
It wasn't apparent.
By the way, my assault rifle's over there, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty bummed.
Oh my.
This person tossed me stuff. Look.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna toss you ammo, Dave.
Thanks. Give me a thumbs up.
Maybe they're gonna toss you ammo. They just
Give me
tossed.
an assault rifle with full ammo. How nice of him.
He stands still and gets hit again.
Oh, come on.
You might want to run away, Dave. That doesn't look good. Okay, so those are old players by the look of it. Okay, so they're getting sucked up by that thing, but they're all players of some kind by the look
This is
of
an
it.
interesting fight.
He just stands there and face tanks everything. Oh my god, he's so bad. He's so fucking bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I've finally been able to stop giggling.
I did, and it still says I have 0. What is going on? Oh, apparently I don't have any left. So I'm gonna have nothing I can use. I'm boned.
You still have the assault rifle. Oh, he actually dodged for once. And then he gets hit by the back. And he just got eaten. Oh my goodness, that's some tism right there. Oh my gosh, this boss fight. Oh, this would be a good way to end today. Oh my goodness, this boss fight is he's gonna be a salty little piggy over this boss fight. Because he is just getting his face caved in.
It's a boss arena. You can't leave it. I'm trying to learn the rules of the fight, basically.
You came in undergunned and underprepared. Meanwhile, we've got two good things in chat at the moment. We've got DSP at, where was it? Yeah, DSP after living in Washington for 11 years. How would you compare it to Connecticut? What do you don't miss about Connecticut? He's going to say food. It's going to be pizza. He's going to have a little bit of a basis in fact for that complaint, but it's going to be blown out of proportion. And then we have our favorite chatter of the day, DSP Ducky 9976, which DSP is playing like a game journalist, which that's getting him banned. That's even less of a detractor. That's even more of an overt detractorism than that comment about Gundam videos. So are you ready to get fucked, my friend? Because you are going to get fucked by this. Bonk. Oh, he actually dodged. Good. He couldn't dodge them both. He couldn't dodge them both, though. And he got eaten. Oh, he's such a dent. He's such a dent.
I guess I was supposed to tell he was grabbing me. I couldn't.
Yes, you could. Pattern recognition. Pattern recognition should have told you that. Also, that was an excuse. That was also 100% an excuse.
It won't dodge. I'm telling you.
That's such a massive windup. Such a massive windup, but he can't, and he just cannot avoid that. Bonk.
Dodge is off.
Maybe, but
It doesn't work.
so then stop sucking.
It is cumbersome. It's incredibly cumbersome.
Dave,
That's the best way to describe this right now.
you've got like
Cumbersome.
70 kilos of crap strapped to your back. That's 150 pounds. So yeah.
You have like thousands of bullets.
Also, that was an excuse. Don't think I didn't, just because I'm laughing at you constantly, Dave, don't think I don't miss the excuses. Don't think I miss the excuses, rather. He's so bad. He's so bad, but that's what makes it hilarious. He's so bad, but that's... And here comes...
No bullets.
No bullets. And he's getting his face caved in. Good. Excellent. Excellent. All right, Dave, it was funny the first couple times you got eaten, but you might want to try something different. Getting slapped in the face by a tentacle is not quite what I had in mind, but I'm sure someone finds that sexually arousing. And had some oddly weird, oddly incongruent music.
All I have is grenades.
And here it's gonna come. It's gonna. Oh, good job, Dave! You actually managed to avoid it. Well done.
All grenades. No ammo, just grenades.
So use the Dave. So be ready so that when he's about to throw stuff at you from his mouth, you throw the grenade in his mouth. I would assume that's what the intended use of it is in this situation. Again, I'm not a gaming god, but one would think that this isn't hard. Or Dave, wait for the massive weak point to be visible, you know? Bonk. Bonk.
I get hit by that every time when he does this side swipe. It hits me no matter what I do.
Now throw the grenade. Now throw the grenade! Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the controls are not responsive enough to allow that.
With no ammo, I can't shoot him. He keeps running away.
He doesn't keep running away, Dave. He's got a pattern.
Now I lose all my items.
He very clearly has a pattern. But keep telling yourself he's running away. I mean... Om nom 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 nom. Om nom 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 nom. So now Dave knows what it feels like to be some of the fast food he flirts with. Devour, devour. And that's going to miss. Well done, Dave.
But I lost it immediately because he hit me and I lost it.
You
Look.
are terrible at this,
What do
Dave.
you want me to do? I can't grab all the items. And
Absolutely unironically terrible at this. I don't know if it's because you're under-leveled, under-equipped, or just over your head. Over your head. But no matter what it is, it's not a good look for you, dude. It's not a good look. And note, after all that whining, he got a weapon. He got something with some ammo. Dave, you might want to be careful here because, you got sloppy last time. Last time you got this far, at least. Why are you wasting scarce ammo, Dave? It's got a massive glowing weak point, and you're not waiting to shoot it when it's visible. Why? Bonk.
Problem is, every time you get hit, you lose all your items.
Then don't get hit.
I couldn't move slowly instead of dodging. This is stupid. Wow. First boss, huh? Incredibly dumb, boring boss fight. First boss.
That's some toxicity. Bonk. Bonk.
The problem is you shouldn't drop all your items when you get hit. That is so stupid.
Dave, even I know the fundamentals of that. It's it's an incentive not to get hit, to play the game in a way that avoids getting hit, or if you're expecting combat, to have lightened your load to only what you need. So yeah, maybe that guy, I think it was T-Dot a while ago, said just reload, re-equip, make more ammo, and I would add store more crap. And King Crimson, with his usual brand of dentedness, the boss is weak against blood grenades. You gotta just keep on using it until you're out. Then when he falls over on his side, start shooting him. Don't get close to him. Gee, King Crimson, the fact that he can't dodge any of the hits, any of the melee is, and there's a one-hit grab. Would have never guessed that it was a bad idea to get close to him.
All right, I'm already out of ammo.
I mean, Dave has the most dented fans, and they offer him the most dented advice. But the problem is, he needs the advice put to him in the most dented way imaginable.
Does nothing.
No, it absolutely did something. Now, Dave, try combining.
So the whole idea is just keep running around looking for the ghost guys to give you items so you can actually do the fight. Because there was no way you went into the fight with enough stuff to beat him.
I mean, you might have went into the fight with enough DACA.
So I don't have enough ammo. So it's insanely poorly designed first boss. No opportunity to learn combat mechanics at all.
The Riptide is kicking his ass.
Just incredible frustration. Why did they make it like that?
Bonk.
Ask Kojima.
Oh, good job, Dave. You managed to dodge it. I'll give you credit, my guy. You didn't do half bad with that dodge. And then you face tank, because, when in doubt, tank with one's face. One's face is the optimal tank, after all. That absolutely left the mark. Okay, now shoot it, Dave. Shoot it. That's what your own dent just told you, was shoot it. When it's immobilized like that, find the weak point and shoot it.
Left, so if I don't find ammo, I can't fight it.
Stupid Kojima didn't take into account Phil's AC breaking right before the boss fight and being stressed out in an oven as he did this. Yes, Wrigley98, thank you for trolling in Dave's chat.
Oh, he ran, so I just wasted a blood grenade. There's 5 more, so I do have 5 more blood grenades, or I can go back to the assault rifle.
He is so bad at this. I say this as I probably wouldn't be good at it either, but I'm smart enough to know that I should avoid it. And there's Mojito Kitty Real in Kick Chat, who needs to get bent because I hate that fucking name. I hate that I have in my memory the term Mojito Kitty. And gets demolished. Then don't get hit. Don't get hit then, Dave. Don't get.
They're all back here. I gotta run all the way back.
All the way back. Yeah, he lost all. He lose.
Grab everything back again.
And he's gonna get hit again.
I just dropped everything even though I didn't get hit. What are you talking? How did I just drop everything? I didn't even get touched.
Yes, you did. Oh, I didn't think I'd get to do any of this. Not of this usual nonsense of let's go check the tape. Okay, so we've got Sludge coming his way. Sludge coming his way. He's tunnel visioned and he's hit. Right. He dove forward. He
dropped everything.
He dove forward. He's shooting, he reloads, and he died. Yeah.
I just dropped everything even though I didn't get hit.
Yeah.
What are you talking
You either dive forward, Dave, or you got hit and got through forward. Take your pick. In either case, you went forward. You absolutely did go forward.
I understand what he wants you to do. It's just incredibly poorly executed.
No, it requires you to not be a...
Then when he falls down, throw a grenade in his mouth, and he wants you to run around to get more stuff.
That's a
He wants you to
that's a
dodge,
room
but the
temperature
dodge is
IQ take.
terrible. And he hits you every time you dodge, and then you lose all your items.
Dave, maybe you're not supposed to go into this with 150 pounds of shit on your back.
Oh my god, I grab it all again. Okay, I grabbed it all again. Now he's way the fuck over there.
Dave, you are supposed to be good at this. This is your job. Ooh, right in the face. Right in the face. Pretend you won.
Imagine the battle has been fought and move on with the story. Note that where this takes you, the battle may not be completely over. You'll not receive a normal evaluation. So wait, you can artificially skip parts of the game?
Yes, you can skip bosses, Dave. You can skip bosses. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna let his desire to be a games journalist get the better of him and just skip it? I wonder. His pride is strong. He's thinking about it. He's legitimately thinking about it.
You can pretend you won and the game will cheat and it will pass the fight you're in.
And you'll not get rewards for it, yes.
Well, that's an interesting mechanic. Yeah, but now I have no grenades, and I only have 30 bullets. Yeah, this is awful. It's a really poorly designed fight because you have to learn everything on the fly. There was no way to come in prepared because you didn't know what the fight was going to be.
You could go, you could load and go back, Dave. You could save scum.
And there was no opportunity to actually craft what you needed beforehand. You didn't know what the fight was.
I will just note, I feel I want to do this. Items tell you on this ring what they're good against. So there's very specifically anti-BT rating. There's items that are specifically good against BTs. He knew he was going into a BT fight, so he could have probably crafted some stuff just if he wanted to. I don't know if that would have been a good use of resources, but he absolutely could have.
You didn't know what the fight was.
But yeah, Dave, keep coping and keep seething.
It's not even hard. It's just tedious because you need to know.
It's not even hard. It's not even hard.
It's not like the boss
That's an
is
excuse.
up. It's just stupid. It's very tedious to have to pick up all your items every single time you take a single hit. Do I have a blood grenade? I do finally. It's exactly what you're supposed to do. You down him, and when he's down, you hit him with the grenade. That's the fight.
Well, you down him, and then when he's down, you hit him with whatever your best damage dealer is. I still trust King Crimson's strategy more than yours, Dave.
Do I have another one with ammo? Yes, I did.
Yeah, this is Cease being funny. It was funny when he was getting his face caved in, and now he's just playing badly. And he just got him. But the boss is unbeatable, Goob.
So that's the thing, like, to make the fight better, all they should have done is stocked you with the items you needed first.
No.
Rather than forcing you to grab items during the fight.
That's a dented
Right?
take.
Because you know he screwed up. That's why he added those guys throwing you the items during the fight. Because without that, you literally couldn't win the fight. So it's very. Let me put it this way: the boss isn't bad. It's just it could have been done so much better. if
Tism.
you were stocked up before the fight. Imagine if you had 2 or 3 assault rifles, 15.
Also,
grenades.
excuses.
You go into the fight. Okay, what do
Because
I do? Even if
I've
you die
decided
once or
it-
twice, okay, I get it now. You shoot him, he gets.
Yeah, Dave, shut up. Yeah, excuses include copes. I've decided that. Coping is not a tism. Coping is an excuse, I think, to balance out how everything ends up a tism. No, tisms are excuses include copes.
Done, you throw the grenades in his mouth, and then you dodge. That's the fight. Instead, you have no clue what you're doing going into the fight. You've never even done anything like this before.
Cope.
They don't give you the items you need to win the fight. So now you're trying to figure out how to maneuver, how to do everything all at once. You have to get items that are tossed to you from phantoms. If you don't, you can't win the fight. And the dodging does suck and is cumbersome.
Cope.
The fact that you're dropping all the items sucks too. So it's actually really annoying. That could have been much better if done differently and executed differently. It's not a bad fight. It's just not fun to play through. Now, the
Cope.
thing is, now that you've done it, right? Now you kind of understand how the future fights will go, and you'll probably be stocked up. That fight they threw you into with having nothing.
Repeating the same point again. Cope.
Well, combat, of course, went all the way up. It was pure combat. Okay.
Sam, this is Alex. You did it! We've confirmed the chiral crystallization of the giant BT. Local chiral density is already dropping fast. I think we can all rest easy for now. You've saved a lot of lives by killing that monstrosity. We won't forget that. Head to the research lab's private room and take a break. You've earned it.
So it was like aquatic. It was like an aquatic boss. I don't know what it was supposed to be.
Boss.
Like a clam whipping you with tendrils or something. I like the creativeness of the boss design. I did like that. And I thought that the graphics were good. It was a good presentation. I did enjoy that. But the execution left something to be desired. It could have been a better boss fight by far.
Cope.
If you were allowed to prepare for it. You weren't. You were thrown.
That was an
not
excuse.
understanding what was going on. And it just definitely could have been done a lot better. But that's the thing. That was the first boss. Now that the first boss fight is done, now you'll probably understand it better for the future fights. You'll have the things. you
Still
need.
coping.
Yes, he told you he had stuff for you, which then he proceeded not to give you. If he said, "Oh, I got all this stuff for you. Here, take it now," or "I have some stuff for you," and then when you're going up to the surface, says, "Here, take it now."
Still
He
coping.
said, you can't take it. You just go right out to the boss. Oh, okay.
Still
Gee,
coping.
that was great. Again, that's why they have those phantoms tossing you items, because without that, there's no way to even beat that boss.
Okay, now that's a tism. That's just
It's
describing what he
basically
saw
like
on
a
screen.
rough tutorial of how to do that kind of combat, which I get, but it could have been implemented better, and that's my opinion. You can disagree, and that's okay. But I think that it could have been done better. The first boss was kind of annoying. I don't like that when you get hit once, you drop all your items.
That's a core mechanic,
It's a
Dave.
huge task to pick everything back
That's
up.
a room temperature
He's
IQ
already
take.
attacking you again.
It's and from Ducky with more detractor super chats. It's a emoji dam. I have no idea what that emoji is. It looks almost like a super soaker, which now, Koraz, this is not a British drive-by disagreement. We don't allow disagreement in these parts.
Yeah. I see there's a lot of trolls, so let me get rid of all these idiots.
All these idiots is one guy. Remember, all these idiots is one guy who's given him $6. That's toxicity, incidentally. I'm calling that toxicity. He doesn't acknowledge trolls.
What happened there? I don't know. And again, I wonder how you put these out. How would I put out these lights? I don't know. How would I put out lights? I don't know how.
I'm sorry,
His
that
endurance has gone up.
I think I'm gonna file Iono under Tism. Well, it's good to see you, Detractor Ed, but like I said, we are stuck in the United States of Phil, which means there's no disagreement in these parts. You will either agree or the beatings will continue until you agree and morale improves.
I had sunburn apparently. Because I had sunburn. You get sunburn when you were in a bunch of BT goo.
Bugged sunburn mechanics, dude.
As I said before, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Lou.
Oh, here we go. The
You
continuation.
see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging into BB-28's past. That is, Lou's. I found the BB decommissioning records. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
That's BB-28?
This is the child officially identified as BB-28. But if you look closer, Sam, you see at once that it can't possibly be Lou.
Huh. We got a conspiracy.
Right there at the elbow, where the birthmark should be. Nothing. Which means we have another BB-28 on our hands. The one with whom you memorably went west and back not so long ago. That is Lou. Per regulations, the serial number assigned to each BB was unique. No two units should have ever been assigned the same one. I've cross-checked the details with the most up-to-date entries.
I have nothing. I'm.
And indeed, there is no reason to believe BB-28 survived. All of which can only mean, Sam, that the bridge baby you carried with you on your journey across America, Lou, was never recorded in the official database.
That's kind of important.
So,
His first question is why. Of course it is.
right now, your guess is as good as mine. But as worrying as that sounds, this could actually be to your advantage.
I feel obliged to note that, of course, Dave's fucking first response is why. That's the question that's supposed to be asked, but he doesn't have an internal monologue. I genuinely think he doesn't have an internal monologue, which is why the first question out of his mouth was why. Because that was the only way he could vocalize it. That was the only way he could engage with it, was to say it aloud. Right? Because he can't keep it inside, I think. But
since it's functionally impossible for the UCA or Bridges to track a BB of which they have no record. Which is lucky, because if they did know about a BB that could live and grow outside the pod, they'd want to secure it for study. So take comfort in the knowledge that they don't. That you're free. That you can bring up Lou in peace. How is it, by the way? The two of you living as a family. Right. I have gifts for you. A few things to take back home. An assortment of vaccines to be administered as your child grows up.
Oh, how nice.
We want Lou to live a long and healthy life. And it's natural for children to be afraid of shots. Maybe this will help put Lou's mind at ease.
okay,
Assortment of vaccines.
yes.
We're in a game where the world now is completely separated. There's almost no human interaction whatsoever. It's all virtual. What exactly are you vaccinating Lou against? The only thing
Dave, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Exactly, Coraz. Dave does not have an internal monologue. He has not only is it an external monologue, he is so committed to his external monologue, he monetizes it every day as the Pahdcast. Dave's about to say something very stupid here, and I'm bracing for impact, because he's going to say, well, how can there be vaccines when there's no contact? and that's going to get me off on a rant. I'm sorry in advance. There's gonna be tism. There's gonna be a lot of tism from me if he goes where I think he is with this.
She can catch anyone from him. So if he doesn't have it, she can't get it, right? I mean, yeah, Fragile now has had contact with Lou, but outside of that, nobody else. What would you need to? Vaccines are for situations where there's high population and people are constantly interacting. Schools where kids are all grouped together. It's kind of weird that here's some vaccines. She'll, in case she runs into a wildebeest that has a cold that can somehow be caught by you. What?
Dave, one, transmissibility between mammals absolutely is a thing. The common cold that affects us does affect other animals. One of the problems with COVID that we found back during the height of the pandemic was that no matter how much we locked down, we still had transmission vectors that we couldn't control because humans are attached to four-legged animals. And those four-legged animals, if they can catch COVID, sometimes they caught it themselves, but they could also be carriers. So you had transmission vectors where people would get COVID through their dogs and cats because their dogs and cats went outside, interacted with the dogs and cats of people who did have COVID, who had been in contact and therefore were carriers of the virus. But yeah, Dave, the whole point of vaccinating is because there's a great deal of viral things out there that can utterly ruin a child. And because you're dealing with an infant without the benefit of, breast milk, because for the first 6 months, humans are entirely reliant on, well, they're heavily reliant, not entirely, but heavily reliant upon things that are in breast milk for their own immune systems. Yeah, it's kind of important to immunize the child. It doesn't matter if contact is unlikely. There's a lot of stuff out there that it can screw you up. I mean, just polio, full stop. The polio vaccine's administered later. But yeah, Dave, there's a lot of stuff that can screw you up. So yeah, they need vaccines. And yes, you are indirectly correct that the risk of epidemic diseases is much lower in a world where there's decreased civilizational density, because yeah, pandemics are entirely a function of civilization, because in nature, human settlements don't grow to the size of cities. They just don't. And they create a hothouse of ideal conditions for some biological agent, for some vectors for infection to thrive. But Dave, there has been a societal collapse. That doesn't mean all knowledge has been lost. This is obviously this is one of the things I will give the setting credit for, is it's had a civilizational collapse, but the collapse has not resulted in mass regression. This isn't Fallout. It's still a dystopia, but the setting was so advanced in the first place that it has managed to retain what we would still consider futuristic technology, in that you can do everything virtually to begin with. That requires infrastructure. That requires knowledge. That requires maintenance of some very not simple I already said infrastructure. That's some maintenance of some very not simple institutional bases. I mean, because you need the actual physical infrastructure. You need the electricity infrastructure. You need the telecom infrastructure. You need all the components that go into both of them. You need the people who make integrated circuits. You need a bunch of shit, Dave, to have this kind of futuristic civilization, even if it is a post-apocalypse for them, which begs the question, just how advanced were they before everything went to shit? But yeah, Dave, vaccinate. It's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do. It's a prudent thing to do. You show a cavalier disregard for your child's own well-being if you do not vaccinate. So yeah, and I'm going to go on a limb and say Dead Man is doing this for our protagonist, because our protagonist suddenly became a parent. He didn't have the normal 9-month gestation to consider these things. and Koraz with the helicopters. And if they have helos in this game, the same applies to them. Those are not easy to produce. And Dashfire, I'm going to assume you're talking about Dave's playthrough and not my being a Spurg, because I like being a Spurg. So, and I'm part of it. I'm part of who actually might enjoy me Spurging. And I've earned Tism. There has been Tism. Tism has been declared. All right, back to Dave.
Huh?
A token of my affection. You can collect it via the delivery terminal when you leave. I wonder how big Lou will get. Anyway, there's one more thing I wanted to share with you. As you know, everyone is meant to go to their own beach when they die. But unlike most people, I wasn't born from a mother. I was born from an artificial womb. Transplants provided the organs I never had. I was incomplete and had no beach, I believed. But I wasn't about to accept that. I went back home to study the Ha and Ka and the beach. I threw myself into my work, Sam.
Ha and
I
Ka.
tried.
So we were learning about this. Apparently, this had to do with the ending of Death Stranding 1.
Oh,
After the
God.
Death Stranding, death came to be defined as the separation of a person's Ha from their Ka. They said the understanding of life and death was already commonplace in ancient Egypt, when it was believed that even as the body wasted away, the soul lived on forever.
Oh my,
Egyptian
live
practices of
broadcast from the
mummification and
Snortboard.
preserving
Egads.
sarcophagi were done in the hope of allowing the dead to live on in the next world. Following the Death Stranding, however, it has become necessary to dispose of a body once a soul has left it, usually by incineration.
Yeah, because
If
then
this
it
is not done, the departed soul may return to this world in the form of a BT. It is believed that this is due to the Death Stranding altering the balance between the worlds of the living and the dead and unbalancing our relationship with the beach. Jeez.
okay.
So Ha is the body and Ka is the soul, supposedly. Okay.
But I think I've done all that I can. In the end, I'm still a patchwork Frankenstein's monster. One that's just about worn out. As a doctor, I can tell you, I don't have long left. So I've devoted my remaining time to research. That's why I'm here, Sam. Where I can focus on the beach. There's so much data here, Sam. On beach formation, jumping via beaches, the relationship between the beach and plate gates. All the evidence you could ever wish for. Not enough to solve every mystery, perhaps, but enough for me to make an incredible personal discovery. That I have a beach after all. It doesn't matter how I was born. I have lived as a human. And thus do I possess a beach like any other.
So is he saying he does?
I am not a machine.
Dave, that was like my brain is feeling. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so I need to back this up because this is actually the perfect screen cap. This is the perfect place to stop. We have Dead Man saying he's made an immense personal. There's enough here that for me to make an incredible personal discovery that I have a beach after all.
After all.
And that's good. I like the voice acting.
Doesn't matter how I was born.
Doesn't matter how I was born.
I have lived as a human. And thus do I possess a beach like any other.
So he's just, I know very little about Death Stranding and its mythos, but I'm going to assume that's a pretty important lore drop because I have no idea who this character is. But I'm going to assume that is something that should be treated as a revelation that, even though not to be like Dave and try to apply other things that have no real bearing on it. I am asking why too much, trying to understand Phil and why he does things in conjunction of a Hideo Kojima game is definitely asking too much. But I assume this is a revelation that's the equivalent of solving the question of, can someone Where does a soul come from? Where does a soul come from? And the answer is, it doesn't matter. If you are a human, you get a soul. It doesn't matter how your conception occurs. It doesn't matter how you are brought into this world. If you come into this world, you have a soul. So that if you actually had like definitive evidence of that, that's a pretty big deal. That's why I would assume that this should be like setting defining information, that this is supposed to be treated as a major revelation in universe. But more to the point, this is not hard to understand. He's just laid out the rules of the system. He has a beach. It doesn't matter how he was born, and therefore because he is human and has lived as a human, he does possess a beach like any other. So what's Dave's response to all of this? How does Dave respond to?
So is he saying he does?
I mean, the guy has 3 sentences that spell out exactly the rules of how this metaphysical mechanic work, and then Dave's response is, "I wonder if he has one." What a fucking retard! I mean, it's like this is why Dave is so bad at this. It's pay attention. That's all you have to do. Is pay attention. The game just laid out everything in sequence on how the rules work. All you had to do was listen. And yet, here we are.
I am not a machine, but a person with a ha and a ka and a beach to go with them.
This metaphysical revelation, and all we get is a ha.
Lastly, I have a confession for you, along with a heartfelt apology. I told you once that I didn't have dooms. But that's not actually true. Not that I was lying, you understand. I just didn't know. It was only after I found my beach that I realized. Chiral allergic reaction. I can feel it getting closer. I'm off to the beach, Sam. To my beach.
That's why he wasn't here when we showed up. He's dead.
Mm-hmm. And Dave is ruining. I ruined this scene, and I apologize to anybody who was into the drama, but I had to play theater critic for a little bit because that was bad. It was really bad.
Did you know about this?
No. It's news to me, too. I'm sorry that man is gone. But he would have been pleased that you managed to extend the UCA network all the way to his lab. Thank you, Sam.
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
You know I am.
Come on back, Sam. Lou misses you too.
Well,
okay.
I guess that's how they write Guillermo del Toro out of the story, because to my knowledge, he was a major character in the first game, but now his health has failed him and he's like not doing very well. And they wanted to keep him as a main character in the game, so this is the way to do it. So he had a big part of the story, but sadly he's gone now.
Yeah, so they mirrored his own the actor's decline to give the actor as much a send-off as the character. Why are you this way, Dave? Beach time, baby. Yeah, Korad's with the rust life. You die and then you wake up naked on the beach. Oh my goodness. This got good. This got surprisingly good. This got surprisingly good. I was not. It started out, given how bad today started, I was not expecting anything to be here worthwhile.
It makes sense. That was a good way to get him to get the story progressed and explain his absence from the rest of the game, right? All right. Well, we got some letters coming in here. La Madre, my friends are feeling better. They're doing much better thanks to the remote medical units. We got a lot of older people living here, and they're going to be really helpful. The chiral network is a gift that keeps on giving.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay, I think it's time. Let's head to the service and let's see what our next part of the game will be, right?
I don't know. We've got like we've got a half-ish hour to get the rest of to try to get 100 players. We have our TISM counter must go ever higher.
Feels good.
I'm going to turn this back up because I do have a schedule to keep. Unfortunately.
About that message Deadman left for you. I hope you understand that he wanted to tell you all that himself. He didn't want it to come from me or
exactly. That's why I didn't say nothing when we arrived.
We respected his wishes. We'll also be carrying on his research instead. I'm sure you will, but please take care of that last order he left for you. On another note, you can now use your PCC to construct generators and bridges. Build them along your delivery routes, and you're sure to make a ton of other porters very happy. Trust me.
That's right. I remember that from the first game.
Might end up returning the favor someday too. Also,
that's not going to happen. Dave can't even build bridges in Minecraft. Why the fuck would he build them for anyone else in a game that isn't about building things?
Fabricate tri-cruisers, trikes with 2 front wheels. You'll be able to build, charge, or repair tri-cruisers at any facility with a garage, like this one. It's a battery-powered vehicle, so if you run out of juice in the wild, you can always construct a generator to recharge it.
Yeah, we used those in the first game to some extent.
To run out of battery when you're outside network coverage. You can only use your PCC to build generators or any other structures when you've got a network connection. So without coverage, you'll either have to digit that tri-cruiser or wait forever and a day for the solar panels to recharge it. Once again, thank you for linking up all of Mexico, Sam. Be safe out there, and pay us a visit the next time you're close.
Sam, I just reviewed the list of UCA associates. You can rest easy. Any data concerning your life on the run has been erased. So once you've taken care of Deadman's final request, you can come straight home. Access the terminal on site for the details. I'll take care of you. Just focus on the job.
I'm sure that the final request of Deadman will be super simple and a quick job, right?
Oh, Dave, why are you this way?
Yeah,
you can't just let him have his going away. You just can't let him have thing for being dead.
Right there.
You have to try to snark on it. Have to make it a joke.
I totally don't need 2 assault rifles anymore.
Thank you for your cooperation. All contributions are welcome.
That sounded vaguely like Legion.
They haven't explained them yet, right? This is how you descend safely. That's right. Tool rack. So again, we have that. Let's have to get rid of the other one.
Thank you for your cooperation. All contributions are welcome.
We're currently wearing the bandit boots. I have 2 pairs of transporter boots. Oh, these suck. Donate the broken shoes. Be a dick. Give someone worn out shoes with holes in them. There you go. Why not? Why not? Something Sam would do. Donate his broken shoes.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Tips. Where are they?
I don't know what to use them on. You know, I'm just gonna get rid of them.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Menus. Menus are great streaming content.
All right, we're good. I just donated a bunch of stuff, got it out of my inventory to lower my weight. You want to fabricate? Oh, the garage. Vehicle fabrication. Finally, here we go. Let's take a quick look. It says you can make the generator with the PCC now. We have 3 PCCs, so I don't need to fabricate anything there. Sure. Can we get our first vehicle now? Yeah, it's the battery-powered tri-cruiser. We do have enough. Sweet. Very nice. So what do? Do we put that in the garage? Like, how does this work? Store in the garage. Okay, I change the color. Main color is wolf gray.
Colors are TISM. Colors are TISM.
Okay, main color and sub-color. Got it.
Detractor Red with an excellent question of, where's my 300 Dolans? Yeah, but he got...
I like blue and white. There we go. I should grow my hair like Norman.
He got money today. He got money today.
This is like the longest I like it, honestly.
I mean, he got... I do love the top super chat is from Anon. When the top super chat was from Kill Yourself.
Side, I see. That goes nice.
But yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. I like that one. Okay. Save that design.
He has to be a little bitch about things.
Door in the garage. There we go. So now we can drive it, right? Online garage. How does that work?
Take from garage and put in the elevator. Yes.
On the elevator, we're gonna drive. Cool.
Yes, Dave. It started off in the elevator, so you know.
First vehicle has been fabricated. Sweet. Are any RGBs? No RGBs for the rig yet. How disappointing. That's cool.
Dear God, I am going to lose it if there actually are RGBs that you could put on the vehicles.
Deliver the present for Lou.
That's fucking stupid. That would be incredibly dumb if.
Southern Mexico is connected to the chiral network. Head back to your shelter where Fragile and Lou are waiting and bring the present for Lou with you. So I wonder, is this also going to unlock roads? Because if you remember, when you got to a certain point in the base game, then it would unlock all of the upgrades, like the bridges, roads, and everything. So maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I guess we'll find out. Oh, we're doing route sim. We're doing route sim. Okay, so obviously we have different things that we can do here, right? So what we want to do is obviously here we go. So
Why are you going over the mountains, Dave? Oh my God! Why? No, wait. Why? What? Oh no! I can't be. I can't be looking at this right. Okay, so this thing lets you plan your route, and so he's gonna decide. I'm going to take a route.
What we want to do is obviously here we go. So
zoom in a little bit. He starts, and then he just drags it up over this peak, rather than follow the very clear valley that is intended for you to travel through. That's got things in it. And to get up here, there has to be presumably come over here. It looks like there's a cut up the valley wall that lets you get up there. But no, we're just gonna go up. We're gonna go up we're gonna go up a sheer cliff because that's how physics work. What?
We're gonna go back to each one.
Okay, and then he's going and no, you didn't even go up a cliff. That settlement. You go back I need to go back a little bit. Come on. That's going in the future. Wrong direction, stupid. That's mapism. Okay.
Head back to your shelter where Fragile and Lou are waiting and bring the present.
Okay, yeah.
So I wonder, is this also gonna
he's
unlock roads?
gonna.
If you remember,
This thing, that C1 South Distribution Center is actually on the other side of the mountain. It's not cut into it. It's on the other side of it.
Oh, we're doing route sim. We're doing route sim. Okay, so.
Yeah, it's on the other side of it. He's gonna go up and over the mountain when he could just go around. What the ever loving?
We're gonna go back to each one.
What? And then he's gonna go up and over there? What the? No, why don't you go to that one first? You what?
There you go. Wait, what? Did it work or not?
What? What? What?
Why did the delivery route end there?
What? What?
I'm so confused.
I've lost the ability to form words other than what?
I want to draw that to here, the distribution center.
You go, there's trails and everything. There's trails and everything.
And then I want to go over here.
How the fuck?
Okay, there. I screwed it up at first, I guess.
How the what? What?
No, another PCC, another assault rifle, 2 blood bags.
What?
I guess we're good. Attach to your chest. There you go.
Enjoy 9tisms, Dave. That segment fucking broke my brain. That was fucking dented.
I guess I'll take it. If I run out of space,
That was like supremely dented.
Order accepted. Thank you. Okay, use the vehicle.
That was like seriously.
Yeah, this works. Speed boost L3.
Oh yeah.
Jump with X. You can jump with this thing. I don't think I want to drive there. We're gonna go down slowly. Here we go. Well, this is cool. Did anybody hear me? I hear you. I hit a rock.
That's 100. I hit a rock.
Oh, my shoes are busted. Okay, hold on. How do I fix that? How do I change my shoes?
Duh.
Well, let me. They won't let me change my shoes.
Excuse.
Darn. Yeah, sure thing. Did I say high quality what? Oh, well, I guess I'm not getting it. High quality charge. Overcharging. Areas that are low to overcharge a battery. Things aren't worth the usual. All right. I don't know. The game is HDR. The game is my stream is not. Sketchbook filled with drawings for the artist.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll call it a 1x multiplier for the remainder of the stream.
Oh, we got music. There's an artist who apparently wants this book.
Tism.
There you go.
Whisper, whisper, whispering, whispering.
Heard over before. There's some more items. Look.
Nobody is us. Nobody knows.
A request for cargo
If they
recovery.
bothered to see from the cage to bay.
Aid request.
But nobody cares. Nobody knows.
We saw these before. Aid requests? Where were those? Aid requests. Here you go. Recover a map of long lost ruins. We just got it. That was it. We did the time fall. So when we go back, we can give this to him. Okay. Distant requests. Way out there. Okay. Well, we got it for this guy. What do you mean, Copine? He says when you stream at night, chat might be ruined. What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Dave gets no pennies for advertising. I was going to say, Corey, if you're talking about me monetizing, yeah, no, I like saying the word Nazi and other spicy things too much. I'll never be able to stay monetized. My videos would always get flagged if I got monetized.
His jacket. New channel update will display the channel at in chat now instead of names. So instead of showing the real name, it shows your channel at on YouTube. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I could drive this back right now.
And no Picky Penne, which is I don't know why you're into that Dash Pie, but you know, if Picky Penne is on your mind, I guess that's what's on your mind. Even if it is from a typo, I will still have my fun with it.
Let's just go right back up and give him his jacket back, quick. And then we'll go to the next. We'll probably go to the next outpost, and then we'll stop. Oh, we're almost out of battery, dude. We're almost out of battery already. That's crazy. So this vehicle has very low battery.
Or it's heavily laden, Dave. One or the other. One or the other. But that's why.
How do I get off the vehicle? I don't know. I swear.
How do I get off the vehicle? How do I get off the vehicle, guys?
I can't upgrade it. It claims it's level 3, but then how do I overcharge the vehicle? It said you can overcharge it, right?
We got time for this. Well done, Dave. Well done.
Also, just get like it doesn't explain how to overcharge. You can overcharge, but it doesn't explain how to overcharge.
Yeah, but Dave, if you've got charge, that's all that matters.
Drop off the jacket for that mini mission, but I have no clue how to overcharge. The game has not said how to do it. It said it's possible, but doesn't explain how. It'd be great if you're gonna tell me that something's possible. If you tell me how to do it.
Cope.
Wow, this thing climbs like nothing. Amazing. Got your jacket. Here you go. Headache pills and the jacket. It was already overcharged. Oh, so this thing has like no battery at all.
Wow.
Welcome, Sam. Thanks for swinging by. We can always use the help.
Wow.
Stuff goes missing all the time. It looks like today is our lucky day. Thanks, Sam.
Here you go. A quick delivery. Yo, oh, whoa! We got a giant thing of progress.
If only everyone was as kind as you. Take this data. You deserve it.
I can already do additional armor on my vehicle. Look.
Oh.
Armor for the Tri-Cruiser provides additional protection for the driver and improve the vehicle's durability. Crap, I want that. And the firmware bandwidth has been increased.
I want that, Goob.
You'll find that you can claim more materials from our stores. A little perk you've more than earned.
Wow. Look at that. Way more. Cool. Still in a depth
This
handler.
is for additional armor that can be equipped to Tri-Cruisers. Provides added protection for the man in the driver's seat. For that extra peace of mind when you've got to cut through enemy territory. If you like the sound of that, try customizing your tri-cruiser with it. I'll see you around.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can do it. Order complete. How do we do that? We have to go here again. Revocation and management. Garage. Here it is.
More tutorialism. That's a good way to end your stream, Dave. Is with
Additional armor. Let's do it.
with this kind of tism. It's not really tism though. It's not a countable tism.
All right, sweet. That's it, right? Remove or recycle. Nope, we're on there. All right, it's got more armor. Look, it's got plates sticking off of it. Okay, cool. Nice. I'm glad I came back. We got a big leveling up and we got more armor. Good stuff.
A big leveling up. Okay.
All right. Well, first of all, that looks terrible. Look at my back. Look how awful that looks. I gotta change my shoes. Can I do that now?
And he's
Yes.
still gonna go.
Glad that I bought better boots.
He's still gonna fucking go up and over the mountain rather than around it.
My cargo.
What a dent.
Not optimized. Nope. And I just
What
want
a
to save because now at this
fucking
point,
dent.
we don't have enough time. So we'll save up, and next time that we play on Sunday, we'll actually drive this vehicle, and I guess we'll try to recharge it as much as we can.
Wow.
And go from there. But now, how did we save? I'm trying to remember. Was it system and save? There we go. New save data. Okay. Well.
What a
stuff
brilliant
today.
take, Dave.
I would say the first BT
Brilliant.
encounter was pretty fun, interesting, and stealthy. Getting to find out what happened to Dead Man and his story is good. The first boss fight was mixed for me. Like, I liked the graphics of it. It was
It's mixed.
I wish that it was
Yeah.
less cumbersome and more easy to grasp on the fly first time.
3.5 out of 10
It was a little
mixed
frustrating
bag.
for me. But the thing is, now I kind of get it. So now moving forward in the game, it probably won't be as frustrating with future fights. The first one, I guess, was the tough love, and now it should be better moving forward. So, good stuff. I liked today's stream of Death Stranding 2. What did you think? Be sure to leave comments, like the video if you enjoyed it, and remember, because of this licensed music, I'm literally getting every single video claimed in this playthrough. If you could support in some way,
Beg.
outside of just ad revenue, I would appreciate that. Thanks for watching. More Death Stranding 2 coming this Sunday. See you then. Okay. Now, based off of what we did,
YouTube mode
today,
off.
I'm actually going to do a Death Stranding 2 first impressions video later on, explaining all my first impressions of this game. Now that we have gotten around roughly 6 hours into the gameplay of it. So that'll be coming tonight if anyone's interested in my first impressions. I'll probably film that after the Friday Night Fight stream, okay? So it's time for a break, time for me to upload. When I come back tonight, it is Friday Night Fights, Crap Conference SNK 2, and I'll be facing off against some former players and colleagues of mine who are good at the game.
Oh, that's
So
going to be
unlike the Reeestream I've been
terrible.
playing for the last several weeks, it's going to be
That's going to be miserable.
tonight. And anyone else, I'll check to see if anyone else.
I'm so glad I'm not going to be around for that. That's going to be miserable.
Fun.
I'd be
they're gonna vote by blood,
livid.
just to let you know, they are, but it'll be, interesting and fun and
I would be
challenging.
absolutely
I've been playing
livid.
CBS2, a while now, so now I've got some characters I want to try out. I definitely want to use Chun-Li tonight. Probably some Guile. The characters I've been using recently. Maybe I'll go back to Iori, and then maybe I'll go back to the main characters I used to use too, like Vega and Cammy, depending. We'll see how it goes. All right. But it should be fun. I hope you'll be here tonight between 6:45 to 7 p.m. Pacific time for Friday Night Fights. I'm not here tomorrow. Now I'll be getting a new air conditioner tomorrow. When I come back on Sunday, there'll be a fun podcast and more of this. All right. And FYI, new background on Sunday. I'll swap it around. I'll have new animations. I'll have new things as decoration for the new month coming up. All right. All right, guys. Thank you. Great stream. I really had a great time. I did. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for your support. I'll see you tonight for Friday Night Fights. Peace out.
And quit fucked my guys. So that was a day stream, Reeestream, surprise Piggah, etc. That was, I was expecting it to be bad, and it was, but the alcoholic segment made up for seeing the alcoholic segment in real time with other people was amazing. And that boss was great. That boss just wrecking his shit and getting him salty. But there was some bad in there too. And the worst, of course, was my maptism getting kicked into overdrive by the fact that he said his route that's just going to take him. He's going to try to literally drive up the side of a mountain, which this isn't Mass Effect, and it was dumb in Mass Effect when you could do it too. All right, so I'm pretty much done. So with for the streaming sins for the day, we are at that's 6, 27, 41, 145 plus 29. That's 174 points on the streaming sins counter. Yes, I will have to start recording the record, what our record is and what the number to beat is. And I think I have the thing. It's if we manage to hit 100, it rolls over, and we add a multiplier of +1 to everything. So that's what I was doing at the end. Was it hit 100 and then it rolled over, and therefore everything whenever the counter got ticked, it ticked 2 instead of 1. So if he has one of his mega meltdowns early, we could get up to 300 without breaking a sweat. But we'll see if we can get to 200 on a night stream. We will be eating well if we get to 200 on the streaming sins counter on a night stream. So, all right. So, yep. Otherwise, I will be back on Sunday as planned, hopefully. And if not, well, you'll see me turn up in your feeds. Thanks for coming out, everybody, for this surprise Reeestream. And I will wish everyone a great rest of the day. Thanks in particular to Dash Pie, Tractor Red, and Coraz for coming out and hanging out all day with me and dealing with the guy being the guy. Yeah. Well, yep. So have fun, everybody, and enjoy your Friday nights or whatever your local time is.